Welcome to Chinese Novel Audiobook. Devour Volume 2, Starry Martial Arts Competition. Chapter 28 6 Bliss Fists. Revisiting the Yaoguang Temple, the area was dark and quiet, and there were no spiders or other monsters. Cheng Bai was much stronger than before, but he still didn't dare to enter the palace, and stayed in the woods outside the temple to rest. Cheng Bai slowly pushed open the palace door and strode into the hall. The scenery changed as if in a different world. The once luxurious palace was filled with strangeness and gloom, lacking life and luster, but more death and gloom. Walking here, it felt like something was pressing on my chest, making it difficult to breathe, and I felt panic for no reason. The many corpses deep in the palace had undergone significant changes. Not only had they dried up into mummies, but they had also grown white hair all over their bodies, and the air was filled with the smell of decay and mildew. Cheng Bai shook off his unhappiness, came to the altar, calmed himself, took out the crescent moon sword and placed it on the altar. The light bloomed, the treasure disappeared, and the expected huge ball of light emerged, unfolding 3 new runes, floating over. The mystical techniques within were fascinating, calling for the attention of men who thirsted for power. Cheng Bai analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of each and made a careful choice. Electric chain condenses lightning energy to shoot at the target, causing lightning damage. After hitting, the power weakens and jumps to attack nearby creatures. The attack effect is like a heavenly punishment, with a long range and amazing mass-killing power. Spirit shield consumes telekinesis to create a shield all over the body, greatly improving defense and providing superior survivability. Illusion creates false phantoms that move around at will. The stronger they are, the greater their number will be. They are used to confuse opponents and can create a variety of flexible tactics. After repeated consideration, Cheng Bai decided to master the secret art of spiritual shield. Invisibility is just an escape, only spiritual shield can withstand the pressure. When facing a powerful enemy of life and death, often only by surviving can you win. The cost of defense in battle is often higher than that of attack. The spirit shield solves this problem well. It does not consume one's own skills, but uses spiritual consciousness to resist attacks, making good use of sources of power other than true energy, greatly improving the ability to save lives. After a few attempts, Cheng Bai was able to use the spiritual shield with ease. The specific effect still required practice, so he hurriedly left the depressing Yaoguang temple and rode Cheng Bai towards the east. The temple altar returned to tranquility, yet it was not peaceful. The body of the white jade flag master in front of the altar staggered to his feet, and the corpses of many believers began to stir. Now the undead can move freely during the day. Cheng Bai came to the Qiongqi river and met the familiar old black turtle, who transported them across the river for the last time. Before leaving, the old black tortoise said, "Little friend Cheng Bai, Zanbo is leaving. The discipline plateau is becoming increasingly unstable, and there is no peace at night. Many monsters are also migrating far to the north." Cheng Bai said goodbye to it. With his current strength, he no longer needed the old black turtle's help in transporting him. He could cross the river in one step. He just wanted to experience the friendship they once had. He collected the whistle fruits he encountered on the way and came to the Hunters Guild in Qiongqi City at night, where Cheng Bai learned new information. Monster crystal cores can indeed be sold to customers outside the guild, and some rare crystal cores may have a better price, but when the Hunter Guild purchases the crystal cores, it also calculates the hunter's points and benefits. The higher the hunter's status and privileges, the higher they are. In most cases, the best channel is still to give the crystal cores to the guild for recycling, which is the fastest and safest. End customer transactions are not something hunters should consider, and the guild must make a profit in order to survive. Besides the stone corridor, is there another rocky bend through the strange rock mountain? Cheng Bai was thinking about the future clues obtained from Tongling Neo. Yes, the monsters in the rock bend are much stronger and more difficult to deal with than those in the stone corridor. The journey is also long, so few people are willing to go there. In history, incomplete ancient relics have been discovered, but they are probably gone now. The governor informed the exact location. Cheng Bai was secretly delighted and handed the monster crystal core to the guild counter for purchase. The cashier in charge of purchasing gave the price of this batch of crystal cores, 4608 taels of gold. The hunters around held their breath, looked at each other with burning eyes, and were busy whispering to each other. When they rushed out to try to become his apprentice, Cheng Bai had already drifted away. At night, Cheng Bai stayed at the inn in Qiongqi City. During the day, he came to Qiongqi Temple to inquire about Yunwan's whereabouts. When he learned that the temple master was out traveling, Cheng Bai felt a little lost for some reason. Riding Xiao Bai, he went back and forth as fast as the wind, passed through the Ghost Face Basin to collect some Cha Nu fruits, entered the strange rock mountain, and found the rock bend. This road passes halfway up the mountain and is obviously much more rugged and winding for nearly 100 miles. It also leads to the one-eyed jungle, but it is much farther than the stone corridor, and the monsters that appear are also obviously stronger. The green stone men that Cheng Bai once regarded as powerful enemies often appeared, mixed with some jade stone men whose bodies were as white as jade. Cheng Bai easily chopped down several of them and took away the crystal cores. For the hunters who are becoming more and more experienced now, it is a trivial matter to finish it with a single strike. The strongest and smoothest part of the green stone man is suspected to be jadeite, and the jade man is suspected to be mutton fat jade. It is not difficult to take it out, and it is another harvest. Cheng Bai looked up at the sky, looking carefree all the way, muttering, "If monsters were so easy to kill and money was so easy to make, I would be free and easy. It's a pity that I can't eat them." Xiao Bai sniffed again and again, raised his head and howled. Cheng Bai looked up at the place that attracted it. There was a cliff between the clouds above the rocky bend, which could be seen as a foothold. If one's eyesight was not good enough, one would not notice it. Even if he came here to look for it, he would have missed it easily without Xiao Bai's reminder. There is something up there. Cheng Bai was secretly happy, as the clue obtained by Tongling Mio came true. With Cheng Bai's strength, he could go up and down the cliffs freely. But if he left Xiao Bai at the rock bend and encountered a few green stone men, he would still have a hard time dealing with them. So he simply picked up Xiao Bai and used his hands and feet to climb up. Cheng Bai estimated that his giant white wolf weighed about 700 kilograms. Xiao Bai has gained a lot of weight recently. He is also growing taller after eating so much. There is a cave more than 100 meters above the bend cliff. The entrance of the cave is a narrow platform that only allows a few people to stand. Cheng Bai put Xiao Bai down at the entrance of the cave and looked up at the peak. If you fall off a cliff from the top of a mountain and successfully fall onto a platform without bouncing up and rolling down, the probability of that happening is less than 1 in 10,000. He stretched out his hand, flicked his fingers, and flames emerged with a crackling sound, illuminating the cave. Now that he had mastered the secret art of thunder and fire, he could use it as a free fire starter when he had nothing to do. The cave is dry, with a unique smell of rocks, mysterious and quiet. The cave is not empty, but has all the furniture and lighting for daily life, which clearly shows that people once lived there. Unfortunately, everything is old and worn out, with only a large black stone bed in the middle that has not left any traces of erosion by time. Cheng Bai looked at the stone bed in the firelight. It was crystal clear and smooth, and particularly extraordinary. He walked forward to brush off the dust, lowered his head to take a closer look, and secretly rejoiced in his heart. It is made of Junwu rock. Junwu rock is a very rare gemstone that has the effect of nourishing essence and qi, and large pieces are even more rare. It is very beneficial for warriors to sit cross-legged on it and practice internal energy. There are many characters and patterns engraved on the bed, and many human-shaped movements are smooth and flowing, and the smashing and killing are mysterious and infinite, which is indeed a superior martial arts. Translated by Tongyan's secret art, it is called the 6 Paths of Bliss Fist, with a total of 9,981 moves, which is profound, majestic, and invincible. Cheng Bai was focused and understood it carefully. The pictures and texts were so well matched that he understood it at a glance. This set of martial arts emphasizes the coordination of the whole body and the development of potential, such as left and right fighting, traction and explosion, multiple forces, positive and negative complementation, etc. It is unpredictable and echoes the 6 Paths Supreme skill, and seems to have some connection with it. Try practicing the boxing technique several times. When practicing it, your mind and hands will be in harmony, and you will get twice the result with half the effort. You will feel that your true energy flows naturally without obstruction, and your whole body is full of energy and spirit. The true energy between your palms and fingers is condensed into a force, and your strength can be freely controlled and released. Gradually you will get into the best state, and your whole body will feel as if your muscles and marrow have been cleansed, and you will feel comfortable and enjoyable as if you are floating in the air. In daily bloody battles with monsters, Cheng Bai's martial arts were mainly practical killing. The 6 paths of supremacy he had accumulated was extremely powerful, but he had too little guidance from a master and could only use less than 50% of his strength. Now that he had learned the 6 paths of bliss, his whole body's potential was like his arms, and every move he made had the power of overwhelming mountains and seas, overwhelming and invincible. Cheng Bai's practice went more and more smoothly, so he simply stayed in the cave to practice martial arts. My strength has improved rapidly recently, and my realm has risen too fast. Now that I have some free time, I can absorb everything I have learned, digest and consolidate it, which will be of great benefit to me in the future. The treasure bag contains enough meat, spiritual fruits, and wine to sustain for 10 days. In addition to the Junwu stone bed, there is also a large black gold ingot left in the cave, and the other ancient relics are of mediocre value. There were books in the desk cabinet, but unfortunately they had already turned to ashes, leaving only a few jade slips with inscriptions. It was learned that the owner of this place was originally named Shiqi, the first master of the Yuhang Holy Temple, who had lived in seclusion here in ancient times and had long since passed away. The front half of the cave is arranged as a living room, while the back half retains the original cave passage. Going down the path, the exit at the end is very hidden, and further down is a dark and bottomless crater. It turns out that strange rock mountain is a very special dormant volcano. It is rich in geological elements, forming many metal and gem minerals around it. It has not erupted for who knows how long. The structure around the cave is special. It is actually a side volcanic cone formed by a volcanic branch. Someone, with amazing power, inserted stone pillars on the inner wall of the crater every 10 meters, circling down from the top of the mountain, allowing future warriors to step and jump on those thick stone pillars, go down the stairs and merge into the main crater, leading to the bottom of the volcano and directly to the secret realm of the fire lake, easily and conveniently. Cheng Bai explored along the footsteps of his predecessors. Bright red flames appeared in the deep darkness. After going down more than 1,000 meters, the temperature became higher and higher. The last time I entered the fire lake secret realm, I only wandered around the outer shore and couldn't withstand the heat wave for long. This entrance is facing the center of the fire lake. The fire spirit is rich and the lake is even hot enough to melt gold and iron, which is beyond the reach of ordinary people. There are many lava stone men and ruby men in the fire lake. Cheng Bai's strength is growing, and the threat he poses is getting smaller and smaller. Just when he was about to go deeper into the secret realm, a majestic column of fire gushed out from the depths of the magma lake. The lava boiled, the temperature soared several times, and the scorching heat wave hit him in the face, forcing Cheng Bai to retreat to the outskirts of the crater. From afar, a tall, blurry human-shaped flame slowly emerged from the lake and then slowly sank. Chapter 29 Overt and Covert Fighting. There are stronger guys in the depths of the fire lake. Cheng Bai was secretly surprised and felt that he was not strong enough, so he did not continue to explore the secret realm of the fire lake. After understanding the ins and outs, he returned to the cave and practiced martial arts. The 6 paths of bliss fist greatly broadened Cheng Bai's horizons and paths. He often pondered over the subtle connections between sword techniques, fist techniques, and martial arts, and tried to integrate them, complement each other's strengths and weaknesses, and gradually became able to use them with ease. Perhaps the opportunity for the 5th sword lies here, but there is no ideal result yet. Instead, the biggest help is the practice of the 6 paths supreme art, which is progressing rapidly. Time flies, and the food in stock is almost gone after practicing. Cheng Bai takes away the Junwu stone bed and black gold ingot, takes Xiao Bai out of the cave and heads for Yuhang City. Around noon, we passed through the one-eyed jungle and arrived at the shore of Shila Lake. This is the largest freshwater lake in the forest, which nurtures many wild animals and plants around it. The lake is rich in large fish called loon fish. Eating the meat of loon fish can make people strong and energetic. Cheng Bai took a bath here, caught 2 big fish, lit a bonfire and grilled them. The aroma was overwhelming. A guest came from afar. 8 women in gorgeous dresses came from the south, carrying a large emerald sedan chair that could accommodate several people. It was huge and looked very grand. They swayed and stopped by the lake. The curtain of the sedan chair was opened, and a pair of chubby feet stretched out. 2 women nearby served attentively, gently putting on his shoes, and helped out a fat and wealthy man with delicate hands and feet, a blessed face, a complexion as white as jade, and skin as white as cream. The rich man stood up slowly, and 2 women came up to support him, as if he was weak and needed care and consideration in every way. The women surrounded the wealthy man and walked in front of Cheng Bai with a swagger. A woman announced, "The Jade Banner Master has arrived." Another woman brought an extra-large and elegant reclining chair like a magic trick and asked the Jade Banner Master to sit down. Another woman squatted down and gently massaged his legs. Cheng Bai didn't know what the other party was doing here, so he picked up the grilled fish and was about to put it into his mouth. The leader of the Jade Banner shouted, "Wait a minute." Cheng Bai stared at him suspiciously. The leader of the Jade Banner said, "How can we treat guests properly if we can't share delicious food? I didn't invite you here. Besides, there are still a lot of fish in the lake. You can eat as much as you want." After Cheng Bai finished speaking, he, Xiao Bai and the wolf each took a fish and started to enjoy it. The fish was plump, with little bones and lots of meat, and they ate it with gusto. The Jade Banner master widened his eyes and asked in astonishment, "Don't you know who I am?" Cheng Bai said as he ate, "Who are you?" The leader of the Qingyu Banner was annoyed and waved his hand. A woman stepped forward and said in a clear voice, word by word, "I am the Jade Flag Master, ranked third among the 5-colored flag masters of the Disaster Legion. I am a master of divine foresight, unparalleled martial arts, and will live forever with wealth and fortune for thousands of years." Cheng Bai swallowed the remaining fish meat in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, chewing while listening. When the woman finished speaking, he swallowed the fish meat and threw away the bare fish bones. Then he said to the woman, "Are you the leader of the Qingyu Banner? You look young and beautiful, but your title is so long." The woman tried hard not to laugh and said seriously, "It's not me, it's him." The Jade Banner master's face turned pale and blue, and he said angrily, "Young people nowadays are really rude." A resounding laugh came from the north. "Qingyu, you are a virtuous person, why do you have to embarrass the younger generation?" When the man opened his mouth, his voice was still several miles away, but when he finished speaking, it had already reached the front, almost at the same speed as the sound, bringing with it a fishy wind. Cheng Bai's expression changed slightly. The man was wearing a long white robe, carrying a sword on his back, his belt fluttering without wind. He looked like a pine tree, with an extraordinary demeanor, and a Taoist spirit that was unconventional, 3 times more noble than Xingju. The huge monster he was riding was a 9-tailed scorpion lion that had given Cheng Bai a lingering fear not long ago, and was able to lead a lion tide. The leader of the Jade Banner was very dissatisfied. "Gai Xuan, you are late." Gai Xuan said disdainfully, "The leader of the Qingyu Banner has always been famous for being late, and this young master is just being modest." The leader of the Jade Banner said helplessly, "It has been delayed until afternoon. Let's talk about it after dinner." He turned to Cheng Bai and said, "Go catch some big fish and grill them right in front of me. I'll pay for the expenses and you name your price." Cheng Bai immediately said, 100 taels of gold for catching one, and another 100 taels for grilling one. "Okay, I'll go." The Jade Banner master was stunned when he heard this. "It's so expensive, are you robbing in broad daylight?" Cheng Bai said confidently, "You let me name the price yourself. You are of high status, so my labor fee is high, which is reasonable." Gai Xuan sneered and said, "Qingyu, how can I take back what I have said? Besides, today's battle is a life and death struggle, so why bother with money? If you agree on the price, I'll take part." The 2 strong men agreed to fight here early this morning, but each of them delayed the time and made the opponent impatient, so they only arrived now. Cheng Bai stretched out his hand and said, "Collect the money first." The leader of the Jade Banner took out 2 large gold ingots and handed them to the nearest woman. "It's my treat, give it to him." The woman stepped forward and handed the gold ingot to Cheng Bai. Cheng Bai weighed them in each hand, finding them pure in color and large in quantity, so he put them in his treasure bag, walked to the edge of Sheila Lake, bent over and scooped them up. With quick eyes and hands, he caught a huge carp and threw it ashore. He reached out again and caught another one. Gai Xuan nodded secretly and praised, "Excellent technique, fast and accurate. It is rare to see such a skilled player among the younger generation. My disciple, who is the most conceited, has not yet reached this level." Cheng Bai returned to the campfire, took out various types of knives purchased from Yuheng City, and skillfully cut open the fish's back, removed the internal organs, and sprinkled seasonings on it, especially the sweet sauce made from forget-me-not, nectarine, and Bacchus gourd wine, which was very valuable. In fact, Cheng Bai's quotation was not a scam. The first fish was grilled quickly to perfection and the aroma filled the air. The leader of the Jade Banner applauded and praised, "Great, wonderful. I have eaten countless famous dishes, but I have never seen a chef with such superb knife skills. It is really delicious, I must eat it to my heart's content." He asked the woman nearest to him to take the fish. He sniffed it again and again, took a bite, and found it crisp and tender. He couldn't help but say with joy, "Great. 200 taels of gold for a fish, it's worth it. All the fish I ate before were like chewing vinegar. I can't bear to look back." He ate the fish as fast as the wind and in a blink of an eye he had eaten up the whole fish, leaving only the skeleton. He was still not satisfied and licked it again and again before letting the woman nearest to him take it and throw it away. The second fish was also grilled, and the woman came forward to help deliver it to Gai Xuan. Gai Xuan said hurriedly, "I can do it myself." He took a step forward, picked up the big fish and looked at it carefully, then said with a smile, "This young master is known as the true sword king, and has been invincible in the Qiongqi continent for 100 years. My beloved Mount Zhoujia has made the greatest contribution, so this fish will be given to it as a reward." He threw it to the nine-tailed scorpion lion. The scorpion lion king opened his bloody mouth and swallowed it, including the bones. He ate it so well that he shook his head and tail, looking very satisfied. "If you don't dare to eat, just say it directly. Why bother pretending?" Upon seeing this, the leader of the green jade banner snorted coldly, lit the incense, asked the female servant to set it up, then crossed his legs, looking leisurely and contented. "It doesn't matter if it's white or not. The money has been collected, so you can give it to whoever they want." Gai Xuan said in a clear voice, "The master of the Jade Banner is famous for his secret poisoning skills. How dare you underestimate him? I will treat you for the second fish." He also took out 2 gold ingots and asked the woman to pass them to Cheng Bai. Cheng Bai took the reward and without further ado, he picked up 2 more fish and grilled them in the same way, one after another. The aroma was fragrant. The Jade Banner master took the big fish from the woman and ate it clean, discarding the fish bones. He burped and laughed, "Thank you, Brother Guy, for your hospitality." Cheng Bai secretly admired him. The loon fish was quite large. Half of it would be enough for an average adult man to feel full. The master of the Qingyu Banner had a big appetite. Gai Xuan still went forward to take the fish, looked at it again and again, tasted it, and praised it loudly, "It is really delicious. Before I knew it, all the fish was gone, only the bones were left." The leader of the Jade Banner said with a smile, "We have already had lunch. Do we still need to fight in the afternoon?" Gai Xuan drew out the sword on his back, which was 3 feet and 3 inches long, and his body was looming. He shouted, "Qingyu, why do you dare to challenge me, the #1 swordsman on the continent?" The master of the Jade Banner said nonchalantly, "The best sword on the continent is the Tianwang sword, and the second is the Hunying sword. Your Jingluan sword is made of Feiying steel and has just been inlaid with a dark shadow Sparrow King crystal core. It barely ranks 5th among the famous swords. Feiying steel is also a rare material. It is made from black iron. The finished product is translucent, heavy, precious and rare, but it cannot be compared with treasures such as the Tianwang sword." Gai Xuan said proudly, "The first one refers to my swordsmanship. Apart from the master of Yaoguang Palace who can compete with me in swordsmanship, who else can be the most famous swordsman in the world? Qingyu, you ask even though you already know the answer." Cheng Bai thought of Chahi from the Crooked Neck Plain, and thought to himself, "The best swordsman I've seen so far is really not that good, I wonder if this one is any different." The leader of the Jade Banner said leisurely, "You may not be the best in the world. You will know if you can be called the best only if you beat me. Gai Xuan, you have been attacked by 3 poisons. Do you still have a chance?" Gai Xuan was secretly shocked when he heard this, but he forced a smile and said, "You poisoned the fish just now. How did you do it? Did you bribe this junior?" Cheng Bai hurriedly said, "It's none of my business." The Jade Banner master shook his head and laughed, "The secret art of poison transmission is amazing. The first time the poison was transmitted to the gold, then to the hands of the younger generation, then to the second fish, and finally to your hands. The second time the poison was transmitted to the incense, then to your mouth and nose. The third time the poison was transmitted from the fish bone to the hand of the maid, then to the gold ingot, then to the hands of the younger generation, then to the 4th fish, and was eaten by you. Others were not affected, and only you were poisoned. The 3 poisons occurred simultaneously, and you died an untimely death." Gai Xuan's face changed drastically. He hurriedly used his internal energy to resist the poison, took several steps back, and trickles of black blood flowed out of his ears and nose. The Jade Flag Master blinked and said lazily while sitting, "Today's battle has already been decided. Even if you have the evil repelling sword body, your power is only 20% to 30% left at most. You will fall down when your power dissipates." Cheng Bai was dissatisfied. "You dare to use me, you can't let it go so easily." He said loudly, "Master Qingyu Banner, you have also been poisoned by me, and it is about to break out now." The Jade Banner Master thought he had misheard and asked in confusion, "Young man, are you so bold as to scare the most powerful poison master on the continent? How could I not know that there is poison?" Just as he finished speaking, his head shook again, and he leaned to the side and collapsed on the recliner, snoring loudly. He was actually drunk. The sweet sauce used for cooking white fish contains a certain amount of wine from the wine god gourd. Even a strong person will get drunk after eating it. One fish is about 2 sips of wine. Originally, it was to show off the craftsmanship with enough ingredients based on the money given, not to cheat people. If you eat 1 fish, you may not get drunk if you have a better alcohol tolerance, but if you eat 2 fish, even Cheng Bai himself may get drunk. The master of the Qingyu banner collapsed only now, and Cheng Bai was quite impressed. Seeing the situation change, Gai Xuan quickly used most of his strength to suppress the poison, then charged forward with his sword. The 8 women were the envoys from all directions under the Jade Banner Master. Seeing this, they immediately rose up to fight. Their martial arts were not weak, and their coordination was exquisite. They were definitely not ordinary warriors. But Gai Xuan was not called the best swordsman on the continent for nothing. He also had the help of the 9-tailed scorpion lion. A sword slash or a scorpion tail piercing the heart would kill a woman. After knocking down the 8 women and extinguishing the incense, Gai Xuan's face turned pale and black blood began to flow from his ears and nose again. He approached the leader of the green jade flag and was about to stab him with a sword. Cheng Bai hurriedly said, "Senior, he is drunk, arrest him and ask for the antidote." Gai Xuan regained consciousness, swung his sword, and cut off the tendons of the hands and feet of the leader of the Qingyu banner. Cheng Bai thought to himself, he's a ruthless man. I've offended more and more people in the Disaster Legion, so I might as well beat him to death. When the leader of the Jade Flag woke up, his hands and feet were spread out and nailed to the ground by 4 swords, lying flat on his back in the shape of a big character. He panicked and said, "Master Gai, please show mercy, we can talk it over." Gai Xuan sealed several acupuncture points on his body to prevent the poison from spreading. With only 20% of his power left, he became impatient and shouted, "Hand over the antidote." The Jade Banner Master patiently said, "The antidote is not easy to come by. It requires the cooperation of my 2 martial arts, Jade Shocking Hand and Xuan Palm Clap. I am the only one in the world who can make the antidote." Gai Xuan said angrily, "Does that mean I have to support you and ask you to make medicine for me?" With a fierce blow of the sword, the sharp sword cut off almost half of the right arm of the leader of the green jade flag. Then Gai Xuan felt dizzy and lost strength, and was unable to cut off his right hand. Unexpectedly, the slow sharpening of the blunt knife made the leader of the Qingyu banner complain bitterly. He hurriedly said, "Brother Gai, don't get excited. Everything is easy to deal with. The antidote requires going to the Watch Forest to find the Qinglang grass. We will slowly make plans." After hearing this, Cheng Bai asked, "Can the Qinglang grass remove your poison?" The leader of the Qingyu banner nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, the fat on his face trembling constantly. Qinglang grass is also known as lucky grass. It has 5 leaves. Only 1 leaf is needed to make a pill to detoxify. Cheng Bai took out the Qinglang grass from his treasure bag. "I have it here." The leader of the Qingyu banner was dumbfounded. Gai Xuan was overjoyed and asked, "May I ask who your disciple is, little brother?" Cheng Bai replied, "The Lord of Yuhang Stone Palace." Gai Xuan thought to himself, Shi Ziyu's disciples are so advanced in cultivation, they are undoubtedly his personal disciples and candidates for the future Hall Master. They are worth making friends with, so why not be generous? He took out 3 large ingots of gold from his treasure bag and said in a loud voice, "I'll buy them for 600 taels. Can you part with them, little brother?" Cheng Bai took it and accepted it, but only gave him a leaf, 600 taels for 1 leaf. Gai Xuan didn't bother to argue with him. He stuffed the Qinglang grass leaves into his mouth, chewed them slowly and swallowed them. After a while, he felt the toxicity in his body was reduced and his strength was gradually restored. He was very happy. The leader of the Jade Banner blinked his eyes, wanting to cry but unable to, and murmured, "I need my Jade Shock Hand and Xuan Palm Clap to cooperate in the practice." Gai Xuan simply grabbed a ball of dirt from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth, then turned to Cheng Bai and said, "I'll give you another 600 taels, collect a piece of Qinglang grass leaf, go to Yuhang City to find Yaozong to make an elixir, and I'm going to take this guy to Janya." Chapter 30 The conference is coming. Cheng Bai had gained a lot and smiled, "Hero Gai, everything goes smoothly." Gai Xuan tied up the Jade Flag Master tightly and stuffed him into a cloth bag, then threw him on the 9-tailed scorpion lion and took him away. Before leaving, he said, "Thank you for your help, little brother. If I have the opportunity to meet the Stone Palace Master in the future, I will definitely repay you." Cheng Bai also packed up his things and rode Xiaobai towards Yuhang City. After arriving in the city, I found the Yaozong store and commissioned it to refine 3 Qinglang pills that can cure all poisons, some water-avoiding pills that allow people to breathe in water, and some fire-proof pills that are resistant to high temperatures. The price of the work was not cheap. Insufficient medicinal materials can also be replenished in Yaozong. The surface of the finished pills is sealed with a wax shell. When using, crush the shell and swallow it. It is very convenient to store and use for a long time. This is a detail that has been overlooked in the past. Most precious medicinal roots on the mainland are not swallowed directly, but are refined into elixirs before they are considered treasures. Cheng Bai swallowed a lot of them as delicacies, including the petrified snake marrow that could be used to refine stone marrow pills, to increase his strength and enjoy himself. In the eyes of the people of Qiongqi continent, this move was a waste. But for Cheng Bai's Taoist body talent, it was a good thing for him, and the improvement was no less than a panacea. Yaozong store buys all kinds of medicinal materials. Cheng Bai inquires about the matter and finds out that Wenauhua offers the highest price. The store steward said, "This kind of medicinal material is scarce, and I am willing to pay double the price for it." After getting the batch of ghost brain flowers from the Howling Ruins, Cheng Bai and Xiao Bai enjoyed them almost every meal. They hadn't finished them for more than half a month. Although they were delicious, they got tired of them. So they sold all the remaining ghost brain flowers to Yaozong and made a lot of money. Don't underestimate currency. Gold has a very strong purchasing power and can buy almost everything. Gold is also an indispensable and important material for monks. In contrast, silver and copper coins are regarded as secular money and have much less purchasing power. Cheng Bai originally wanted to buy some gifts, or offer some elixirs, but after thinking for a while, he packed a red envelope of 1,000 taels of gold, and came to the Yuheng temple to meet his senior brother Zheng Si and his nominal master Shiziyu. There are a lot more people in the Yuheng temple. When the black dragon attacked before, Shiziyu transferred many disciples away, but now almost all of them have returned. Zheng Si accepted the red envelope, praised Cheng Bai highly, and personally took him to the Shangxin pavilion where they met that night. The lotus flowers in the garden swayed in the wind, and the faint fragrance of flowers was pleasing to the eye. Shiziyu was talking to a tall, majestic, heroic and extraordinary stranger. Shiziyu warned, "Li Peng, master has repeatedly stopped you from showing up, not because he wants to cover up your brilliance. If a genius cannot grow to a certain level, it is most likely to attract the jealousy of others and die for no reason. Remember this." The tall young man bowed his head and said, "I will keep the master's teachings in mind." This time, thanks to Palace Master Yun and several fellow disciples who devised a plan to escape and risk their lives to protect me, Li Peng was able to survive. I am grateful to them. Shiziyu nodded slightly and said, "The elders, protection will eventually come to an end. You have inherited half of my skills, and you have already mastered the 6 paths of supreme skill. You are rarely rivaled by your peers. It's time to create your own world." The tall young man nodded in agreement. Shiziyu turned to look at Cheng Bai who came in, and said loudly, "Your junior brother Cheng Bai is here, young people should chat more often." The tall young man stood up to greet him. "Junior brother Cheng Bai, I am Li Peng, your humble brother, and I am here to greet you." Cheng Bai met the two men, performed the disciple ceremony to Shiziyu, and sat down to talk in detail. Shiziyu introduced, "Your senior brother is extremely talented, with a Beast King combat body that is rarely seen in 1,000 years. He has made impressive achievements in battles and is well known. He is indeed eye-catching." Li Peng couldn't hide his pride and invited him. The Qiongqi City Hunter Guild and the Academy are organizing a martial arts hunting competition. Junior brother Cheng Bai must come and participate. We two brothers will surely shine. Cheng Bai asked, "What hunting competition?" Shiziyu elaborated, "The martial arts hunting conference is a grand event for hunters on the continent to test their strength. It happens once every 60 years. I participated in it many years ago. The rewards are generous and it is the easiest way to stand out. Many hunters rush to level up as quickly as possible before the conference to meet the basic requirements." Li Peng added, "The preliminary round will be held on the Sky Island, the rematch will be held on the Giant Beast Island, and the final battle will be held at the Shungjian Tower. The one who meets the best requirements will be the continent's #1 Hunter King. Master once won a great victory, the best among his contemporaries." Shiziyu shook his head and said, "That was 360 years ago when I was at my peak. I only climbed to the 3rd floor of the Shungjian Pagoda. After that, I retired and was no longer a hunter. I stayed in the temple to grow flowers and plants and enjoy my old age." He Liepeng was very interested and continued, the Hunter King 300 years ago is the current Tianshu Palace Master, the Hunter King 240 years ago was the former Kaiyang Palace Master, the one 180 years ago was the current Qi Sect Master, and the one 120 years ago was the continent's #1 swordsman Gai Xuan. They are all heroes. Cheng Bai was slightly surprised, not knowing why he had missed the previous term, so he asked, who was the last Hunter King? He Liepeng sighed and said, he was the leader of the White Jade Banner of the Five Elements Banner of the Disaster Legion. Unfortunately, he later fell into the Devil's Way and is said to have only reached the 3rd floor of the tower. The older generation who won can challenge the secret realm on their own. According to the rules of the guild, they can no longer participate in the martial arts hunting competition and steal the limelight from the next generation. Cheng Bai smiled and said, such a grand event, I must attend it. Shi Ziyu stroked his beard and said, the older generation has secretly trained many elite disciples who will show their talents at the hunting competition. Recently, 4 quasi-kings have emerged and are regarded as the pillars of the younger generation who will compete for the title of Hunter King. Your senior brother, he is one of them, known as the Fierce Fist King, and he believes he has a sure win. He Liepeng smiled and said, how dare I? There are so many geniuses here, and I am just trying my best. The Light Blade King is the Yun Palace Master. She has always been low-key, just to get the level to enter the secret realm. The Absolute Sword King is the disciple of Senior Gai Xuan. It's a pity that I have never seen the Thunder Blade King. It is said that he slaughtered the Crooked Neck army alone and killed the Thunder and Lightning envoys with one move. He is famous in the Western Wilderness. All the masters are amazing. Cheng Bai was about to say that the Thunder Blade King was himself, but after thinking about it, he swallowed his words. Shi Ziyu took a sip of tea and said, as far as I know, the most powerful people in this conference are not these 4, but the descendants of Medicine Sect and Tianshu Holy Temple. If they become opponents at the conference, don't be discouraged if you lose, and don't get carried away if you win. There are many opportunities in the secret realm. If you get enough treasures, it is not impossible to surpass them. They both said yes. Shi Ziyu added, I have studied the secrets of the ancient battlefield for many years. After I finish my work here, I will also explore it. Maybe I can gain something, and then I will retreat for a while. Do not disturb me. If you have any questions about cultivation now, I will answer them one by one. Cheng Bai had a lot of questions to ask, so he said, I once passed by the Faceless Rift Valley in the Watch Forest and saw humanoid monsters to the south. Are those also demon beasts? He Liepeng was surprised. Brother, have you been there? It's quite dangerous near the Watch Forest. Shi Ziyu asked in detail about what he saw and said frankly, that's the Faceless race. They can be considered monsters, but their social organization is far more complete than that of ordinary monsters. Judging from their strength, they are at least a general, and maybe a rare commander. Faceless man. Cheng Bai and He Liepeng were both quite surprised. Shi Ziyu said, the Faceless men are very powerful and numerous. They occupy the territory to the south of the Faceless Rift Valley. They are unique among the monsters. Even the king of monsters on the continent, Qiongqi, may not dare to provoke them. For safety reasons, the Hunter Guild does not recommend hunters to go there. For many years, they have kept to themselves. Cheng Bai asked curiously, has anyone been there? The Hunter King 420 years ago, the former Tianshu Palace Master Zhou Zibang went there in his later years, and there has been no news since then. People in the world say that less trouble is worse than more. The Lord of Yuheng Palace said this, and the 2 young men remained silent. Cheng Bai changed the subject and asked, what was the name of the first master of the Yuheng Holy Temple, Shi Qi? Shi Ziyu nodded and said, Palace Master Shi Qi is my ancestor. He was a man of great merit. He was not only the first-generation Lord of Yuheng Palace and the first Hunter King, but also the most powerful master of the Qiongqi continent with invincible divine fists. He Liepeng smiled and said, everyone knows about this. Cheng Bai asked again, excuse me, master, what kind of martial arts is the 6 Paths of Bliss Fist? Shi Ziyu said without hesitation, it is the basic martial arts of our sect. If the 6 Paths of Supermenace is not obtained through the transmission of skills, one must start from the 6 Paths of Bliss Fist, and practice from the fetal breathing realm to the perfect embrace of the origin realm. After laying a solid foundation and entering the Yi Shen realm, one can practice the domineering and unparalleled 6 Paths of Supermenace. But since some era, Hall Masters have mostly been selected through the transmission of secret skills and directly practiced the 6 Paths of Supermenace. Therefore, the 6 Paths of Bliss Fist has gradually been forgotten by the world. It turns out that the 6 paths of supreme art is extremely difficult to practice. If one does not have a sufficient foundation, practicing it recklessly may damage one's internal organs, shorten one's lifespan, or even lead to death. Since the Yuheng Holy Temple has the secret technique of passing on skills, relying on the guidance of the 6 paths of supreme art, there is no such problem, but the basic martial arts are gradually abandoned. Cheng Bai was surprised and asked, "Master, didn't you practice the 6 paths of bliss fist?" Shi Ziyu said awkwardly, "The 6 paths of supreme power has infinite power and 9 functions. As a teacher, I have not even achieved the second transformation, so how can I have the mood to study basic martial arts? Besides, there are other boxing traditions, and the 6 paths of bliss fist is still incomplete." He Lipeng smiled and said, "It's just basic boxing. Junior brother, don't worry about it. The superior martial arts of the Yuheng Temple also include the 100 battles Yansheng fist and the falling leaf palm, which are all mysterious and unpredictable." Cheng Bai thought about it carefully and felt that something was wrong. If it was an ordinary basic martial art, why would Shi Qi have carved it so carefully on the Junwu stone bed? Why didn't he carve the 6 paths of supreme kung fu, or some other holy fist? This matter was difficult to speculate, so Cheng Bai didn't bring it up again. He continued to discuss the realm of martial arts, said goodbye after a while, and went back to the inn, closed the door, practiced martial arts and rested. Sitting cross-legged on the Junwu stone bed and practicing the 6 paths of supreme power will achieve twice the result with half the effort, and the progress will be amazing. This ancient relic is precious and rare, and it must not be made public, and it must not be known to others. At night, Cheng Bai was on the top floor of the inn observing the night sky and recording the positions of celestial bodies. He thought, "It would be nice if I had an astronomical telescope and a camera." He thought carefully and used his spiritual eyes to observe, and the effect was much better. The star tracks became clearer, and the night sky was transparent and beautiful, which made him imagine a lot. Looking up at the starry sky, the stunning woman named Ningxiang appeared before his eyes, lingering in his mind. In the blink of an eye, she seemed to have turned into Yunwan's aggressive posture, and suddenly turned into a tall and strong female bear. Cheng Bai screamed in fright and woke up from his reverie. He fled back to the guest room, jumped onto the Junwu stone bed, covered his head with the sheets, and had no dreams all night. After packing up early in the morning, Cheng Bai set out on his journey again. He passed through the haunted forest for hunting and came to the Howling Ruins. Xiao Bai stopped beside the ruins. "What's wrong?" Cheng Bai was secretly surprised. Xiao Bai was extremely alert. If there was no special situation, he would not have stopped moving forward. "It's strange, the air smells so good," Xiao Bai replied. Chapter 31 Super Monster. Cheng Bai sniffed it. His sense of smell was not as sharp as Xiao Bai's. He carefully distinguished the smell of ghost brain flour. Eating so much of it made him and Xiao Bai stronger. It was very familiar to him. He was suspicious. "We picked them all last time. Could they grow again so quickly?" "No, the skull is hidden deep in the ruins of the palace. It is impossible for it to grow outside. After walking around the ruined building for a while, I noticed something unusual. The evil spirits such as Zaishan and Waiki that were occasionally seen outside the ruins were nowhere to be seen." After hesitating for a moment, Cheng Bai decided to go in and take a look. He asked Xiao Bai to wait outside and explore deeper into the ruins according to the route he remembered. Inside the magnificent ruined palace, there was a huge bloody skull covered with broken flesh. It could now capture the Xiaoxun and Waiki that wandered nearby. It could swallow them with just a suck from its mouth, then spit out a paper-thin skin bag that would float to the ground. The number of monsters nearby dropped sharply, and the tempting aroma spread farther and farther, reaching outside the ruins, attracting monsters from farther away to approach. The Lord of the Black Jade Banner, wearing a black robe, stood in front of the skull, followed by a male and a female wind and rain messenger, who watched silently as the skull performed the act of capturing prey. After a long silence, the Black Jade Banner Master said, "Bone King, can you stand up?" The skull growled hoarsely, "It's still a long way to go." "Why are you helping me?" The Black Jade Banner Master hesitated and said, "I just want to help myself." "Your power can help. Give me more flesh and blood, and I will come back." The skull murmured in pain, and an incomplete eyeball struggled to emerge from a huge eye socket, staring at the three people. The leader of the Black Jade Banner did not answer, but turned around and left with the Wind and Rain envoys. The Wind envoy whispered, "Master, it may take many years for it to recover its strength. We can't wait." The Black Jade Banner Master sighed, "There must be an opportunity, and it's coming soon." The three of them strode past, completely unaware of Cheng Bai who was hiding nearby. As they walked away, Cheng Bai became more curious and cautiously approached the palace where the skull was. Seeing the huge changes in the skull, Cheng Bai was shocked. What on earth was the ghost brain flower I ate before? Could it really be its brain? No matter what, ghost brain flower is undoubtedly a good thing. Relying on his invisibility, Cheng Bai looked closely at the skull from a distance in the hall. Suddenly, he found that the skull's eye was staring at him. Wherever he walked, the eye followed him. Cheng Baimao was horrified and whispered, "Can you see me?" The skull roared hoarsely, "Invisibility is a deception, little Dower. We have all practiced for more than 10,000 years, how could we not see through it?" Cheng Bai asked curiously, "What are you?" The skull stared at him with its one eye and said, "I am the son of an ancient god, the essence of the continent, a king born and raised by nature." Cheng Bai still didn't figure out what kind of monster it was. Just as he was doubtful, the skull opened its mouth and sucked. A powerful devouring force enveloped Cheng Bai's position and was about to suck him away. Cheng Bai quickly used his internal energy to resist the opponent's suction. His strength was much stronger than that of the Wei Kai and other monsters. He slowly stepped back and gradually got rid of the suction effect. The skull's attack failed to work, so it stopped swallowing and began to struggle and tremble violently, causing the surrounding area to shake continuously. Two huge hand bones protruded from the ground and extended further upwards. Cheng Bai didn't dare to get close and tried to send a thunder and fire bomb to hit the skull. The fire dissipated with a roar, and the skull was intact, without even a trace of mark left. This meant a huge gap. The opponent in front of him was incredibly powerful and full of hostility. Cheng Bai was unsure and unwilling to fight him forcefully, so he turned around and left quickly. He ran outside, rode Xiaobai for a distance, and looked back at the sky above the howling ruins. There was a giant skull phantom condensing there, looking towards Cheng Bai with its mouth wide open, as if mocking and ridiculing him. He quickly quickened his pace and left the haunted forest. Could the entire howling ruins be a trap set by the skull monster? Ordinary monsters are merely its prey, and there is more than one such super monster. Cheng Bai thought to himself as his mount continued to move forward into the fearless wilderness. I must become stronger as soon as possible. I am still too weak in this strange world. Cheng Bai was not in a hurry to travel, but continued hunting as usual. During his daily training, he would practice the 6 paths of bliss fist several times first. Then he would practice the 6 paths of supremacy, feeling smoother and more comfortable. He then practiced his swordsmanship, pondering the mystery of the future 5th sword. Before arriving at Qiongqi city, Cheng Bai took a detour into Shell Mountain to hunt, replenish the stone marrow of the petrified snake, and collect the crystal cores to upgrade the hunter mark, and spend the night outside the city. I entered the city at daybreak and cleared out all the crystal cores in stock at the Hunters Guild. The points I earned were enough to upgrade to level 22 in exchange for the corresponding hunter mark, which just met the requirements for participating in the martial arts hunting conference. Compared with other cities, Qiongqi City has a very important terrain, with convenient transportation, bustling crowds, a prosperous and magnificent city, wealthy people, and hunters who are all ambitious. A few thousand taels of gold may not seem like a big deal, but the number of high-level hunters is scarce, which inevitably attracts attention. Look, there's a new guy coming up. Every generation has its own talents, maybe he will be a dark horse. The 5th Quasi-King, the Crazy Staff King, appeared in Qiongqi City. She inherited the flying sand staff technique and is a woman. This Congress will surely be star-studded, with more prospective kings than ever before. A high level does not necessarily mean strong strength, but it definitely means strong ability. Hunting monsters is a life-threatening matter, and it is not easy to accumulate a high number of guild points. The hunters looked at Cheng Bai with very different eyes. Looks like I can form my own team. No, it's not the right time yet. Cheng Bai is not in a hurry to recruit soldiers. Just as Shi Ziyu said, if a genius's talent cannot grow to a certain level, he is most likely to die young. It is not necessarily a good thing to attract attention. It is better to develop in a humble way. I came to the Tianquan branch store of Qizong and ordered 2 sets of clothes made from the 3-color moonlight deer fur in stock. As the Buddha relies on gold and people rely on clothes, these clothes are much more beautiful and practical than the gray ones I'm wearing. The store was full of all kinds of goods, and the treasures were much more complete than the previous major armor and weapon stores of Qizong. Not only were there magic weapons and equipment, but there were also a variety of blades and weapons. The Yanling knife used by Fu Ying and the Wutai spear used by Lu Maiating were both available in the store, but they were refined ordinary weapons and were suitable for ordinary warriors. After Kai Zongming showed up, Cheng Bai poured out a total of more than 3,000 kilograms of mountain copper ore from his treasure bag and commissioned him to refine it. Kai Zongming examined the weight and evaluated. Although it is a rich mountain copper ore, the total refining cost is not small, but there is a lot of material, and we can get 20 to 30 kilograms of mountain copper material, which can be used to forge a good weapon. The chief elder of the Qiongqi branch has profound skills in refining weapons, and he is confident that he can refine it into a high-quality treasure. Cheng Bai didn't quite understand the difference in quality. He just felt that the grade mentioned was a bit low. He didn't plan to forge a mountain copper weapon, so he said casually, "Let's make it into ingots first, and we can talk about weapons later. The most urgent thing is to travel light." Cheng Bai took out the 10,000 Jin Feiying stone and asked, "What can this thing produce?" Kai Zongming smiled and said, "Flying shadow stone is rare and expensive. Its value lies in itself. It cannot be used to refine any metal. It is often used as an auxiliary material for refining tools. Such a large piece is unprecedented. It can be used to refine many treasures." Cheng Bai hurriedly asked, "What kind of treasure can be refined?" Kai Zongming said truthfully, "It is a good material for refining treasures. If mixed with black iron, it can be refined into flying shadow steel. If mixed with dark refined gold, it can be refined into shadow transforming black gold. If mixed with some longevity iron, it can be refined into shadowless steel. It has many uses and is a rare treasure." Cheng Bai was secretly delighted and put away the Feiying stone. Kai Zongming memorized the receipt, took the ore and deposit, and said, "Come and pick it up the day after tomorrow. This is my last order at the branch store. I will leave Qiongqi City in 2 days and go to the main hall of Kazong to take up my post." Cheng Bai accepted the receipt and said, "Congratulations on your promotion. I hope you have a bright future." Kai Zongming smiled and said, "Years of hard work are not as good as discovering my talent overnight. It turns out that I am different from others, which is why I was promoted. I am ashamed to say this." Cheng Bai was not in a position to ask more questions, so he encouraged her, "It's always an opportunity, just seize it." After leaving the Qi sect branch, Cheng Bai went to the Yao sect to be commissioned to refine the stone marrow pill. The Yaozong branch store was crowded with people coming and going, business was booming, and the storefront was decorated with lights and colors, as if welcoming some important figure. Watching the spiritual medicine master come out of the pharmacy and deliver the finished pills, Cheng Bai thought to himself, forging tools and refining medicine are both profound studies. If you can learn a little bit, you will definitely benefit a lot. He then secretly asked the thin old man sitting beside him, "Does the medicine sect accept any disciples?" The old man's hair was half black and half white. The pharmacists around him were very respectful to him. Cheng Bai guessed that he was the store steward, who must be highly respected and knowledgeable. Hearing Cheng Bai's question, the old man's eyes sparkled and he smiled. "The medicine sect is strict in accepting disciples. To be a spiritual pharmacist, only those with compatible 5 elements, delicate minds, outstanding spirits, noble morals, and excellent talents can be qualified. To meet the requirements, one must be cautious and consider again and again, and only after the sect master's approval can one be admitted and taught the skills. The procedures for becoming an apprentice are complicated and numerous, including burning incense, chanting scriptures, repenting, swearing an oath to show one's determination to enter the practice, kneeling down to the ancestors of all generations to remember their kindness, kneeling down to the master to use the inheritance method to make the medicine path prosperous. The ceremony can be as short as half a day or as long as a day." Cheng Bai was already confused before he finished listening. He laughed dryly and said, "It's really not easy. It seems to be particularly lively today." The old man was very interested and said a few more words. "Registration for the martial arts hunting competition has begun. The saint son of the sect is rushing back to Qiongqi City. Only he can defeat the Hunter Academy's gate god, the Wild Hammer King." "What is the Holy Sun?" Cheng Bai inquired carefully. The secret art of communication could always help him obtain more information. The old man said softly, "The chief disciples of the major sects are respectfully called Holy Sons. The Hunter Academy also has one, Tai Baohan, who is known as the Wild Hammer King. He guards the door and only allows masters he recognizes to register. He is very domineering." Cheng Bai was surprised and asked, "Does it take the consent of the local boss to sign up?" The old man laughed and said, "That's wrong. The competition has already begun before the conference even begins. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 32 Young King. Of course Cheng Bai also had to sign up and finally came to the Hunter Academy. This is the largest university on the continent, with a lofty status and eye-catching logo. It has the most magnificent building complex in Qiongqi city except for the temple. It is well organized and well equipped, with lecture halls, libraries, martial arts arenas, herb gardens, dormitories, VIP guest houses, and so on. The Hunter Academy was once sponsored by the Hunter Guild, but later gradually became independent and has been teaching in the Qiongqi continent for many years, providing short-term and long-term training for hunters, including martial arts, survival, animal taming and other related skills. Due to limited conditions, most hunters cannot find a master who is willing to support them. The best option is to pay to enter the Hunter Academy to learn something and add talent to the huge professional group. The Hunter Academy is also the only registration point for the Martial Arts Hunting Conference. Now there is a ghostly little giant blocking the door, and anyone who registers must accept his challenge. He has a bald head, a round face, a fierce look, is over 2 meters tall, has muscles as strong as steel and iron, and holds a huge hammer in his hand. At first glance, Cheng Bai can feel the aura of the giant mammoth king. Wild Hammer King Duobao, a hidden talent of the Hunter Academy, a hunter who just reached level 18. That giant kite hammer is made of black iron, weighing 840 kilograms, and is inlaid with a 3-legged poisonous bird crystal core. It is also a treasure that can be counted. Duobao is gifted with extraordinary talent, and his Shira fighting body is rare in 1,000 years. He becomes more and more courageous as he fights, and he defeated several level 22 hunters who came to register for the tournament one after another, winning across levels and slapping them in the face with loud slaps. Listening to the conversation among the onlookers, Cheng Bai asked one of the eloquent young men, what does he want to do? Doesn't he allow others to sign up? The young man had a handsome face, fair skin, and a hint of pride. He smiled and said, it's nothing more than an early competition. Duobao said that even he is no match for him, so don't sign up. Hunters nowadays are picky and choose to get tasks. They are high level but weak in strength. They are not as good as monsters of the same challenge level. It's a waste of time to sign up for the competition. It's better to be a stepping stone for him, Duobao. Cheng Bai suddenly realized, this is a publicity stunt. It's amazing. This is all it takes to become famous for a day. The young man was stunned and said, what hype? Why don't you think in a logical way? Duobao is so upright, he is truly a hero. Cheng Bai responded, brother, I just arrived from another place and don't know much about the local customs. May I ask what your name should be? I am Ruan Torin, nicknamed the King of Chaos. Ruan Torin raised his head and said proudly. Why does it sound like a gigolo? Cheng Bai immediately praised him. I have heard of your name for a long time. Brother Ruan is very wise. Ruan Torin couldn't help but look smug. As they were talking, the crowd of onlookers moved away to both sides, leaving a wide area. A rare giant beast mount came striding over. It had a tiger head and a dragon body, 4 wingless legs, 2 curled tails, and a slender body that reached 30 meters in length. It carried its master here as if no one was around. It's awesome to have a Qiongqi beast as a mount. Many knowledgeable hunters were amazed and the event sparked a lot of discussion. The Qiongqi beast is located at the upper level of the pyramid of monsters in the Qiongqi continent. It is a rare amphibious beast, and is very convenient to use as a mount to travel through mountains and rivers. The young knight sitting high on its back is heroic, wearing a brocade robe, with sharp eyes, and holding a shining spear in his hand, the color of which is like frost and snow, and the cold light is intimidating. Seeing this, Ruan Torin hurriedly said, Dragon Spear King Shenya, the heir of the Overlord spear technique hidden in the Tianshu Holy Temple, is little known to the public. There will be something exciting to watch today. Cheng Bai was surprised and said, you know a lot. Ruan Torin said proudly, the know-it-all is not boasting. The guild master's words are old-fashioned, how can they compare to mine? Follow me in the future, and I guarantee you will be successful in the future. Cheng Bai said with a sad face, I eat a lot, and others can't afford to support me. Ruan Torin said absent-mindedly, isn't it just adding a white wolf? I am the great king of chaos rings. I will soon be famous all over the world and make a fortune every day. What's so difficult about just a few followers and mounts? Here, Dragon Spear King Shenya rode his Qiongqi beast to the gate of Hunter Academy, looked down at Duobao from a high position, and said in a voice as warm as jade, I want to fight. Although the voice was small, everyone around could hear it clearly, showing his profound skills and cultivation. Tai Baohan was tall and strong, but he was far inferior to the Chulong beast. He looked up at it, feeling impatient, and shouted, "Come down and compete with each other." Shenya said calmly, "You can use whatever tricks you want. If you can force me off my mount, I lose and I will turn around and leave. You are shameless. I'll show you how powerful the giant kite hammer is." Tai Baohan was furious when he heard this. The man in front of him was really arrogant. Didn't he see his outstanding record? Watch out, the mountain-suppressing hammer technique can shake the mountains. Tai Baohan jumped up suddenly, swung the huge black iron hammer and smashed it on Shenya's head. The hammer head was like a peeled watermelon, with 8 edges. Tai Baohan had amazing arm strength, and he swung it open and closed freely, like a giant bird flying in the face, and could easily bring about a strong wind. The Chulong beast's mount is huge and there are so many people around it, how can it hide away? Shenya didn't need to hide. A huge giant figure with a dragon head and a human body appeared behind him. He swung his spear with double the power. He thrust the spear straight forward and arrived first. The spear was like a silver tornado, combining hardness and softness, and easily pushed away the giant kite hammer. Tai Baohan could not hold back his weapon and it dropped from his hand. The huge black iron hammer, with a force that could shake mountains, smashed the stone slabs on the ground with a loud bang, creating a large pit with a radius of more than 3 meters. The terrifying power frightened the surrounding onlookers, and many of them turned pale and retreated again and again. Tai Baohan was defeated in one move, and was horrified. He fell to the ground in a cold sweat, and bowed and said, "Thank you for your mercy, I lost." Shenya could have seriously injured Tai Baohan on the spot, but he only knocked down his weapon, which was more difficult. His strength was obviously several times higher, and he won too quickly. Ruan Torin was horrified and said, "The Dragon Spear King's domain shows the vision of an ancient overlord. He has reached the state of returning to the root. We are not able to resist him. He is so young, how did he achieve this?" Cheng Bai thought and compared in his heart, "If I take this move, I will injure Tai Baohan faster, but I can't let him lose his weapon without any injury to resolve this move. Shenya's skills are better than mine, and his domain temperament is extraordinary, which will help a lot in forming strange phenomena." Ruan Torin, worthy of being a know-it-all, introduced Shenya's weapons in a low voice. The nether dragon spear is made of dragon steel, a special alloy of luxurious silver and corrupt silver. It is rumored that it needs to be tempered with dragon blood before it can become a weapon. Not long ago, a crystal core of the Queen of the Nether Spider was embedded in it, making it much better than the giant kite hammer. Cheng Bai wondered if he also wanted to get a crystal core embedded in it, as it was a popular trend among warriors and could really enhance his power. Shenya said calmly, "My dark dragon spear is better than your giant kite hammer. The list of weapons in the world will be rearranged. If you are not convinced, we can fight again tomorrow." After saying this, he drove the Chulong beast under his crotch and was about to stride into the gate of the Hunter Academy. Suddenly, a skinny old man with a white beard stopped in front of the Chulong beast and shouted, "You kid, who told you to be so rude and break the stone slab at the entrance of the academy? Do you want to leave without compensation?" The onlookers were all stunned. Cheng Bai whispered, "Someone stood up for Tai Baohan. He was the first to attack, and his weapon broke the stone slab." Ruan Torin whispered, "That's Chu Banian, one of the 3 deans of the Hunter Academy. The old man loves to protect his shortcomings, so he came out to save some face." Needless to say, Tai Baohan must have been instructed by the academy to block the door. Seeing that it was a famous senior, Shenya jumped off his mount and saluted, saying, "Please forgive me, senior. I will bear the cost of the repairs." Chu Banian said angrily, "Until it is repaired, your nether dragon spear must be detained in the academy to see its effect." Shenya didn't seem to care. He handed the nether dragon spear to Chu Banian and paid for the floor repair. Everyone was happy about this little event, and the hunters who came later flocked in and signed up one after another, ready to participate in the martial arts hunting competition. Cheng Bai followed Ruan Torin to the college registration point. He felt quite fresh along the way and had a pleasant conversation with him and gradually became familiar with him. Ruan Torin, the king of Chaos Rings, is the descendant of the Tianshuan Palace Master. He is good at using the wind and fire rings made of 7 pieces of burning iron, and has mastered the true art of falling lives. The college gentleman in charge of registration read out the applicants' information aloud. The hunters around him, both outsiders and inside the college, all looked at him with passionate eyes, and some girls were simply admiring him. Then comes Cheng Bai. Cheng Bai, the descendant of the master of Yuheng Palace, is good at using the gap knife and has created the 3 muffled knife techniques, which is very innovative. When everyone heard the first half of the sentence, they nodded repeatedly, but sneered at the second half. A hunter whispered, he probably didn't learn from his master and just came out to make a living. Level 22, it's not easy to get to this level. A girl sneered, that's right, Master Shi, why is he playing with the sword if he doesn't practice his famous fist properly? Those who spoke more pleasantly said, maybe he is a nominal disciple, but has not yet entered the room, so he has many talents and skills. In fact, it was due to the prejudice of the sect. As the successor of the Hall Master, he must be a direct disciple, but he turned to practice swordsmanship. The saying of successor was a bit empty, and it was inevitable that people would question him and he could not enter the sect. Cheng Bai had sharp ears, and when he heard it he also figured out the problem, which made him feel a little embarrassed. As luck would have it, He Liepeng also arrived riding the Black Mist Demon Leopard King. His huge mount looked very majestic and he greeted the familiar hunters around him. He had many friends and a wide network of contacts. The academy teacher was trying to promote it, and his voice was melodious and rhythmic. The fierce boxing king He Liepeng, the descendant of the Jade Hang Palace Master, is good at the 100 battles Yansheng Fist, has mastered the 6 paths of supreme skill, and has received the true teachings of the Jade Hang Palace. Everyone in the academy was praising the fierce boxing king like a star, as if he were a hero. He Liepeng saw Cheng Bai and waved, "Junior brother, how are you?" A hunter nearby said, "Learn more from your senior brother." Cheng Bai quickly said politely, "Thank you for your guidance." At least the registration was completed successfully. Outside hunters can stay in the VIP hotel, and the hunters in the institute can stay in the accommodation yard, which has a comfortable environment and convenient communication. There is still some time before the martial arts hunting conference begins, so it would be better for newcomers to first understand the details of the rules, accumulate experience, improve their skills, and get to know their friends. The prizes for the conference are rare treasures in the world, such as the Evergreen Pill, the Heaven-Reinforcing Pill, the Iron-Blooded Heart-Protecting Pill, and other miraculous medicines, all of which are rare cultivation resources in the world. Jointly funded by the Hunter Guild, the 3 major sects, and the 7 major temples, it is enough to push the new generation of Hunter King to the top and become the pride of heaven. The rewards for this year's Hunter King victory are exceptionally outstanding. The most eye-catching one is a large piece of longevity iron ore that recently fell in the outer domain. It weighs about 10,000 kilograms and can be used to refine a considerable amount of green gold, which will surely become an unparalleled treasure. Cheng Bai couldn't help but think of the shooting star he saw a month ago. Could it be that one? How lucky. I hope it's not one of those diamond people. Receiving awards from the conference and becoming a recognized talent is the highest honor on the continent. Although there are 2 other awards, Hunter Master and Hunter General, the rewards are much smaller. Since the winner can no longer participate in the 2nd Martial Arts Hunting Conference, resources are precious and rare, and Hunter King is the people's choice and the expectation of the people. The Hunter King of Qiongqi continent is like a high school student in the imperial examinations, with unlimited glory. Cheng Bai suddenly understood what Shi Ziyu meant by the peak moment. After becoming the Hunter Queen, he no longer had such abundant resources to support his further training. He was powerless and could not make any progress. The entry conditions for the 3 secret realms involved in the conference each have their own restrictions. The Sky Island where the preliminary elections were held usually floats like a cloud dozens of miles above the ground. It will land at a specific location after a month, and that is when the conference will begin. The Behemoth Island where the battle resumed was surrounded by large tornado whirlpools, and foreign ships could not approach. After a month and a half, the sea was calm and it was time to enter. The door of the Shungjin Tower, where the decisive battle took place, cannot be found on ordinary days. It will be opened for a period of time after 2 months before people can enter or exit. After understanding the situation, Cheng Bai decided in his heart that he must become the Hunter King of this year and reach the top in the Qiongqi continent. Before that, the best way to improve was to go to the secret realm of Happy Valley for adventure and treasure hunting. The next day, I got up early as usual and rode Qiongbai to the Happy Valley in the southeast. He Liepeng and his companions stayed at the Academy's VIP guesthouse, and became familiar with other hunters. When they met Ruan Torin, they asked, "Junior brother Cheng Bai and you were very close friends, why didn't you see him today?" Ruan Torin said casually, "He doesn't live in the Academy. He said he likes to wander around and look for treasures. He just went to Happy Valley." He Lipeng heard this and said, I heard from Master that all the incomplete Taoist bodies in the past were eaten by monsters in the Joyful Valley. I hope junior brother Cheng will be alright. The talents and qualifications of the contemporary geniuses are talked about in the academy. He Lipeng is a beast king fighting body. He can communicate with all kinds of beasts. He does not need beast-taming treasures and can easily tame monsters. He is envied by many hunters. Ruan Torin is a rare little demon in 1,000 years. Using some secret techniques will increase his power. He may not stand out among ordinary warriors, but he will shine after inheriting the corresponding secret techniques. Shenya has a domineering body that is rarely seen in 1,000 years. He has already shown strange visions and has tremendous power, making him the most valued person in the Hunter Academy. Cheng Bai's incomplete gluttonous body gradually became known to the public, and coupled with his excellent cooking skills, he was nicknamed Foodie in the Hunter Academy and did not receive much attention. To go from Qiongqi City to Happy Valley, one has to pass through the Hongmao rainforest. Red-faced spiders and blood-faced spiders are common everywhere, but they don't pose much of a threat to Cheng Bai. He wanders around and hunts at his leisure, and only arrives at the Pancho Mountains the next day. In front of us is a rare ring of mountains, with steep edges and a flat top like a table, majestic and spectacular. At first glance, there is no obvious road gap between the mountain walls, but huge cracks separate the rocks, and rivers are hidden in them, gushing out at the edge of the plateau. There are many hidden cave passages of strange shapes, wide or narrow, distributed among the mountains, connecting the Joy Valley surrounded by mountains like a maze. The valley is filled with lush tropical rainforests, which often produce a large amount of water vapor to form clouds, obscuring the majestic mountains and making them appear and disappear. The flat tops in the sky are always covered by hazy smoke, as if it were a lost world in a dream. Chapter 33, Driving the Tiger Away from the Mountain. Based on the clues provided by the guild, Cheng Bai found a large cave where hunters often went in and out. The winding and complex passage is no problem for Cheng Bai and Xiao Bai, who have excellent memory and sense of direction. The occasional Yinming spider woman is much stronger than the monsters outside. They are as big as a tabletop, with the upper body of a charming girl and the lower body of a fat spider. They are quite similar to the Yinming spider queen, but are much smaller in size and obviously inferior in strength. Cheng Bai carefully avoided the spider webs and easily gained the upper hand in the fight. He quickly killed several of them to clear the way and obtained crystal cores and ingredients. The meat was as delicious as before. Passing through the cave on the mountain wall, you will arrive at the Joyful Valley, where the primitive rain forest is full of treasures. There are many zuyu grasses growing vigorously, which can be refined into bigu pills. Eating one pill can keep you from being hungry for a day. There are dragon blood trees growing in the valley. Cutting the bark will produce a thick blood-colored resin. Eating it can delay aging and keep you young forever. It can also be refined into evergreen pills. But what is more valuable is that the so-called dragon blood, used to refine dragon steel comes from this. Cheng Bai tasted them one by one and found the taste acceptable, so he collected some and kept them. There are also forget-me-nots in the valley that can relieve people's worries and sorrows. Cheng Bai had eaten a lot of them before, so he hurried to replenish the amount. These are the treasures on the outskirts of the Valley of Joy. Most high-level hunters who enter the valley tend to only go here. The most precious medicinal root deep in the Joyful Valley is the peach. Eating the fruit can increase strength, and it is also the main ingredient in refining the Heaven-Burn Divine Strength pill. This kind of elixir is very popular among warriors on the mainland. It can increase power, restore physical strength, and is of great benefit to cultivation if used long-term. It has excellent performance among the third-grade elixirs of the same grade, and everyone would like to have it if they have the conditions. Unfortunately, it is not easy to obtain, so the price of the medicinal material has naturally risen. Cheng Bai was overjoyed when he found it, but unfortunately this spiritual tree already had an owner, a fat monster with 3 eyes and 6 legs guarding the peach tree. When its fat body curls up into a ball, it looks like a big meatball, and when it stretches out, it looks like a 6-legged fat insect, about 27 meters long. It usually stays under the peach tree and is reluctant to leave even in windy or rainy weather. When hungry, it would raise its tentacles, stretch them out to be long and thin, and pick ripe peaches from more than 10 meters in the air and throw them into its big mouth. If there were any living creatures to provoke it, it would not mind swallowing them up in one gulp, even the dark spider girl. Other monsters could not resist the 3 secret techniques of burning gaze, poisonous blood gaze, and paralysis gaze caused by the 3 eyes. It is the evil eye beast king. Together with the Yinming Queen, they are the two overlords of the Happy Valley. They respectively lead two major monster tribes, the Evil Eye Beasts and the Yinming Spiders, and they compete with each other in the Happy Valley. Cheng Bai asked Xiao Bai to stay away and he stayed stealthily close to observe. Even many monsters stronger than him were killed by his assassinations, but he was not afraid at all. The Evil Eye Beast King turned his head lazily, and his three eyes swept towards Cheng Bai's location. At that moment, Cheng Bai suddenly felt paralyzed all over and couldn't move. He was shocked and thought, "It can see me." The reason why the Evil Eye Beast King is called Evil Eye is because its power mainly comes from this. Seeing through the invisible is no problem. When it saw Cheng Bai approaching, it used the paralyzing gaze. Cheng Bai gradually revealed his true form after being hit by the paralyzing gaze. He had eaten a lot of stone marrow and had some resistance. He hurriedly used the 6 paths of supremacy to activate his blood circulation and strengthen his body, trying his best to get rid of the paralyzing effect. But the Evil Eye Beast King had already stretched out a tentacle to grab Cheng Bai, stretching from thick to thin, and the distance was tens of meters, several feet, getting closer and closer. Cheng Bai was anxious. The monster must not be underestimated, especially the king among them. He did not take the stone marrow pill for protection in advance. This time he was careless and made a mistake that would lead to eternal regret. At the critical moment, Xiao Bai jumped out, ran forward and howled loudly, attracting the attention of the Evil Eye Beast King, who also used a paralyzing gaze on it. Fortunately, the giant wolf race has outstanding resistance to paralysis, petrification and other effects, and was not affected by it. Instead, it jumped forward to bite the Evil Eye Beast King and was about to touch Cheng Bai's tentacle. The Evil Eye Beast King's secret technique failed and he was extremely shocked. When his tentacles were attacked, he simply swept past and threw Xiao Bai away. The 6 paths of supreme power was extremely powerful, breaking through the paralysis effect in a short period of time. Cheng Bai was finally able to move, and with the gap knife in his hand, he used the black spirit with all his strength, and the knife energy was crisscrossed, slashing at the tentacles. The monster's skin and flesh were immediately torn apart, and it was seriously injured, but no blood was splashed. "Come on." Cheng Bai hit the tentacle with his sword, but felt its elasticity was amazing and it was all tough fat layer. More than half of the sword energy was removed and he failed to cut off the tentacle. He quickly turned around and ran away. Just in time to avoid the burning gaze of the Evil Eye Beast King, the ground where he was standing burst into flames. After being thrown away, Xiao Bai landed, turned over and jumped up without suffering any serious injuries. He followed Cheng Bai and turned around to escape. Cheng Bai didn't dare to underestimate the opponent anymore. He threw a thunder and fire bomb behind him, which collided with the poisonous blood gaze light swept by the Evil Eye Beast King. Red and green flames burst out with thunder, and the ground nearby was charred. The man and the wolf quickly moved away. The Evil Eye Beast King was unwilling to stray too far from the peach tree and did not pursue. Cheng Bai and Xiao Bai went around the woods for a long way before they stopped. It had been a while since they encountered a strong opponent, so it was inevitable that they would feel thrilling. Fortunately, they escaped unharmed. How can we deal with the Evil Eye Beast King? The burning gaze has the fire repellent pill, the poison blood gaze has the blue jade pill, and the paralysis gaze has the stone marrow pill. They can be cracked, but it costs too much money. Cheng Bai thought of several ideas, but none of them were ideal. Even if the elixir could resist the long-range secret technique, head-on combat would be extremely dangerous. A hunter cannot hunt prey he is not sure of. In the center of the Joy Valley stands a strange spindle-shaped object, hundreds of meters high, round and full, smooth and shiny, with alternating yellow and black colors. It has no doors or windows, and its purpose is unknown. As Cheng Bai walked by, he reached out and knocked on it. It was made of neither metal nor wood, and was incredibly solid. Looking at the part that has sunk into the ground, it is overgrown with weeds and it is difficult to tell the boundary. I don't know how many years it has existed. Cheng Bai pondered and said, judging from the size, if there is something underneath, it must be nearly 100 meters deep, which doesn't look like a building. On the other side of the Joyful Valley, there is a hidden world between the mountain walls. The caves in the rocks are as intricate as a palace, hiding the queen of the dark spider. She does not have the upper body of a girl, but has a round body that is closer to a spider. What makes her different is that there is another beautiful head growing on the top of her larger head. Her body is as big as that of the Evil Eye Beast King, but much lighter. The Queen of Yinming kept a close eye on the number of spiders in the Valley of Joy. She stared at her eggs, and when she noticed that 4 Yinming spider girls were missing, she immediately hatched 4 more. The color of a newly born Yinming spider girl is different from the dark red of the queen. When she comes out of the egg, she is translucent white and slowly turns pink to flesh pink. The older she gets, the darker the color. A few of them will grow into more powerful Yinming spider queens. There is a treasure in the Yinming queen's lair, which is the silk cocoon that the queen occasionally makes. The Hunters Guild calls it Yinming spider silk. These excess nesting materials will be temporarily stored aside by the queen mother in case of emergency. The Xuanming treasure robe made from the Yinming spider silk is invulnerable to swords and guns, unharmed by water and fire, immune to all poisons, and can even resist some attacks from internal energy. It is a rare treasure. Cheng Bai carefully and stealthily wandered around the queen mother Yinming in the distance. After trying back and forth, he was sure that she could not see through his invisibility. Then he gradually approached and boldly took away some of the silk cocoons. After stealing cocoons many times, the queen mother of Yin and Ming noticed something was wrong and stopped storing the silk cocoons. Cheng Bai stopped stealing the cocoon, but an idea to betray his father came to his mind. After a while, a huge spider egg rolled like a ball and was pushed in front of the evil eye beast king. It hit it lightly and bounced away a little. The evil eye beast king lazily looked down at the spider eggs, and swallowed them in one gulp without refusing the snack that was delivered to his door. Then, another spider egg rolled over, not far away from it. The evil eye beast king stretched out his tentacles to grab the eggs from afar and put them into his mouth. Then he saw the spider eggs in the distance slowly stop beyond the range of his tentacles. It glared with its 3 eyes, took a step closer, scooped up the egg with its tentacles and swallowed it again, and then the spider eggs farther away slowly stopped again. The desire for food took over, and the evil eye beast king strode forward recklessly, following the spider eggs that kept rolling in, eating until his mouth was full of oil. After swallowing more than 10 spider eggs in succession, he met the queen of the underworld who rushed over in a hurry. She saw the smug look on the evil eye beast king's face as he put the spider eggs into his mouth. The beautiful woman on top of her head raised her eyebrows, became furious, and roared wildly. Immediately, many Yinming spider women came rushing over, and there were even 2 Yinming spider queens. Monster wars are inevitable. For safety reasons, it is better not to go and watch the fun. Cheng Bai, who had lured the monster away, seized the opportunity, jumped onto the tree as quickly as possible, and put all the ripe peaches into his treasure bag. By the time the evil eye beast king, covered in wounds, limped back to the peach tree, only a few unripe, shriveled peaches were left on the treetop. The monster that was lured away from the mountain was in a very miserable state. Only 2 of its 6 legs were left, and only the burning eye was left of its 3 eyes. The monster had a strong vitality, and it was unknown how long it would take for it to grow back. The Yinming queen was not feeling much better either. One of her legs was bitten off and she had burns all over her body. Several Yinming spider women were killed as well. She returned to her nest angrily to recuperate. Compared with the 2 overlords, the evil eye beast king who has been eating peaches for a long time is slightly stronger, but the Yinming queen has many subordinates, and they are usually wary of each other and will not fight to the death unless it is necessary. Today's fierce battle is a special exception. The evil eye beast king trembled all over, and he shrank his body into a big round ball, buried his face in the middle, and endured the pain to rest. Just when everything was quiet all around, a dazzling knife light poured down from the peach tree like a waterfall, one knife after another, and the pig's head, the black pot, the laxative spirit, and the black spirit were all used on the evil eye beast king, just like chopping fat goose legs. The evil eye beast king let out a deafening howl and stretched out its broken tentacles to frantically attack the invaders, but its power was not as strong as before, and its severely injured and reduced combat power was unable to break the solid spiritual shield. Cheng Bai found that he had made the best choice again. He activated the 6 paths of supremacy to maintain the continuous flash of sword light, and his spiritual consciousness supported the spiritual shield to resist heavy blows. His attack and defense were perfect. The evil eye beast king was panicked, and when it raised its head and glared at Cheng Bai with its burning eyes, the gap blade, carrying the most powerful laxative spirit at present, pierced its eyeball. The completely blinded evil eye beast king finally fell under the hunter's sword. Cheng Bai had achieved another record of killing an enemy at a higher level. He cut open its body, took out a nearly perfect spherical crystal core, and also took out high-quality meat essence with amazing elasticity. The reward was great. By the way, he also took away the crystal core of the Yinming spider woman who died in the battle nearby. When night fell, Cheng Bai took Xiao Bai away from Pancho Mountains and came to Hongmao Rain Forest to spend the night. Tonight's dinner is particularly sumptuous. The thinly sliced meat of the evil eye beast king is roasted until golden and crispy, and the fruit platter made of cut cherries is embellished with color, aroma and taste. Then, dragon blood is poured on it as a sauce, and forget-me-not is sprinkled on it as chopped green onions. The whole dish exudes a wonderful colorful light, as if it has supreme power. The fragrance was so rich that Cheng Bai and Xiao Bai were salivating and their appetites were whetted. Cheng Bai picked up the slices of meat and put them into his own and Xiao Bai's mouths respectively. The taste was smooth and chewy, and the flavor was indescribable. It made people linger on the aftertaste, as if they had ascended to heaven. After swallowing it, all fatigue in the body will disappear, qi and blood will flow smoothly, and your face will be radiant, as if you have been reborn. What a delicious delicacy! Cheng Bai was so happy that he burst into tears, and Xiao Bai rolled around on the grass happily. Just as the man and the wolf were preparing to completely finish the delicacy, a slender figure suddenly appeared in the distance and quickly came in front of them. Cheng Bai recognized the familiar face at a glance. She still wore the gray-green mask and the gray-green tights. She had a graceful, mysterious and beautiful figure. She was much stronger than before, even stronger than Cheng Bai, because the power she gained from the transmission of skills was far greater than that of Cheng Bai. Yunwan was surprised to see that it was Cheng Bai. It's you again. I thought there was some evil smell. I can't stop drooling after smelling it. Since you're all here, let's eat together. There's plenty of meat and wine. Cheng Bai asked her to sit down, took out the cutlery and plates and handed them to her, and ate in a graceful and elegant manner in front of the beauty. Yunwan lifted up her mask and tasted the meat slowly. With a look of shock in her eyes, she couldn't help but ask, what kind of meat is this? I've never seen it before. Cheng Bai said with a smile, the meat of the immortal beast can only be found here, there is no other place like here. Yunwan sneered, you're just pretending, but it's really delicious. Cheng Bai suggested, why are you wearing a mask while eating? Take it off. Yunwan hesitated for a moment, then took off the mask, revealing her bright and beautiful face like a flower. Her black hair fluttered in the night breeze, adding to her charm. Cheng Bai's eyes widened, but he did not forget to stuff the food into his mouth and chew it slowly, praising, you are so beautiful. Yunwan's face flushed with shyness, and she spat, you're so talkative. Cheng Bai stopped chewing and said sincerely, I am telling the truth. You are the most beautiful goddess I have ever seen. But Ningxiang's shadow flashed before his eyes, so he didn't know how to continue. Yunwan giggled and didn't argue with him. She swallowed the delicious food in her mouth and took a sip of the wine in the Bacchus gourd that Cheng Bai handed to her. Cheng Bai had a criminal thought in his mind, I gave her too little to drink. What will happen if she gets drunk? His heart was pounding, but when he saw Yunwan asking for good wine, he still advised, this wine is easy to get drunk, don't drink too much. The two men and the wolf were very happy and ate up all the delicious food in no time. Yunwan only felt comfortable all over, and her strength continued to increase. She was secretly surprised, my power has increased greatly. Could it be that these foods can strengthen my cultivation? The people of Qiongqi continent mostly use the rare monster resources to refine elixirs, and very few people make them into delicacies and eat them directly. Yunwan had never seen it before, and thought it was a little unbelievable, but she didn't think about it carefully. Cheng Bai asked, what are you doing here? Chapter 34, Martial Arts Competition and Discussion. Yunwan wanted to ask as well, but he beat her to the punch and responded, I want to go into Happy Valley to hunt, maybe I can find some precious resources. I'm already nearby, but my teammates haven't arrived yet. It turns out that he had the same idea as Cheng Bai. Now is the best time to enter the joyful valley. The evil eye beast king is gone, and the dark spider queen is half dead. With Yunwan's strength, if he carefully sweeps the secret realm, he will surely be able to obtain a lot of resources. Cheng Bai said with a smile, what a good idea. It will surely yield a great harvest. Yunwan blinked and said, what about you? Cheng Bai said perfunctorily, I was just passing by. It's very dangerous in the Joy Valley. The monsters are extremely powerful, especially the evil eye beast and the dark spider. If you are not sure, ask your teammates for help and don't go in lightly. Yunwan warned. After saying this, I couldn't help but feel a little strange, why do I care about him? Is it because he invited me to dinner? Cheng Bai asked curiously, have you made an appointment with your teammates? Yunwan said complacently, I have met a good friend who is tall and strong. He is very powerful and reliable. It is a pleasure to have adventures together. Cheng Bai felt a little sour for some reason, and stammered, "It's great to have friends. I wish you happiness." Yunwan smiled and said, "You are a very nice person. I believe you will make friends soon." Cheng Bai chatted for a while, cleaned up, said goodbye, rode away on Xiaobai. Yunwan waited for a while, and when the night was quiet, another hunter came to join them. The man was stunningly handsome, tall, muscular, and rode a giant golden wolf. She saw Yunwan from a distance and said, "Wan, I'm late." Yunwan waved and smiled, "Shang, it's not too late. Anyway, we are going to enter the Happy Valley early tomorrow morning. Let's camp here tonight and sleep together." "Okay." Ningxiang jumped off her mount. Cheng Bai ran for a long time and found a clean hillside. He camped and rested. He looked up at the starry sky, recorded the positions of celestial bodies, and sighed, "When will I have a confidant?" The night is intoxicating and everyone is intoxicated, and a shooting star flies by. The next day, Cheng Bai rushed back to Qiongqi city and first came to the Qizong store. Kai Zongming took out the mountain copper ingot and said with a smile, "Mr. Cheng, I have accomplished your mission. There are 30 kilograms of mountain copper in total. It is rare to find so much material in that batch of ore." Cheng Bai put away the ingot and asked, "Can Qizong customize the Xuanming treasure clothes?" Xuanming symbolizes the god of water. With this equipment, he can easily go into the sea for exploration. Cheng Bai is quite envious and has long wanted to try one. Kai Zongming confirmed, "The branch temple cannot be built, only the main temple can be built. I will leave for the Qi sect's main temple this afternoon to report to the sect master. If you have any materials, you can bring them along. I need the Yinming spider silk of the Yinming Queen Mother, the dark feathers of the poisonous sparrow, half a pound of Feiying stone, and 5,000 taels of gold. We have all of these." Cheng Bai counted the materials, and gave out 2 Yinming spider silk cocoons, 9 dark feathers of the Shadow Bird King, and used the special magic weapon of the weapon sect to cut off a small piece of Feiying stone. Kai Zongming memorized the documents, measured his body size, accepted the materials and deposit, and told Cheng Bai the address of the main altar of the sect. The Xuanming treasure clothes is a rare treasure. After it is delivered to the main altar, it will take 15 days to complete. Seeing that the address was located in the Three Sages Valley of Gumeng Mountain, east of the Pancho Mountains, Cheng Bai could not help but warn, "There are many monsters on the road, and transportation is inconvenient." Kai Zongming could not hide his joy in his words, "Thank you for your consideration, Master Cheng. I have been promoted and accepted as a personal disciple by the sect master. He will send a spirit boat to pick you up." Cheng Bai didn't say much. He made it clear that they had to leave the Qi sect branch and go to the Hunters Guild to sell their inventory. He only kept the crystal core of the Evil Eye Beast King, as he thought it was hard-earned and might use it for himself. The guild teller settled the 2 golds, which finally aroused the envy and exclamations of the guild hunters. It was rare to see such a large amount of money being earned every day even in Qiongqi city, where rich people were everywhere. Cheng Bai had a lot more money, so he returned to the Hunter Academy to entertain his friends and found He Liepeng and Ruan Toran. He Liepeng was overjoyed when he saw Cheng Bai and said, "Junior brother Cheng, luckily you're back, otherwise you wouldn't be able to catch up with the academy's activities." Ruan Toran suggested, "Before the martial arts hunting competition begins, it is most cost-effective to live in the academy. Not only is the accommodation cheap, but the martial arts arena also hosts martial arts competitions and discussions, and rewards precious elixirs to improve your cultivation." He Liepeng said enthusiastically, "This kind of activity only takes place before the actual conference begins. Starting today, 1 heaven-reinforcing divine power pill will be awarded every day. This resource is precious and hard to come by." Cheng Bai was overjoyed when he heard this. "Let's not delay any further, let's go to compete in martial arts and discuss the Tao first." The Academy's open-air parade ground is magnificent, with 108 majestic statues of different ancient beasts surrounding it and facing the central martial arts arena. People are fighting on the high platform, and the surrounding stepped audience seats are full. Cheng Bai looked up and saw that the 2 people fighting fiercely on the arena were the Wild Hammer King and the Dragon Spear King. That day, Tai Baohan was defeated by Shenya in 1 move at the entrance of the academy. After practicing hard for several days, he couldn't bear it anymore and challenged again. Today, he wielded the giant kite hammer more skillfully and the fight with Shenya seemed to be evenly matched. The 3 of them walked closer to watch, but couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. Shenya was blocking Tai Baohan's giant black iron hammer with his bare hands, and he was still able to attack and defend, without being at a disadvantage at all. He Lipeng said softly, Dinchu Banian has taken the Dark Dragon Spear from the Dragon Spear King and has not yet returned it. Tai Baohan took advantage of this opportunity to challenge him. Anyone with a discerning eye will know that this is unfair. Ruan Toran commented, Tai Baohan is in the middle stage of Bao Yuan realm, and has not formed a domain. His strength is similar to mine. In order to lower his realm to match his, Shenya does not use his own domain. The giant kite hammer on the stage was swung with great force, and each move was as heavy as a mountain, but it could never break through Shenya's bare fists. Cheng Bai said bluntly, the winner is decided. Shenya put his index finger and middle finger together, and thrust his finger out like a gun, stabbing into the gap where the giant hammer had swung, accurately hitting the acupoint on Tai Baohan's arm, cutting off the flow of his true energy and leaving him with no strength. The giant kite hammer flew out of his hand again and rushed out of the arena. The audience exclaimed in unison. The impact power of the 840-pound hammer was incredible. It would definitely create a mess when it landed. It would be even more tragic if it accidentally hit a child. He Lipeng could see it clearly, so he stepped forward quickly, stretched out both palms, and used the sticky technique of the falling leaf palm. He pulled the heavy black iron hammer, and lifted it up with layers of soft power. It floated like a fallen leaf and fell into his hands without hitting anything. This move made light work of heavy tasks and used softness to overcome hardness, which made the knowledgeable hunters around applaud. Shenya said on the stage, Brother Tai, you lose. At this point, Tai Baohan no longer had the face to compete, and said loudly, Brother Shen's martial arts are outstanding, much better than mine. Tai Baohan is convinced. He jumped off the arena, forgetting even to retrieve the giant kite hammer, and left the training ground. He Lipeng hurriedly handed the giant hammer to the gentleman who was supervising the competition at the academy, and later sent it to Tai Baohan. Today's martial arts competition and discussion will be based on the rules of the champion system. The winner of the last match will continue to defend the ring. If he wins 3 games in a row, he will receive a Butn Shenli pill. The event will last for 10 days. Shenya won a game and became the defending champion, waiting for new challengers to attack. Seeing that no one was coming up, He Lipeng volunteered, let me fight him. If a boxer who specializes in boxing loses to a gun king whose weapon has been taken away, how can I still call myself the fierce boxing champion? After saying that, he jumped up and turned over to land in front of Shenya. Cheng Bai shrugged and said, it doesn't matter if I lose. Ruan Toran smiled awkwardly and said, Shenya is at the Guigan realm, 2 realms higher than me. There is no point in challenging him. Brother Shen, please give me some advice. He Lipeng on the stage gave a polite speech and then took the opening stance of Beizan Yansheng Fist, which was his strongest martial arts. As the saying goes, an expert can tell the quality of a martial artist with just one move. The opening stance was as steady as a mountain and as solid as a horn, which reflected the upright and courageous character of Beizan Yansheng Fist. The martial artist's personal realm and cultivation could be seen from it. Cheng Bai praised, Senior Brother Yi's style of attack is very different from mine. Ruan Toran showed off his knowledge. The 100 battles Yansheng Fist of the Fierce Fist King is famous all over the world. It has many changes and is very powerful. It is much better than Tai Baohan. 2 people started fighting on the stage. He Li's powerful and fierce punches were like a galloping army, one wave after another. Shenya was calm and unhurried, his palms were pointed like spears, like 2 dragons entwined, dispelling the attack. For a moment, there was no winner. Cheng Bai looked at He Lipeng's sharp punches and kicks and couldn't help but wonder, Senior Brother Yi's boxing skills are famous and should be top-notch. Why do all his moves seem to be included in the 6 Paths of Bliss Fist? Little did people know that since the 6 Paths of Bliss Fist was gradually lost in the Yuhang Holy Temple, successive temple masters had added to the incomplete foundation and created their own martial arts. Although they had also developed 2 complete martial arts, the Fallen Leaf Palm and the 100 Battles Saint Fist, they were always unable to break through the barriers. He Lipeng fought for a long time without success, and gradually exerted his strength to his limit. The power of his fists was like the howling of hundreds of beasts, and the momentum was so great that it showed the initial characteristics of the domain and increased its power. Shenya shook his head and said, you are stronger than Tai Baohan. You have just entered the Yishan realm. You are better in skills and have deeper power, but you have not really formed a domain. There are only some signs. This step is like a world of difference. After saying that, he improved his power, and a giant with a dragon head and a human body appeared behind him. He also pointed his fingers like a gun, and the power combined with that of his body doubled, and it forcibly dispersed He Liepang's fist. He Liepang retreated more than 10 steps, seemingly dancing, but in fact he used the shao technique of the falling leaf divine palm to dissolve the force. Just as he removed the force, he felt his blood boiling and unable to resist. He said in horror, "I lost." Shenya raised his head and said, "This is the real domain. It draws the natural power of heaven and earth, becomes the supreme ruler, and controls the power of life and death. No mortal flesh and blood can resist it." The judge at the martial arts arena announced that Dragon Spear King had won 2 consecutive matches. He Liepang jumped off the stage and returned to Cheng Bai and Ruan Toran. His face was gloomy and he sighed, "There is a huge gap between us and him. It is really difficult to cross. We have to work harder. How about going to the Shell Mountain secret realm to find some resources together?" Ruan Toran suggested, "There are too many hunters exploring Shell Mountain, and the treasures left are scarce. We can consider the more distant Strange Stone Mountain Fire Lake, which is of similar level and may have good harvests." He Liepang was quite tempted. "If I don't get this heaven-replenishing divine power pill, I can go to the secret realm to earn more money, or go to the medicine sect to buy elixirs to make up for it, but it's a bit troublesome." Cheng Bai was about to speak when he saw 2 young men walking side by side. One of them was Xingju, who was chased by the lion tide that day. He thought to himself, he successfully escaped and came back. Does he want to compete on the stage as well? Many hunters saw the 2 and told each other, King Lingzan and King Weijian are here to attend the conference. The 2 were both well-known and highly acclaimed, and their joint arrival drew cheers from the audience, and with so many admirers, it was an unprecedented event. Ruan Toran was well informed and whispered, "It's Qi Jifan, the saint of medicine sect. He is a rare yin spirit body that only appears once in 1,000 years. It is said that he has also reached the return to roots realm. He and Shenya are known as the twin gems of Tianshu City and are rare sons of famous families. Xingju, the saint of sword sect, possesses a peerless sword body that is also rare in 1,000 years." He Liepang whispered, "Before master taught me martial arts, I once tested my skills with Xingju. He was slightly better than me. It is not difficult to defeat him now. Qi Jifan and I have never fought each other." Xingju said to the gentle young man beside him with a smile, "Brother Qi, it is Brother Shen who is defending the ring. This generation is full of talented people and geniuses. I only respect you too." Qi Jifan, who was beside him, said with a smile, "Brother Shen's 3rd match will be a competition between him and me." After saying this, he walked forward slowly, his feet off the ground, as if he was stepping on invisible steps, and walked onto the high platform of the martial arts arena in midair. The hunters around were all shocked. This skill of flying in the air and floating at a low altitude for a short time was something that no one else could do. When Shenya saw Qi Jifan coming up to the stage, he put away his nonchalant attitude and said frankly, "I don't have the nether dragon spear today." Qi Jifan said loudly, "I, a humble person, do not need weapons. Brother Qi, be careful." Shenya did not dare to underestimate the enemy. The dragon-headed human figure behind him stood up, more than 10 meters tall, looking down at his opponent, and displayed his own domain from the very beginning. Qi Ji fought bravely and did not show any weakness. The ground behind him cracked and a green skeleton crawled out from the ground. Its skeleton was eerie and its size was almost the same as his opponent's. The huge monster took up nearly half of the wide arena, and the sight of it being so huge was shocking. Cheng Bai looked at the 2 giants in all their majesty and could not help but ask, "Are all manifestations of the domain giant visions?" Ruan Toran explained, "The domain of a genius physique is very different from that of an ordinary person. Some of the phenomena are giants, some are strange beasts, and some are natural phenomena. There are thousands of different forms. Even if an ordinary person forms a domain, most of them are similar to the initial performance of a genius. For example, some will have hail and strong winds, and some will also make a beast roar like Brother He, but it is difficult for them to grow much further." He Liepang continued, "The reason why the great geniuses are so outstanding is that, in addition to their advantage in cultivation speed, their domains are unique and more powerful. Shenya's overlord body and Qi Jifan's yin spirit body have not yet reached perfection, otherwise the influence of their domains would be even greater. The bigger the domain, the better." Cheng Bai evaluated his own domain. Ruan Toran nodded and said, "That's right. The wider the range of the domain's anomalies, the greater the natural power of heaven and earth that is being aroused." On the arena, Qi Jifan's green skeleton grabbed a huge sickle from the ground and swung it towards Shenya's giant with a dragon head and a human body. The giant with a dragon head and a human body clasped his hands together, clamped the scythe, and was in a stalemate with the opponent. Shenya still thrust his fingers forward like a spear. Qi Jifan raised his hand and summoned out a bunch of emerald green flowers, which floated towards the finger gun. The strange flowers, which seemed light, seemed slow but were actually fast, blocking the sharp energy that followed. Ruan Torin whispered, "The medicine sect's unique secret technique is blossoming step by step. Qi Jifan has obtained this secret technique. He will undoubtedly be the next leader of the medicine sect." He Liepeng shook his head and said, "What a pity. Tianshu Temple also has secret techniques, but they require weapons to perform. We are one step behind." Chapter 35 The Fifth Knife. Shenya kept stabbing with his finger gun, but he couldn't defeat the strange green flowers. As more and more flowers were flying in the sky, the pressure became greater and greater, and he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Cheng Bai said, "With this secret technique, there is no need for other weapons. Shenya has the nether dragon spear, so he may still have a chance." Shenya on the stage suddenly stepped back and shouted loudly, "I lose today. Brother Shen is very broad-minded. Take back the dark dragon spear someday and we will fight again." Qi Jifan laughed loudly. He knew Shenya's strength well, and he had the upper hand in today's battle. If it weren't for the restrictions of the rules of the arena, he might not be able to do anything to the opponent. Shenya jumped off the arena and left without looking back. Qi Jifan was left as the champion, and the vision was put away. The green skeleton burrowed into the ground. The ground of the arena looked intact, without any signs of damage. The crack in the ground just now seemed like an illusion. Ruan Torin pondered and said, "The vision has appeared. After mastering the secret technique, Qi Jifan has few rivals among his peers." The judge at the martial arts arena seemed to share the same view and announced directly, "If no one comes on stage within a quarter of an hour, today's champion will receive the prize for winning." Cheng Bai suddenly asked, "How much does one Butian Shenli Dan cost?" He Liepeng responded, "The market price is 2,000 taels of gold." Cheng Bai was overjoyed. He held the sword in his hand and stepped onto the fighting stage. He smiled droolingly and said, "Who else can be the champion today but me?" Qi Jifan saw someone coming up on the stage and shouted, "This young master will not defeat an unknown person. Tell me your name." Cheng Bai said in a clear voice, "I am the Lightning Blade King who created the world, the sun and the moon, and swallowed the 8 wastelands. I am Cheng Bai." He Liepeng and Ruan Torin looked at each other and secretly said, "Junior brother Cheng's nickname is too long and too pretentious. It's not easy to remember." Qi Jifan said with a smile, "Those who dare to go on stage must not be weak. Well, let me practice more and become more familiar with the steps." Qi Jifan did not dare to underestimate an opponent he did not know, but no matter what, he would not regard Cheng Bai as an opponent of the same level as Shenya, so he did not use his domain. Cheng Bai slowly moved closer with a knife in his hand, looking as cautious as if he was detecting a landmine. Qi Jifan sneered, raised his hand and threw 3 strange green flowers away. It seemed that he did not exert any effort, but in fact, the force of the collision was tremendous. If the opponent could still resist, the follow-up would be endless. Shenya realized that it would be difficult to deal with the situation without a treasure like the nether dragon spear, so he didn't want to waste time and admitted defeat as soon as possible. Cheng Bai got closer step by step, and disappeared when he was about to meet the green flower. Qi Jifan and the spectators around him were all stunned. Before anyone could react, the white pig's head had already hit Qi Jifan's back of the head hard, and blood spurted out. "Oh!" Qi Jifan groaned, rolled his eyes, and slowly collapsed to the ground, unconscious, and his babu shengwa also dissipated. Fortunately, Cheng Bai used the back of the knife, so he was not killed on the spot. Cheng Bai succeeded in his attack and was overjoyed. "If this kid really fights, I'm afraid he will be no less powerful than the evil eye beast king. Fortunately, his body is much weaker and he can't compete with the monster beast." He fainted on the spot. Qi Jifan was indeed not the type who was good at using his physical strength, but his body was also quite tough, otherwise the back of the knife would have been fatal. It was just that assassinations and sneak attacks were too damaging. Someone came and carried Qi Jifan away for treatment. Similar incidents often happened in the martial arts arena, so they were prepared. There were 2 judges at the martial arts arena, and they quickly discussed the results. One of them said loudly, "The secret technique of invisibility can be used. You win this battle." Another person said loudly, "This secret technique only works the first time. The second time, others will definitely be more cautious." There are many ways to crack it, and it is difficult to be effective. Humans may not be as physically fit as monsters, but their brains are generally better than monsters. Cheng Bai won and became the new champion. The competition was won easily, but the hunters in the audience were unwilling to accept the victory. They discussed the matter secretly and felt that the victory was unfair. New challengers have emerged. Brother Cheng, how are you? I have made great progress recently, so I came to learn from you. Xingju said some polite words as a greeting, then drew out the kaiju sword, but did not use the Huanying sword. It was obvious that he did not regard Cheng Bai as a real opponent, and he still did not know about his secret help at the top of Bike Mountain that day. Cheng Bai shouted, "Just attack." Xingju used the first move of Xuantian Zhengyan, a sword covering the sun, and the sword energy spread out like clouds and mist, covering the opponent. This move was both hard and soft, and it was majestic and powerful. The reason why the Absolute Sword King was called Absolute Sword was naturally because his swordsmanship was superb and unparalleled among his contemporaries. When this sword move was first used, it was the best of its time, and all the spectators who knew the value of it cheered. Cheng Bai stared at the sword moves coming. There was no brilliant or exciting talk in his eyes, only the contest between life and death in the killing, the choice between the strong and the weak. He used his sword to throw the blame away with force to defeat cleverness and defeated the cloud of swords in the sky. The terrifying sword energy stretched out for nearly 10 meters, and the Guoxi sword collided head-on with the kaiju sword. In close combat, the sword was mercilessly cut into 2 pieces, and the terrifying power knocked Xingju out of the arena. Xingju rolled several times in the air and landed on the ground, barely standing steady. Although he still held the half-broken sword in his hand, his knuckles were injured and still trembling. The difference in strength between the two sides was so great that it was overwhelming. The spectators couldn't believe it. Xingju was stunned for a moment, and realized that Qi Jifen's defeat was not unexpected. The invisibility effect was indeed unexpected, but Cheng Bai's strong strength could make the final decision with one blow. He quickly shouted, "I lost." He Liepang was secretly shocked. Ruan Toran, who had wanted to go on stage to compete, gave up the plan after seeing this. They knew Xingju's strength, which was better than Tai Baohan and Ruan Toran. If it weren't for the help of the passing on of skills, He Liepang would be slightly inferior to Xingju, and even now the gap between the two is not so big. The martial arts arena was completely silent. The judge hesitated for a moment and announced, "No one will come on stage within a quarter of an hour. Today's champion will receive the prize." He Liepang came to his senses. Junior brother Cheng just said that he is the Thunderblade King. Ruan Toran thought for a moment and said, "He did say that." With no challengers continuing to compete, Cheng Bai quickly obtained the reward of the Butn Shenli pill. Without hesitation, he crushed the wax seal and swallowed it, smacking his lips and feeling the aftertaste. This elixir is so precious that eating 2,000 taels in one mouthful is really eye-catching. He Liepang laughed dryly and said, "Junior brother Cheng, elixirs are hard to come by. You should practice qigong and regulate your breathing to absorb the medicinal power. You can't just eat them like snacks." Cheng Bai's 6 paths of supreme power had already been digesting the medicinal power, and he felt the actual improvement. He thought to himself, "This stuff is really good. I also got a lot of peaches. I must refine all of them into this medicine for long-term storage. I can eat it as a snack in the future." He turned around and went to medicine sect to commission the refining of medicine pills. He covered his face when he went there to avoid being remembered for beating the saint son of medicine sect. Fortunately, no one noticed it. If you have money, you are the boss. Cheng Bai has entrusted a large order. All the peaches are needed to refine 200 Butn Shenli pills. The medicine sect is required to provide the essence of dragon crocodiles as auxiliary materials. By the way, some Changqing pills and Qigong pills are also refined. The total price is more than 10,000 taels of gold. The cost is not cheap and can be picked up the day after tomorrow. The thin old man who chatted with Cheng Bai last time was still sitting upright. He just looked at Cheng Bai again and suddenly asked, "Little brother, you have a unique bone structure and a spiritual light that penetrates your head. I'm afraid you have extraordinary talent. Can I take a look at your face?" Cheng Bai didn't want to show his face, and hurriedly said, "Thank you for your appreciation, senior. I have important things to do, let's talk about it again if we have the chance." He walked away quickly. The martial arts competition and discussion lasted for 10 days, and the only thing left now was to win the competition every day. Cheng Bai made up his mind and got up early the next day to take the position of the champion. He Liepeng and Ruan Toran came over again to watch the fight. Qi Jifan, who woke up today, was furious and refused to admit defeat. He came to the martial arts field again with a bandage on the back of his head and jumped onto the competition stage. Thunder Blade King Cheng Bai. I underestimated you. Let's compete again today. Qi Jifan did not dare to delay this time. He deployed his domain as soon as he entered the field. The huge green skeleton behind him seemed to have crawled out from the abyss of hell, wielding a scythe, with the wind howling, and his might and domineering power comparable to any weapon. When the skeleton scythe slashes, it not only destroys objects but also damages the mind. That's why it is called the Spirit Slashing King. Not only that, he waved his hands continuously, adding dishes and ingredients with all his strength, and 36 strange green flowers fluttered in the wind, overlapping like 36 heavens, floating towards Cheng Bai. Cheng Bai knew how powerful he was, so he didn't dare to be careless. He used his real skills, opened his spiritual eyes to predict the opponent's actions, and repeatedly dodged the green skeleton's sickle harvest. He responded with the same number of thunder and fire bombs, and used invisibility to appear and disappear, shooting thunder and fire bombs from all directions, bombing the opponent in the middle. The strange green flowers collided with the thunder and fire bombs, annihilating each other, and energy exploded one after another. The entire arena was filled with thunder and flashes of fire. Qi Jifan kept using Bu Sheng Hua to block the power of thunder and fire, but soon he felt something was wrong. The surrounding thunder formed a regional sonic attack that was difficult to defend against. He was in the middle of it and felt dizzy and almost vomiting. He had no choice but to use his internal energy to resist. What a powerful secret technique. I still can't deal with him like this. Cheng Bai and Qi Jifan both had the same thought in their minds and upgraded their attack methods. Qi Jifan's figure danced, performing the medicine sect's unique skill, the 8 Immortals tour, and transformed into 8 afterimages. He quickly escaped from the sound wave shock area, caught up with Cheng Bai, and attacked fiercely with the skeleton sickle. Cheng Bai was almost caught in the trap, but he avoided it with the help of his spiritual eyes and asked in surprise, "Can you see me?" Qi Jifan sneered as he fought, "How can I suffer a loss again after using a move I have used once?" Cheng Bai also immediately discovered the secret and revealed it. "You used props." Qi Jifan sprinkled the developer powder while using Bubushengwa. This is a low-level treasure sold in the Qiongqi store. It is used on some monsters with invisible abilities. Once they are stained with developing powder, they can no longer remain invisible, making it easier for hunters to hunt. Relying on the cooperation of the 8 Immortals, their bodies are erratic and their movements are unpredictable, and the situation is reversed. The 8 Immortals tour is a set of fantasy martial arts that combines body movements and killing moves. It is the secret of the medicine sect and its status is not inferior to the secret art of step-by-step growth. Moreover, few people know about it because everyone who has seen it has died. But every time a fatal blow was about to strike, Cheng Bai would always successfully dodge it. He had the ability to predict with his spiritual eyes, react quickly, and be extremely sensitive, otherwise he would have suffered a loss. Despite this, he also fell into a disadvantage, gradually revealing the flaws of his single attack method and insufficient lightness skills. In the past, Cheng Bai mostly relied on assassination or quick swordplay to end battles quickly, and rarely fought for a long time. His main means of attack was only 4 swords. Once the opponent escaped the suppression range of the thunder and fire secret technique and saw through the invisibility effect, there was no tactical change in response. Qi Ji used all his killing methods, gradually gained the upper hand, and was full of confidence. His 8 afterimages intertwined strangely, sometimes real and sometimes fake, and with the help of the skull's sickles killing, they flew around Cheng Bai as an eagle, as agile as a flying dragon, and as fast as a spinning heel, like 9 people beating up one person, gaining the upper hand and gradually forcing the opponent to the guillotine. The spectators around the martial arts arena held their breath and watched intently. Even Ruan Toran, who was keen on commenting, forgot to talk about the battle in front of them. The intensity and danger of the battle in front of them was beyond imagination. There was a constant flash of disillusionment in Cheng Bai's eyes, as if he was forced into a desperate situation, and his body suddenly froze. The green skeleton swung its sword and chopped at him. Qi Ji raised both his palms and hit Cheng Bai's chest. The outcome was decided. But Qi Jifan only felt that what he touched in his palm was like defeated cotton, and the force was like a stone sinking into the sea. At the same time, a door more terrifying than the abyss quietly opened in front of him. Between life and death, his bones were cold and his hair stood on end. He felt that he would be ripped open by the opponent immediately, and all his vitality would be drained away. His whole body would stop breathing and suffocate. Both parties stopped fighting at the same time. Qi Jifan kept his palms on Cheng Bai's chest and the skull sickle was fixed on Cheng Bai's head. However, Cheng Bai's knife had already pressed against Qi Jifan's chest and abdomen. "Will we die together?" Qi Jifan was thinking in his heart, but was surprised to feel a sweetness in his throat and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Cheng Bai spoke frankly, "We will not perish together. You cannot break my spiritual shield. But my sword has made you fall into the gate of life and death, unable to extricate yourself." Neither the skull sickle nor the palm power could reach Cheng Bai. Although they seemed to be very close, they were actually separated by the spiritual shield, as if an insurmountable chasm. Qi Jifan closed his mouth tightly, but could not stop the blood from flowing out of his mouth and nose. The knife energy entered his body and he was seriously injured. "You lose. My fifth sword is named, the sword opens the door to life and death. Thank you for giving me some insights into the disillusionment from hell," Cheng Bai said, and slowly retracted the sword. This is a more advanced killing move variation after the four swords. With the foundation of the 6 paths of bliss fist, the improvement of vision over the past few days, and the indirect inspiration of the 8 immortals and the hell skull, he finally made up for that little gap and embarked on a whole new path of swordsmanship with a huge increase in power. Qi Jifan's hands and feet became stiff and he slowly collapsed. Although the knife had not penetrated his body, his internal organs had been seriously injured. Blood gushed out of his mouth and nose uncontrollably. The skeleton image behind him disappeared. This time he was convinced of his defeat. A stretcher came again to carry Qi Jifan away for treatment. This time he had to lie down longer and would not be able to stand up for at least 10 days. No one came up to challenge Cheng Bai again, and he successfully won the reward and got the second Butn Shenli pill. In the evening, Cheng Bai hosted a banquet for 2 friends. He Lipeng said goodbye at the dinner. "Brother Ruan and I plan to team up to go to the secret realm of Strange Rock Mountain and Fire Lake. Maybe we can get treasures and improve ourselves." Ruan Toran said proudly, "The Absolute Sword King and the Wild Hammer King just teamed up to go to Qiongqi City." When they saw Brother E's Black Mist Demon Leopard King mount, they were particularly envious and hoped to tame the rare Golden Griffin King in Griffin Mountain. "Everyone is improving themselves, and we can't fall behind." He Lipeng consoled him, "Junior brother Cheng has made outstanding achievements. If you can defeat the Dragon Spear King, it won't be a problem for you to defend the ring for 10 consecutive days. If you can't, don't force yourself." Ruan Toran reminded, "Shenya will get the Nether Dragon Spear back soon." Chu Banian originally regarded him as the strongest rival of his own disciple, and thought that if he withheld the treasure until the end of the competition, Tai Baohan would have a chance to obtain the elixir. However, there were so many masters of the younger generation this time, and with the pressure from the Lord of Tianshu Palace, he had no choice but to return the Nether Dragon Spear. The two said goodbye and left. Chapter 36 Breakthrough at the critical moment. Cheng Bai swallowed the Butn Shenli pill, slowly improved his strength, took a bath to wash off the developing powder, and prepared himself for the battle. As expected, he will face the challenge of the Dragon Spear King tomorrow. Sure enough, on the 3rd day of the martial arts competition, Shenya strode forward with the Nether Dragon Spear in hand, his energy and spirit reaching its peak. Cheng Bai had to admit that in terms of momentum alone, Shenya was superior to Qi Jifan. People of the same realm also had their own strengths and weaknesses. If it weren't for the restrictions of the arena, Shenya might not have lost to Qi Jifan that day. The medicine sect has the heritage of the 8 Immortals tour, so doesn't the Tianshu Holy Temple have any of that. Shenya is even more perfect with the Nether Dragon Spear. He stood on the arena like a god of war, his eyes fixed on the white road. "I heard that the Thunder Blade King rose in the western wilderness. I have long heard of your great name." Cheng Bai smiled and said, "It is the Lightning Blade King who created the world and swallowed the 8 wastelands without a trace of light." Shenya didn't want to argue with him, so he started with the Overlord Spear technique, like an old dragon, swallowing up the mountains and rivers. Behind him, the giant with a dragon head and a human body looked down at the mortal world, and said in a clean and steady voice, "Take it." The Dark Dragon Spear weighs 126 kilograms. When wielded by Shenya, the force can reach nearly 20 meters, and it pierces like a flying dragon in the sky. His spear skills are sharp and unstoppable. After Cheng Bai received a few moves, he felt a great deal of pressure. Compared with other weapons, an inch longer is an inch stronger. The knife could not gain an advantage and was at a disadvantage from the beginning. The Overlord's spear was domineering and sharp, indestructible, and even Bu Sheng Hua could not stop it. Cheng Bai couldn't even bring out the power of his swordsmanship, so he had to stay invisible and get close, trying to assassinate the enemy. Shenya simply closed his eyes and carefully felt the natural changes of the world. The extended domain depicted the precise outline of Cheng Bai. His perception was far better than Qi Jifan. He could judge the invisible position without the need for developing powder. He would hit wherever the dragon-headed giant pointed. Cheng Bai was unable to break through the gun energy and launch a close attack, so he had to step back and reveal his body, firing thunder and fire bombs in succession. Shenya showed no sign of weakness. He aimed at the target, and the energy of his spear was unsteadily emitted, even with the effect of the poisonous cannon of the Yinming Spider Queen, colliding with the energy of thunder and fire, and extinguishing the thunder and fire from more than 20 meters away from him. At the same time, his own secret technique came into play. Wherever the Overlord's spear technique's energy spreads, invisible energy gradually spreads, carving out a large space. The opponent's speed and reaction speed within the range become slower and slower, but the person trapped in it is difficult to detect. Combined with its own domain, it gradually forms a huge, force field that covers the entire arena. Cheng Bai, who was in the middle of it, only felt that the giant with a dragon head and a human body was becoming more and more majestic, with a height of more than 20 meters, more than 25 meters, giving people an illusion and emitting a heart-pounding pressure. Why does it seem like gravity has changed? Cheng Bai knew something was wrong, but he seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and couldn't get out, sinking deeper and deeper. The spectators outside the arena only saw that he was getting slower and slower, while Shenya was getting faster and faster. Shenya called it a slaughterhouse because it combined martial arts, secret techniques, and domains. All opponents trapped in it, whether human or monster, became lambs to be slaughtered. When the pressure reached a critical point, any opponent would collapse and die. In the past, the dead could not speak. Today's battle attracted many spectators, and the slaughterhouse will surely become famous all over the world. The dragon-headed giant in front of Cheng Bai was almost twice as tall as him, but Cheng Bai himself was getting smaller and smaller. The predictions of the spiritual eye secret technique were becoming less and less capable, and the power gap seemed to be getting wider and wider. He was secretly shocked. Is it possible that I can only rely on the spirit shield to resist and fight back desperately? This move was successful against Qi Jifan, but since he couldn't break Cheng Bai's shield, he could only take the beating. The two judges in the martial arts arena saw that Cheng Bai's sword swings were becoming increasingly sluggish and powerless. They looked at each other and whispered, the strongest genius of the younger generation is indeed the Overlord body. Shenya is going to win. Shenya used the Overlord's spear skill to its limit, and his slaughterhouse power became stronger and stronger, but he still hadn't defeated Cheng Bai. He couldn't help but secretly admire him in his heart. If it was Qi Jifan, he would have knelt long ago. It is no coincidence that Thunderblade King has won the title for 2 consecutive days. He is truly a hero of the time. We should do him justice by using our strongest move. Shenya's whole body was filled with energy, and the giant with a dragon head and a human body behind him raised his head and roared like thunder, his muscles bulging, and strength continued to flow into the crystal core of the nether dragon spear, accumulating power. Cheng Bailing noticed something was wrong and thought to himself, he is going to use his ultimate move. The Tianshu Holy Temple has a profound heritage. People in the world only know about the Overlord spear technique, but there is a more powerful spear technique above the Overlord spear technique, which is more powerful and rarely used. Anyone who has seen it has been killed, so it is difficult to leave a name for it. Cheng Bai used the secret technique of spiritual shield and at the same time expanded his own domain that had not yet formed. 12,300 tiny blade-shaped true essences appeared outside his body, spinning and dancing to form a round protective shield to fight against the powerful enemy. Compared to when he was attaining enlightenment under the spiritual plum tree, Cheng Bai's domain can now be stably manifested, and it is not known what is special about it at present. Shenya had gathered enough strength and shouted, "Dominate the world." He usually spoke softly, but suddenly he roared like a loud bell, and the nether dragon spear was like a comet descending from the sky, with the power to swallow up mountains and rivers. Cheng Bai had predicted and prepared, but was still caught off guard. After the slaughterhouse widened the gap, the killing move came too fast, and the unbreakable spirit shield was instantly dented and distorted by the nether dragon spear. The destructive power of the attack was obviously far greater than all previous opponents. He is the sharpest spear, and I am the strongest shield. Who is stronger or weaker will be determined today. Cheng Bai concentrated his spiritual power and used a spiritual shield to fight back. He used the knife in his hand to cast the black spirit, and the murderous knife energy extended over 10 meters to counterattack. But in the slaughterhouse, Cheng Bai's killing move was slow and ineffective, which meant that he could not hit his opponent. Shenya avoided the sword energy and was secretly shocked to see that he could still fight back. He used the heroic domination spear at its full power, using the power of the crystal core embedded in the nether dragon spear at full force, with continuous momentum. Cheng Bai's spiritual shield was distorted even more seriously. It looked like a large amount of constantly rotating blade-shaped true energy formed a strange shape, like a huge concave mouth. Shenya shouted, "Break it for me." The nether dragon spear advanced again, and the spiritual shield exploded instantly. The 12,300 pieces of continuously rotating blade-shaped true essence did not dissipate. The huge mouth suddenly came to life, and the image became more realistic. It opened its mouth fiercely and bit the nether dragon spear. A large amount of blade-shaped true essence formed blade teeth, which continuously chopped the spear body, like a giant beast chewing and swallowing, making a terrible biting sound. The strange development of the battle situation left the spectators stunned. Shenya was even more shocked. Only when he was in the situation could he feel the incredible thing. The tremendous force unleashed by Qiongqi Tian Sha disappeared without a trace, like pouring into the sea. Instead, the nether dragon spear in his hand was completely swallowed up by the opponent. This treasure was hard to come by, and he hurriedly used both hands to grab the nether dragon spear. The giant with a dragon head and a human body behind him came to his rescue with all his strength. When he pulled back the spear, he was a little gentler and saw that the spear head was twisted and deformed. The spear body was full of holes, and the crystal core of the Yinming spider queen embedded between the spear head and the spear shaft had disappeared. Shenya's eyelids twitched as he watched. The nether dragon spear was made of dragon steel, a treasure with a hardness of 4.5, which was 12 times harder than diamond. However, it was unimaginable that it had turned into this state. The white spiritual shield gradually restored its round and complete shape, and the constantly rotating blade-shaped true energy became more natural, crystal clear, and its temperament was renewed. Shenya had a complicated expression and asked in surprise, "What did you do?" Cheng Bai couldn't explain clearly what he did. Just now, the spiritual shield was almost broken. In an instant, Cheng Bai mustered up his courage, mobilized all his strength, exerted the domain to the limit, took a big step towards unpredictable growth, broke through the realm, and stepped into the threshold of the root realm. All the power that impacted him became his own nourishment, which was constantly replenishing consumption and improving his strength. He didn't even have a clear feeling that he had swallowed the crystal core of the nether dragon spear. Everything happened naturally and smoothly. Shenya tried to wield the nether dragon spear, only to find that its weight had dropped to less than 100 kilograms. In addition to losing its crystal core, the treasure also lost its spiritual energy and became a dead object, no longer suitable for use. The effect of the slaughterhouse was still there, but it had weakened a lot. The previous mutation also drained away some of the power of the force field technique. Shenya didn't understand. The many spectators around did not understand the mystery either. Cheng Bai pondered in his heart, and suddenly realized, without destruction, there is no construction. I have to thank him for this shot. He shouted happily, one move will determine the outcome. Shenya was not willing to be outdone, and responded, okay. He brandished his spear, and the giant with a dragon head and a human body behind him added fuel to the fire. It was another move that dominated the world. It was also a unique skill that mobilized his internal energy, but it clearly lacked some power. Cheng Bai used his strongest killing move, the knife, to open the gate of life and death, and now it had regained its normal speed and power. The two sides crossed each other in a flash, their moves were exhausted, and they each stood still, the winner decided. Shenya gritted his teeth and asked, I can't break your defense, so what is it? The Vajra indestructible body is not like this. Cheng Bai said in a clear voice, the secret technique of the spirit shield is indestructible. Shenya spat out a mouthful of blood, stretched out his hands to seal several acupuncture points on his body to prevent the invisible knife wounds from spreading. He snorted coldly and said, I can't break your turtle shell, so just admit defeat. He put away the vision of the domain, staggered off the arena, and left with the damaged nether dragon spear. Cheng Bai could tell that Shenya was scolding him, and he must be feeling sorry for the treasure, but since he was the biggest beneficiary, he didn't care at all. This competition was beyond everyone's expectations. The two judges in the martial arts arena waited patiently for a quarter of an hour, but no one came up to challenge, so they announced that Cheng Bai had won again. Cheng Bai was overjoyed. Not only was he not injured, but his power was greatly improved. He swallowed the third Butn Shen Li pill and thought to himself, today I can go to Yaozong and bring back a basket of Butn Shen Li pills. I can eat them as snacks whenever I have time. In the future, the more elixirs and precious medicines I can have, the better. The Thunderblade King became the undefeated legend of the Hunter Academy and became famous overnight. Shenyao left Qiongqi City that night. Going out hunting to improve himself is better than staying in the academy and watching nothing. Moreover, the official conference is approaching, and he must get a new and suitable weapon as soon as possible. Natural treasures and opportunities are not easy to come across. The academy therefore spread the rumor. The Thunderblade King broke into the Dragon Spear King's slaughterhouse and forced Shenyao to flee Qiongqi City. When the hunters heard the legend, they all expressed admiration, and the girls' eyes were particularly passionate when they looked at him. Cheng Bai was secretly proud. Maybe when the competition is over, I won't have to worry about my harem anymore. On the fourth day of the martial arts competition, Cheng Bai took the martial arts arena early and became the champion. No one dared to go on stage for a while. He thought about yesterday's battle and recalled the details. A large group of people were walking over from a distance, surrounding two young geniuses who had just arrived at the academy. People who like to get involved spread the news. The Shining Blade King and the Wild Staff King have arrived. Maybe they can fight the Thunderblade King. Still a stunning beauty. Two peerless geniuses killed the Demon Clan's overlord, the Dark Spider Queen, in Joyful Valley and obtained the Crystal Core. Their record is outstanding. The new treasure ranks among the best. The dragon bone is inlaid with the crystal core of the Yinming Queen Mother. The monsters in Qiongqi continent are clearly divided into different levels. The number of monster kings is very small, and hunters who can kill them are outstanding and gain supreme honor in the Gildan Academy. The special individuals known as kings among monsters are even rarer, and the identity of hunters who successfully hunt them is particularly outstanding. Many hunters came forward to show their respect, especially the female hunters, whose eyes were full of stars and they had a new idol in their hearts. Cheng Bai stared blankly at the two women who were the center of attention. One was Yunwan and the other was Ning Xiang. They also noticed Cheng Bai. The female hunters around were chattering and scrambling to reveal Cheng Bai's background. Yunwan came over and said with a smile, "You are today's champion, Thunderblade King." Ning Xiang came to the arena and looked at him, as if she had just met him. She started a conversation and asked, "Is anyone going up to challenge me?" Cheng Bai smiled awkwardly, "Not yet." Ning Xiang took out the dragon bone, strode onto the arena, and said happily, "It's great to have a chance to compete with each other." Cheng Bai said awkwardly, "Let's not compete anymore." Ning Xiang disagreed. "Why not compete, are you afraid?" Cheng Bai shook his hand and said, "That's not good." He wanted to avoid the fight and was hesitant about how to deal with the situation. Ning Xiang blinked and said, "I will show mercy, don't worry." There was laughter from the surrounding audience. Yunwan smiled but said nothing. Cheng Bai felt his face getting hot. He thought he was very thick-skinned, but he didn't expect that he would blush. The two gentlemen in charge of judging the martial arts arena had been waiting for a challenger for a long time. Now that someone had challenged the champion, they could not wait to announce the start of the competition. Ning Xiang rushed forward wielding the huge dragon bone and struck the target head-on. Cheng Bai screamed miserably and was hit far away from the martial arts arena. The spectators were all shocked, as a stronger invincible myth had been born, and they all applauded. Ning Xiang was somewhat stunned. "I just tested the power of the upgraded weapon. Is he so weak? Did I make him weak that night?" The judge at the martial arts arena announced that the Crazy Stick King was the winner, and soon Ning Xiang received the elixir of the day as a reward. Cheng Bai, who was flying far away, got up and twisted his waist. He was not injured because of the spiritual shield. He commented, "This force is slightly stronger than that of the Absolute Sword King. Don't hit your husband so hard. The champion is given to you. You can improve a lot with the 7-day pill." He was flexible and calculated that he had enough elixirs in stock and didn't need just a few. He didn't care about the face that ordinary young people valued, and easily threw away the prestige of the academy that he had accumulated in the past few days and ran away with Qiongqi to Qiongqi City in the south. The new treasure was the main target. Chapter 37 Stars disappear. Qiongqi City is 2,700 miles south and slightly east of Qiongqi City. You have to pass the Arrowtooth grassland, cross the treasure basin, cross the Twin Hills and the exiled Immortal River to reach Qiongqi City. Although the journey is long, Cheng Bai can get there before sunset if he works hard. Cheng Bai was not in a hurry to travel, but collected some arrowroot fruits in the arrowtooth grassland. This magical medicine is very rare. Its rhizome is strong and elastic and can be used to make arrow shafts. Its fruit can make a person as light as a swallow and it tastes very delicious. Herds of purebred horses are common in Arrowtooth Steppe, and rare black horses occasionally appear. They are the dream mounts of most ordinary people and are docile and loyal after being tamed. The monster that is good at predation is the saber-toothed cat. It is called a cat, but it is actually as big as a tiger, with sharp fangs like sword blades. It comes in 2 colors, spotted and yellow. It moves swiftly and agilely. If its wildness can be tamed, it can run faster than a black horse. These grassland hunters were extremely alert to any movement. They sensed the presence of Cheng Bai and Cheng Bai, identified them as hunters from the upper level of the pyramid, and immediately dodged away. Cheng Bai had no interest in hunting them. After collecting enough miscanthus fruits, he ran towards the treasure basin. That is the largest basin in the Qiongqi continent, with lush vegetation. The longest ends are over 2,000 miles long, and the deepest part is like a sunken washbasin. The famous secret island of Tiaokong Island in the mainland will land in the center of the treasure basin every 60 years, fill the sunken area, stay on the ground for a month, and then fly away from the treasure basin, repeating this cycle over and over again. No one can explain this mysterious phenomenon. Before the Sky Island fell to the ground, all kinds of wild animals gathered around the treasure basin. The leading monster was a saber-toothed elephant, which was similar in size to an elephant on Earth. It had huge tusks for the purpose of war. Most of them had double-sided tusks, and a few had 4-sided saber-toothed elephants with 4 long tusks like sword blades, which were more sturdy, ferocious and aggressive. Most animals retreated under the trampling and collision of the saber-toothed elephants, but they were nothing in the treasure basin. When the Sky Island arrived, all beasts, including the saber-toothed elephants, would wisely stay away from the secret realm. Because the real overlords are the magic eagles from the Sky Island. They are powerful beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and can fly dozens of miles high in the sky, reaching places above the clouds that are invisible to the naked eye. Occasionally, they spread their huge wings and swoop down to hunt saber-toothed elephants for food. There is more than one kind of magic eagle. The weakest sky magic eagle is no less powerful than the shadow bird king. There are also more powerful storm magic eagle, lightning magic eagle, and thunderstorm magic eagle, which can harness the power of natural storms and become top predators in the sky. Looking up, you can vaguely see the Sky Island in the sky. It is 800 miles long and wide, floating high above the stratosphere. The island is rich in lianxin grass, a precious medicinal root that is worth a fortune. Lianxin grass is the main ingredient of Yunjun lianxin pill. It is refined with several other spiritual herbs. It is more precious and effective than Butianshanli pill. It can help to concentrate the mind and achieve twice the result with half the effort. All warriors covet it, but it is as difficult as ascending to heaven and cannot be obtained. Cheng Bai couldn't help but be full of yearning, but now he couldn't break through the gravity and reach that kind of height. He had the idea of using the secret art of communication to tame the magic eagle and fly up, so that he could reach the Sky Island earlier. But even if the hunter has a magic eagle mount and flies high in the sky, he will not know what the test questions and tasks of this martial arts hunting competition are. Before my eyes was a gigantic lightning eagle, with its wings spread out to 40 meters long and claws as sharp as a halberd. It grabbed a 4-sided saber-toothed elephant as its prey and was about to fly up into the sky. With almost no hesitation, Cheng Bai took out his knife and sword into the sky, killing the huge monster galloping across the sky. Only such prey could attract the interest of hunters. The lightning eagle reacted quickly, noticing an uninvited guest approaching at an abnormally high speed from below, and immediately mobilized the power of the storm, sending forked lightning at the target. Ordinary hunters had no power to resist in the air and would be turned into charcoal on the spot. Cheng Bai now used the spiritual shield freely, easily blocking the lightning energy attack, and continued to move forward, wiping the black pot and wiping the neck. The lightning demon eagle's head fell off, leaving only its body. It flew a distance like a large glider before falling to the ground together with the 4-sided saber-toothed elephant. The scene of the fall was spectacular. Cheng Bai landed in a perfect posture and harvested the half-dead 4-sided saber-toothed elephant by the way. Together with Cheng Bai, he decomposed the huge prey, took out the crystal core, and filled the treasure bag with the best essence of meat and the most lustrous lightning feathers. Today's prey is getting more and more amazing, but the appetite of the adults is also getting bigger and bigger, so this harvest is only enough to enjoy for a few days. The magic eagle meat is sliced and marinated, then grilled at night, sprinkled with seasonings, and served with a platter of arrow mangoes, which is another top-notch meal. While eating delicious food, Cheng Bai suddenly had an idea. Could the eagle claw secret technique that he had given up at the beginning also summon the demon eagle? If so, this would be a great ideal for me, but unfortunately I didn't have the opportunity to verify it. After eating and drinking, they camped outdoors and looked up at the starry sky. Cheng Bai once again noted down the positions of celestial bodies. He took out the previous records and studied the recent month. He compared them repeatedly in order and came to the conclusion: the stars in the sky, from far to near, are disappearing one by one. There were a few meteors streaking across the deep night sky, as if the stars had fallen to earth. Cheng Bai saw the meteors heading south and was deeply surprised. Is it a real meteorite, or is it the arrival of the Diamond Man? They seem to be appearing more frequently recently. Could the disappearance of the stars be related to this? But how can a few falling meteors affect the vast starry sky? Cheng Bai, who has knowledge of Earth civilization, certainly knows how massive a star is. The Qiongqi continent is just a planet and cannot be compared to any star. What is the reason? What force caused it? Cheng Bai knew nothing. The year, month and day timekeeping of the Qiongqi continent is quite similar to that of the Earth. Every time the time is recorded, Cheng Bai has detailed annotations. Astronomical observations are limited by the speed of light, and the starlight we see today is an image of the past. That is to say, the stars have been disappearing for a long time, perhaps starting 10,000 years ago, but the light carrying information has only recently been transmitted to the Qiongqi continent. Cheng Bai thought about it again and again. All current knowledge cannot explain what will happen if the stars continue to disappear. Maybe I will never know the result in my lifetime, maybe it will be the turn of the sun of Qiongqi continent soon. But even if I wake up and cannot see the sun tomorrow, I am just a person living on the continent, so what? Rather than trying to take shortcuts to get to the Sky Island ahead of time, improving your strength is the most important thing. Cheng Bai picked up the huge and round lightning demon eagle crystal core and unfolded his own domain. The constantly rotating blade-shaped true energy spread throughout his body, and when it dissipated, the crystal core in his hand disappeared. After devouring the power of the crystal core, Cheng Bai's whole body glowed with introverted radiance, and his strength increased again. The growth of his spiritual awareness and cultivation skills was obvious. During the battle with Shenya that day, his spiritual eyes did not miss any subtle changes. He did not have time to think about it at the time, but he realized the secret afterwards. It turned out that the domain of the Taoist body could devour crystal cores and treasures to grow in power, which opened up a broader path for improvement. Before packing up and falling asleep, I wondered curiously, could there be a monster in the starry sky that is bigger than the sun, swallowing up the stars one by one? The groundless delusion was quickly put aside. The rising sun shone in the morning glow, and Cheng Bai set out on his journey again, riding Qiongqi towards the Twin Hills. He had a higher goal in mind, so he left the evil eye beast king crystal core and considered embedding it in his weapon. The most famous monsters in Twin Hills were the silver-spotted demon leopards, and occasionally there were spiders. Now the monsters were disturbed and avoided the two opposite hillsides, where a team stood facing each other. The red flag team has the words, Hongyu, inscribed on it, and its leader is a heroic middle-aged woman. The yellow flag team spread out the word, Qiongqi, and the commander was a middle-aged man with extraordinary bearing. The two men looked tired, but they both worked tirelessly and commanded the troops with confidence. After the two teams fought at the bottom of the slope, they retreated back to the hillside, and it seemed that there was no winner. The woman used a voice transmission to tell the man a few miles away, "Third brother, can't you give way? You always gave way to me in the past." The man also had profound skills. He smiled bitterly and said, "Hongyu, this is not a matter of courtesy, it's a matter of principle. Wangfu Sanchuan, the emperor has fallen and catastrophe is approaching, what principles are we still talking about?" The woman said angrily. The middle-aged man was Wangfu Sanchuan, the master of Qiongqi Palace. He transmitted his voice over 1,000 miles so that the people on the opposite hillside could hear clearly, "We are deeply blessed by the emperor. Soon there will be an imperial decree, or a new emperor will ascend the throne. We must stabilize the situation and not lose our composure. Master of Hongyu Banner, what the Disaster Legion is doing is no different from rebellion." The Red Jade Banner Master was so angry that he laughed. "What do you mean by not long ago? Qiongqi continent is located in a remote area. When the news of the great emperor's death reached our ears, it had been nearly 15,000 years. How many generations have passed? It's a joke. Wangfu Sanchuan was unmoved and said leisurely, the great emperor is unfathomable and can cover the sky with one hand. He must have a way out. The mission of the 7 Hall Masters is to stabilize the situation in Qiongqi continent. The Red Jade Banner Master cursed, an old conservative who is content with his old ways. Wangfu Sanchuan didn't want to argue with her, so he changed the subject and said, we've competed in everything in the past month. What's the point of continuing to fight so fiercely? Let's leave the future to the young people. Yesterday, my immaculate body heir won the championship of the martial arts competition in Qiongqi City. I received the news, which made me very happy. The Red Jade Banner Master snorted coldly, that is my direct disciple, not yours. Wangfu Sanchuan sat down slowly, with an indescribable tiredness in his eyes. She has inherited my Fisha stick technique, so she is my successor. Why bother arguing? The Red Jade Banner Master said angrily, I saw it first, and I accepted him as a disciple first to teach him the soul refining staff technique. You don't follow the rules, and you're stealing someone else's disciple. Wangfu Sanchuan said patiently, it was you who proposed the competition to teach your apprentice, and I agreed because I saw that she had good qualifications. How could I snatch her? The leader of the Hongyu banner also looked tired. He sat down and said, Third brother, you are the only one who can tolerate Hongyu's bad temper. I owe you a lot. Wangfu Sanchuan advised, Hongyu, you should go back home. The leader of the Red Jade banner shook his head and said, no, we must decide the winner today. I have never given up on something I have decided to do. From afar on the hillside, she saw Cheng Bai riding a giant white wolf. He looked dignified and steady, with skin that glowed with crystal light. She was secretly delighted and shouted, there's a young warrior passing by. Call him up. Cheng Bai saw that there were people and horses setting up camp on the hillsides on both sides, and thought to himself, could it be that the robbers are trying to buy people's lives and property again? But 4 riders from the red flag came running down, each riding a black horse that could travel 1,000 miles a day. They lined up in a row, and the leader shouted, we are the 4 envoys of Fu, Lu, Shou and Shi, who are under the Red Jade Flag Master. We invite you to come and discuss in detail. Cheng Bai followed the 4 people to the Red Jade Banner Master, jumped off his mount, and felt uneasy, so it's the Disaster Legion. They must be looking for me for no good reason. Are they trying to settle old scores with me? He is skilled and bold, but also fearless. The Red Jade Banner Master transmitted a message to Wangfu Sanchuan. Third brother, I see that this young man is very energetic and has extraordinary skills, which cannot be achieved by a post-natal warrior. How about using him as a bet? Wangfu Sanchuan asked, what bad idea do you have? The Red Jade Banner Master laughed and said, whoever defeats this kid with the least moves will win. How do you say that? Okay. Wangfu Sanchuan agreed readily. Cheng Bai felt depressed after hearing this, and thought to himself, why am I so unlucky that I get beaten by 2 forces as soon as I get here? When he came to the Red Jade Banner Master, he saw that she was middle-aged but still charming. She looked him up and down, and he was shocked. He bowed and asked, what do you think, senior? The Red Jade Banner Master stared at him for a moment and said, your aura is so strong that I didn't see it just now. It's clear that you have already entered the Return to Root realm. There are not many masters of this age in the world. Whose disciple are you? Cheng Bai said frankly, I am a disciple of the Stone Palace Master of the Yuheng Holy Temple. The Red Jade Banner Master said quickly, your cultivation is higher than that of the descendant of the He family. Old monster, she really knows how to hide his incompetence. You heard what I just said. The Legion wants to compete with the Qiongqi Holy Temple. Wangfu Sanchuan and I have been confronting each other for many days. Whoever defeats you the fastest today will obtain the Qiongqi Holy Temple's conferred God altar. Cheng Bai thought to himself, it's also for the altar. Is it possible that apart from the altar of Yaoguang Temple, the altars of other temples have something special? The leader of the Red Jade Banner gave orders, and his subordinates moved in unison, spreading out to make room for a wide area, surrounding the 2 men, and starting to act as soon as they said they would. Cheng Bai quickly said in a loud voice, I have just arrived from afar, and I am forced to do this desperate work. If I win by chance, how about I give the magic weapons in the hands of the 2 elders to me? With his skills, it was not difficult for him to transmit the sound to Wangfu Sanchuan. Given the identities of these 2 people, it is really ignorant of the immensity of the world for the younger generation to say that they have defeated them. The red jade flag master naturally didn't take it seriously. You are interested in my blood jade staff. You have a very sharp eye. Although it doesn't have a crystal core and is not famous, its material is better than the wind and fire burning gold staff. The jade staff in her hand was crystal clear and clean, as red as blood, and had an extraordinary origin. Cheng Bai continued to spread his voice. Since you are betting on me, you have to add some spice. I can't do this for nothing. Wang Fu Sanchuan could hear clearly from afar, and said with a smile, no need to shout so loudly. My visualization secret technique is that seeing is equal to hearing, and hearing is equal to seeing, which can help you understand the mystery and avoid disasters. If you win, you can take my wind, fire and gold burning stick. Cheng Bai smiled and said, thank you both seniors for your generous support. The Qiongqi Palace Master added, if this competition is still a draw, Hongyu, you and I will go our separate ways. Let's not compete anymore and end it here. The leader of the Red Jade Banner was not very happy. He was exhausted physically and mentally for many days, so he did not refute. He thought about it for a while and agreed. He just said dissatisfiedly, disciple Yuheng is so young, and he dares to talk so big. If you want to defeat me, you'd better ask old monster she to come. Take it. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 38, Stop the War and Disperse the Horses. She started to fight, and shouted, first move, lose your soul. The soul refining staff technique is fierce and ruthless, creating yang from yin. When it is performed, it produces boiling hot energy that is enough to burn gold and sparkle stone. A scorching hot wind blows across the field. It is known as the soul refining staff technique, and its reputation is well deserved. Cheng Bai did not dare to be careless. He met the enemy with 3 swords. The sword came and the stick went, and 3 moves were over in a blink of an eye. In close combat, the knife could easily cut gold and jade, but it could not leave any mark on the blood jade staff. Its strength and toughness were surprising. Cheng Bai resisted, estimated the strength of the enemy, and was secretly happy. The gap between her and me is not too big, we can fight. The Red Jade Banner Master counted to the 4th move and thought he could easily win, but he was unable to defeat Cheng Bai in such a short time. He was very surprised. You are a swordsman, but you practice the 6 paths supreme art. How did old monster she teach such a weirdo? She was very knowledgeable and could quickly tell the difference. This seemingly similar sword technique is similar to the sword technique of the 3 old monsters in Yaoguang. Could it be that they are special disciples jointly taught by the Yaoguang Temple and the Yuheng Temple? There is always a gap between the sects. Disciples who travel between the 2 sects are usually only recorded in name, but not in true teachings. Those who can receive true teachings must be disciples who are taught by the master. It is extremely rare for different sects to join forces to train elites. Therefore, when Cheng Bai signed up for the academy and said that he practiced swordsmanship, he was laughed at. No matter what, after testing Cheng Bai's true colors, the Lord of the Red Jade Banner used his real strength and launched the domain. 5th move, Soul Lamp turns on. The flames around them lit up like lights, filling the entire field, and the temperature instantly rose a lot. Seeing this, the subordinates under Hongyu retreated wisely, leaving a wider area to avoid being burned. The Lord of the Red Jade Banner is not a genius, but relies on the long-term accumulation of resources, which results in qualitative changes caused by quantitative changes. Combined with the soul refining staff technique, he has formed a unique soul lamp field. Every soul lamp that touches or burns the opponent during an attack will cause damage to the body and mind, and it is also very famous among all the powerful people. The staff techniques are exquisite and the domain images are strange. Cheng Bai did not dare to be negligent. He deployed his domain and spirit shield and fought with a sword. However, there was an obvious gap in their skills. He defended more than he attacked and fell into a disadvantage. The leader of the Red Jade Flag used several moves in succession, using the soul refining staff technique to strike within the soul lamp field, refining the soul and dispersing the spirit. It was extremely powerful and could take a person's life in an instant. But Cheng Bai's spiritual shield was too solid for her to break, so she had to attack faster and faster. The 12th move, the Dance of Soul Lamps. The Red Jade Flag Master simply urged the soul lanterns to fly, and they came one after another, attacking the opponent like cannonballs. To her surprise, the soul lanterns not only did not cause any damage, but disappeared without a trace after hitting Cheng Bai. The white domain not only made the crystal cores and treasures food, but also the energy balls around them. After swallowing the soul lamps one after another, the tiny blades on the surface of the spirit shield spun faster and faster like a wound spring, and the number continued to increase, and the true essence and spiritual consciousness became more and more vigorous. Cheng Bai was overjoyed after getting the benefit. Her domain is not as strong as Shen Ya's. She is constantly replenishing my strength. The Red Jade Banner Master was confused. After a few moves, nearly half of his soul lamps disappeared one after another. By the time he realized what was happening, he had already suffered heavy losses. He exclaimed, "What kind of secret technique is this? Why is it swallowing my soul lamp?" Cheng Bai unleashed the black spirit, his sword energy spread out in all directions, his power gradually grew, and he turned from defense to offense and killed his opponent. The 19th move, refining the soul and returning to its destination. The leader of the Red Jade Flag shouted delicately and used the most powerful move of the soul refining staff technique. In the soul lamp field, ghosts cried and wolves howled, and soul shadows were everywhere, like 100 ghosts wandering at night. In the contest between the two sides, the sword energy was defeated, and the black spirit's killing move was directly broken up by the stronger opponent for the first time. The Red Jade Flag Master seemed to have the upper hand, but she was actually more shocked in her heart. The power of her strongest move was also exhausted, but the spiritual shield was still there, which meant that Cheng Bai was helpless. In a flash, Cheng Bai's domain transformed into the shape of a beast head, roaring and howling, and forcibly suppressed the night parade of 100 demons in the soul lamp domain. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the whale's blood. The remaining soul lamps fell into the beast head's mouth involuntarily and were swallowed up in a blink of an eye. The domain collapsed without any attack. The leader of the Hongyu banner was incomprehensible. She was pale. It was the first time she saw the domain being forced to dissipate. Her true energy was in disarray and she could hardly continue. She reluctantly said, "The 20th move." However, the leader of the Red Jade banner was unable to use this move. The loss of his domain had a great impact on all aspects. His power dropped sharply, like he was suddenly stuck in a quagmire during a charge and could not move forward. She was horrified and murmured in a dreamy voice, "I lost." Cheng Bai did not use the knife he had prepared to open the gate of life and death, and hurriedly said, "Thank you for the treasure, senior." As agreed, Cheng Bai wins the bet. The onlookers looked at each other in surprise, not expecting the result. Wangfu Sanchuan was watching the battle from a distance, and couldn't help but be surprised. The Red Jade Banner Master is obviously stronger, how come he suddenly lost? Third brother, this kid is very evil. It seems that he can absorb the power of others. The leader of the Red Jade Banner snorted coldly, and did not forget to remind Wangfu Sanchuan. Finally, he did not regret it and threw the Blood Jade staff over. Cheng Bai took the treasure and put it away, then rode on Xiao Bai and rushed towards the opposite camp. After defeating the Red Jade Banner Master, he also wanted to defeat the Qiongqi Palace Master. He stepped forward and saluted, saying, "Junior Cheng Bai greets Palace Master Wangfu. I know you, the Rising Star Thunderblade King Cheng Bai, the disciple of the Stone Palace Master. The defensive skill that makes Shenya helpless is the secret art of spiritual shield." Wangfu Sanchuan was very well informed. Cheng Bai held the knife in his hand and took a stance. "Please give me some advice, senior." Wangfu Sanchuan raised the Wind Fire Fen gold stick and stood still. "Among the 7 holy temples, the one I admire most is Yuhang Hall Master Shi Ziyu, even more than Tianshu Hall Master Guan Wanlan, who is nominally the highest holy temple. If Hall Master Shi had not passed on his skills to several disciples, his strength would have been the strongest among the 7 Hall Masters." The disciples of the surrounding Tianji temple retreated again and again, keeping a distance far beyond the subordinates of the Red Jade Banner Master, and gave up most of the area on the hillside. Cheng Bai remembered Shi Ziyu's teachings in his heart. The 6 paths of supreme power was a great reliance for him to leap into a new realm. He was puzzled and asked, "What is the relationship between the 7 holy temples?" "They are neither the same sect nor an alliance, but they are all of the same blood. The 7 holy temples are departments of the same level, and the temple masters are just positions of the same level. The Hunter Guild belongs to a business alliance, not a sect. The only truly famous sects in Qiongqi continent are the Weapon Sect, the Medicine Sect, and the Sword Sect. Other small sects are often fleeting and not worth mentioning." After Wangfu Sanchuan finished speaking, he used the first move of Fisha staff technique, Ping Shiloyan. Cheng Bai used the Shao technique of the 6 paths of bliss fist to integrate into his swordsmanship and removed the wind fire burning gold stick. This treasure was superior to the crossing sword in terms of both material and power, so he did not dare to confront it head-on. He thought to himself, the wind fire burning gold stick ranks 4th among the 7 treasures of the continent, and the power it carries is even stronger than that of the Red Jade Flag Master. Wangfu Sanchuan used 3 moves in succession to force Cheng Bai away, and continued, "The 7 holy temples are like small princes, with their own inheritance and many disciples. The masters of each generation were inherited by their direct descendants. After more than 10,000 years, they developed and were succeeded by outstanding disciples, and then gradually became sects." Cheng Bai was in a panic under the Fisha stick technique, and was secretly surprised. His skills are better than the Red Jade Flag Master, why is it so difficult to determine the winner in the confrontation? Could it be? 5th move, Flying Sand and Shining, the domain image is activated, be careful. Wangfu Sanchuan's domain image showed yellow sand flying all over the sky, and the dust covered the entire hillside, vast and lonely, which was much more complete than the domains seen before. He had stepped into the realm of Guangfa, with a wide range of influence. Combined with the Fisha stick method, he came and went without a trace, making it difficult for opponents to resist. Stealth assassination is almost useless in such a domain. The strong can sense everything, and concealment is difficult to deceive. Cheng Bai's swordsmanship is difficult to resist, and he hurriedly uses the spirit shield to resist several moves. Wangfu Sanchuan failed to break through after several moves, and said in surprise, "Is this the secret spirit shield technique that you used to make them helpless? It is indeed as solid as a rock. The spiritual shield has many advantages. It can provide defense without affecting the attack of the true essence sword energy. As long as the spiritual consciousness and mental power are not exhausted, it can be maintained for a long time." Cheng Bai was glad many times that he made the right choice. "I'm sorry for showing my ugliness." Cheng Bai was polite, but he kept calculating in his mind. The Qiongqi Palace Master is using real stick skills to attack, and the domain is used for support, not energy attack. My domain is still too passive, and it is difficult to devour without provocation. If it goes on for a long time without replenishment, the spirit shield will consume a lot of spiritual consciousness, and I will definitely lose. Fortunately, he had just devoured a lot of soul lamps from the Red Jade Flag Master, so his strength had increased and he was in high spirits, so he could hold on for a while. Wangfu Sanchuan used one move after another, but was unable to defeat his opponent and had to resort to his ultimate move. The 13th move is as numerous as the grains of sand in the Ganges River. The continuous stick strikes hit the spirit shield, and the heavy shadows of the sticks made the blade like true energy rotating on the surface dented, but they did not use all their strength, as they were also preventing themselves from being swallowed. Cheng Bai was more defensive than offensive, and his spiritual shield was shaken by the violent attacks, making it difficult to maintain stability. He gathered his strength and responded to several attacks in succession. His spiritual eyes predicted and he thought to himself, a powerful attack is coming. The previous attacks were all built up, and the fatal attack will trigger all the power. The 20th move, gathering sand into a tower. Wangfu Sanchuan really used his strongest move. The strange scene changed color, and a huge pillar suddenly appeared in the vast desert, sweeping away thousands of troops. The power of the wind and fire-burning golden stick rolled up a sky full of dust and rushed over. Seeing the powerful force coming, Cheng Bai suddenly felt heroic. Which is better, my swordsmanship or your sticksmanship? Let's decide who is stronger today. He pushed the 6 paths of supremacy to its limit, used his spiritual eyes to discern the trajectory of his opponent's moves, and used all his strength to unleash his strongest killing move, opening the gate of life and death with his sword. As he thought about it, white gas appeared, like smoke and fog, penetrating every pore and covering the entire flying sand desert area. The area was filled with yellow sand and smoke, and everything was blurry. When the scenery on the hillside returned to normal, the two exchanged positions, savoring the intensity just now and immersing themselves in each other's moves. Good swordsmanship, full of murderous intent, profound artistic conception, superb, above the famous killing 3-kill sword, better than the flying sand stick method. I lost. After Wangfu Sanchuan finished speaking, he pressed several major acupoints on his body, forcing out several white sword auras, and everything they touched was turned into dust. With just this one move, Wangfu Sanchuan exposed the hidden danger and was superior to his previous opponents. However, he showed no desire to fight and stuck the Fengwo Fenjin stick into the ground, then turned and walked away. It's yours. The Red Jade Banner Master and I both lost to you in 20 moves, and the bet is a draw. With this record, you can go anywhere on the continent. The future world belongs to you young people. The leader of the Red Jade Flag was actually defeated in the 19th move and was unable to fight again. The leader of the Qiongqi Palace was much stronger. Cheng Bai did not correct him, but said politely, "Senior, your stick skills are superb, and you almost broke my spiritual shield. I feel the pressure. In this fight, the opponent really wants to give in. If they really fight to the death, it is still unknown who will win. It is a good thing to either maintain face or stop the fighting." Cheng Bai knew what was going on, so he took away the wind-fire burning gold stick and said, "Thank you two seniors for your help." The two teams left the Twin Hills and dispersed one after another. A long battle finally ended. Cheng Bai took a rest on the hillside and looked towards the south. In the distance was the second largest river on the continent, the exiled Immortal River, which was like an immortal's white belt of immortality, winding on the green grassland. The sunlight sprinkled layers of silver on the river surface, reflecting the sparkling waves. The largest river is the Qiongqi River, not its tributary the Qiongqi River. The exiled Immortal River is wider and deeper than the Long Snake River. It is home to the monster red carp, which has a human face and a fish body and sounds like a baby. It is said that eating its meat can prevent and treat all kinds of diseases. Even if it does not have this effect, the deliciousness of red carp is well known throughout the continent. Cheng Bai naturally couldn't let it go, so he ran straight to the river. When fishing, I found that the red carp was more alert and stronger than the fish I knew before, and it was much harder to catch. When they found the hunter approaching, they immediately ran away, as if they were particularly timid and cowardly. It was hard to believe that it was a powerful monster that only a level 13 hunter dared to challenge. Cheng Bai took Xiao Bai and wandered around the shore for a long time, but there was little gain. There was one exception, a hunter on the river bank. He looked over and saw a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance, phoenix eyes, drooping eyebrows, a rhino nose, and 5 strands of fluttering beard. He looked like an immortal banished to earth. He was sitting leisurely on a high place by the river, fishing. The bait put on the several-meter-long silver fishing rod was still struggling on the river surface. It was actually a red-faced spider as big as a millstone. Cheng Bai didn't know this fisherman, but he felt familiar with the dark purple ring on his finger. The thick fishing rod was tightened and a fish was hooked. The fisherman held the rod tightly and pulled up a 5-meter-long red carp, which bit the red-faced spider tightly with its bloody mouth. As Cheng Bai was admiring, the river surface rolled up with extremely turbulent waves, and a huge beast with a 10-meter-long crocodile head, a snake body and 6 legs swooped down. Its huge mouth was as long as a guillotine, and its rows of sharp teeth as swords bit the red carp, refusing to let go. A small number of crocodiles occasionally come down from the upper reaches of the Zexian River to look for food. They usually have 4 legs, but the elite ones have 6 legs and are more ferocious. In an instant, the tension of the silver fishing rod reached nearly 2 pounds and bent into an arc. The fisherman seemed to have expected this, and he calmly pulled up the fishing rod with one hand and threw it onto the shore, as if he had just caught 2 big fish with an ordinary fishing rod. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere, and the 2 monsters fell heavily to the ground, dizzy and paralyzed, unable to move. A red carp plus a 6-legged crocodile, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, amazing. Cheng Bai got to know many monsters through the Hunters Guild and knew how powerful they were. He was no match for such records and strength. The fisherman said leisurely, "What's amazing is this fishing gear, the luxurious silver fishing rod, the dark spider silk fishing line, and the sword camel dragon crystal core. Catching these monsters is just a piece of cake. I'm looking forward to catching the death ghost face, but unfortunately I haven't succeeded so far." This is probably a common problem among fishing experts. Cheng Bai asked curiously, "Senior, how can I get such good fishing gear?" Chapter 39, Master of Weapon Refining. Wan Zan of our side is the ancestor of weapon refining. The fisherman implied that he made it himself. There are 360 professions in the Qiongqi continent, and every profession has its top talents. Among them, weapon refiners have the greatest influence, even surpassing the hunter group, which has the largest number of professions. Whether it is weapons or treasures made by weapon refiners, they are not only popular among warriors but also widely used in all walks of life. However, there are very few weapon refiners because the training conditions are harsh. Not only do they require outstanding talent and determination, but they also consume a large amount of precious materials and require countless wealth to accumulate. Therefore, outstanding people are rare. Fang Wanjun, the leader of the weapon sect, is the highest authority on weapon refining in the Qiongqi continent. His mysterious weapon refining skills are well known to everyone. Even if many wealthy families flatter him, they may not be able to curry favor with him. Fang Wanjun not only has superb equipment refining skills, he is also ranked among the top strong men on the continent. He has profound cultivation and was once promoted to Hunter King, which amazed all forces. How can we not admire such a leader? Feng Wanjun was contented. He looked Cheng Bai up and down, and said in surprise, could it be the legendary Taoist body? It's rare for him to reach the state of entering the Tao and returning to the root, but he can't compare with my 7 treasures golden body. Cheng Bai reacted quickly, took out the blood jade staff he had just obtained, and said impatiently, I have heard of your great name for a long time, please see if this can be made into a fishing rod. This time it was Feng Wanjun's turn to be stunned. He took the blood jade staff and looked at it carefully, the blood jade staff of the red jade flag master. This material is indeed very strong for making fishing rods. Why didn't I think of it? Cheng Bai was secretly delighted when he heard this, and hurriedly said, then we can do it. Feng Wanjun pondered and said, to refine a blood jade fishing rod, there are other materials that are not easy to obtain, such as a small piece of black gold that can be used as a fishhook, half a pound of Feiying stone, 2 Yinming spider silk cocoons, and at least 1 crystal core of a Baoyuan realm monster. Cheng Bai took out the Yinming spider silk cocoon, the evil eye beast king crystal core, a small piece of black gold ingot refined for Kai Zongming, and a huge piece of Feiying stone. Feng Wanjun picked up the crystal core and nodded, saying, a monster crystal core from the returning root realm might be produced by a clan king, so it's very rare. Well, if you can pay 10,000 taels of gold as labor fee, I'll take the job. I have all the materials and it can be completed tomorrow. Cheng Bai took out 10,000 taels in person. Feng Wanjun readily agreed, took out the green sword, and used his sword energy to cut off a small piece of Feiying stone, which was enough to refine the black gold ingot into a shadow black gold fish hook. He camped by the exiled immortal river, took out various tools from his treasure bag, and concentrated on refining them. Cheng Bai prepares the ingredients at his leisure. He takes out the best pieces of meat from the red carp and 6-legged crocodile that he has caught, and grills, steams, and cooks them. The color, aroma, and taste are delicious, which makes people's mouths water. Feng Wanjun tasted the delicious food and praised it highly. Little brother Cheng has excellent cooking skills. I have never seen anyone cook monster ingredients to such perfection. Cheng Bai asked, I have rarely seen people cooking monster food in major cities. Hunters hunt monsters but don't use them as food. Why is that? Feng Wanjun laughed in silence. The essence and flesh of monsters are all treasures, and are very valuable. Most of them are used by pharmacists to make pills, and some can also be used to make tools. The red carp is used to make pills to cure diseases and prolong life, and the crocodile is an auxiliary medicine for making pills to replenish the divine power. Few people are willing to eat them directly. Using a small amount of food other than the essence is already a luxury and rare, and not something that ordinary people can enjoy. It is said that Zuiyunjian, the best restaurant in Qiongqi city, has a famous dish called Tujiao Zhengrong, which is made with red carp head. It is famous all over the world, but they are reluctant to use the fish body to cook. Cheng Bai thought of the high price of refining elixirs and the huge crowds of people, and asked, so, spiritual pharmacists are very important. Isn't the medicine sect the richest sect on the continent? Feng Wanjun said complacently, weapon refiners are even more indispensable. The weapon sect is the largest and richest sect in Qiongqi continent, followed by the medicine sect, and the sword sect is the poorest. If the 7 holy temples did not have some salaries and taxes, they would not be as comfortable as the sword sect. The hunter guild sometimes makes a profit and sometimes loses, and it's good enough to be able to maintain itself. The spiritual pharmacists of the medicine sect also have prominent status. The number of professions is only slightly larger. In the Qiongqi continent, they are second only to the weapon refiners. Both are highly respected in all walks of life. Cheng Bai suddenly realized that it was no wonder that those elders of the weapon sect had nothing to do and were so bored that they were researching all kinds of bizarre treasures. To put it bluntly, they were not short of that little bit of money. After having a good meal and a good drink, Feng Wanjun said with emotion, Qiongqi continent is a cage. One day, I, Feng Wanjun, will finally break through all the obstacles and reach the true peak. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Is that so? Cheng Bai felt that Qiongqi continent was a paradise for hunters, although he didn't think so when he first arrived. He smiled and said, life here is pretty free and easy. Seeing that he didn't care, Feng Wanjun sneered and said, if I were in other star regions, my achievements would definitely not be limited to this. It's a pity that people can't choose their own birth. Cheng Bai thought about his words and watched with great interest as Feng Wanjun worked overnight to refine the blood jade fishing rod. The core of refining equipment is to master a kind of divine fire source. This first requires the refiner to have the fire element in the 5 elements, whether it is a single fire element or mixed fire elements. Most people do not have this qualification and cannot engage in refining equipment. In addition, refining equipment has strict requirements on design conception, exquisite craftsmanship, intensity of fire, etc. The spiritual consciousness and telekinesis are unique and far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It has almost harsh conditions for spiritual cultivation. Therefore, only 1 in 10,000 people can become an equipment refiner. Then there are all kinds of natural treasures. A skilled cook cannot cook without rice. Only with high-quality materials can precious treasures be created. With the above conditions, the weapon refiner mobilizes the yin and yang energies, the 5 elements, and the images of the 8 diagrams to control the reconstruction of elements, shape and transform matter, and make the treasure adapt to specific needs. The wise ones can inspire the spirit of the weapon and make the treasure have spiritual intelligence. The subtle and superb methods are incredible. The fire source controlled by Fang Wanjin is the lava crystal fire, which is invisible at ordinary times. When in use, it condenses into orange-colored crystals, as warm as jade, and is far more powerful than ordinary fire. He quickly activates the refining cauldron he carries with him to refine the materials into embryos, which become parts and then are combined into a whole treasure. The blood jade staff is a complete treasure without any extra steps. It seems that it has been prepared for the refining process into a fishing rod, which greatly speeds up the process. Otherwise, even with this demon-burning cauldron, it would take at least several days. Seeing that Cheng Bai was watching seriously, Fang Wanjin couldn't help but explain and give some tips on the weapon refining technique. Cheng Bai seemed to understand, so he picked up the remaining waste from refining black gold and feying stone and used the secret technique of thunder and fire to try. He was able to shape it without the need for a refining cauldron, but the shape was crude and could not be used for any major purpose. Fang Wanjin was surprised and said, "You are quite insightful. You actually understood the techniques I mentioned and mastered a certain type of fire source. This is really rare. It's a pity that the acquired fire is not of high quality. There are many types of fire sources, innate and acquired, invisible and intangible, visible and intangible, visible and invisible, and tangible and visible. The monks of the Qi sect believe that the latter are not as good as the former." Fang Wanjin thought to himself, he has excellent aptitude, a sharp mind, and excellent spiritual awareness. He might have a destiny in refining equipment. But I have already selected a satisfactory disciple, and the source of divine fire can only be passed on to one person in the future. So he paid no attention to other things and focused on refining equipment. When the sun was high in the sky, he left the finished blood jade fishing rod to Cheng Bai. This treasure is made of rare materials, and its refining effect is extraordinary. It is far better than my luxury silver fishing rod. It is already a high-grade spiritual weapon. There are very few treasures of this level on the mainland. Treasure it well. After saying that, he packed up his things and left in style. Cheng Bai caught red-faced spiders nearby to use as bait. He caught fish immediately and was very excited. He tried again and soon caught several large red carps with the blood jade fishing rod. After taking out the monster crystal core, he had a great harvest. He rode on Qiongqi and jumped over the exiled immortal river, rushing towards Qiongqi city. This city may not be as prosperous as Qiongqi city, but it has a prosperous culture, free thoughts, and the people in the city live and work in peace and contentment. Cheng Bai commissioned Yao Zong to refine red carp into elixirs to cure diseases and prolong life, and then came to the Hunters Guild to replenish supplies and inquire about the news of treasures. 456 taels of gold. The counter responsible for purchasing counted the crystal cores and calculated the price, but the number of transactions did not attract the attention of the wealthy hunters in the city. There wasn't much hunting to do on this trip, so Cheng Bai planned to devour the high-level crystal cores for his own use in the future, and use the ones he didn't like to improve his guild points. The hall was filled with the smell of cigarettes and alcohol. Servants were diligently going back and forth to add tea and water, and the hunters were talking and laughing. Something big happened at Griffin Mountain northeast of Qiongqi city. King Absolute Sword and King Wild Hammer went to Griffin Mountain to tame the Golden Griffin King. They killed many monsters along the way. This action caused dissatisfaction among the 4 monster kings under the seat of the monster clan sage. The topic caught Cheng Bai's attention, and he listened carefully to their discussion. The number of demon beast king leaders is limited, and many have been killed recently, which has affected the renewal and reproduction of the species. The Gibral king summoned all the kings of the demon beasts to come and ask for an explanation. That is a 1,000-year-old monster that is comparable to a human immortal. The beasts are gathering outside the East City Gate. The Qiongqi Palace Master is not here. I heard he went to Qiongqi City. What should we do? The guild leader smiled and said, it's okay. The Qiongqi city wall is tall and strong, and the Temple Legion is no pushover. The monsters have no organization or tactics, so how can they attack us? As they were talking, there was a loud bang like thunder from outside the door, and the door collapsed under the huge force. It turned out that a 1,000-pound boulder was thrown into the city and landed accurately at the entrance of the guild, creating a huge pit more than 20 meters wide. The aftermath just happened to knock down the gate of the Hunters' Guild. The hunters were horrified and frightened. The pedestrians around them stopped abruptly and dared not move around. Cheng Bai was horrified. Who is so powerful? Throwing a stone is like throwing a missile. The force used is extraordinary. Moreover, it was thrown from outside the city. The distance must be at least 10 or 20 miles. This move alarmed the top leaders of the Hunters' Guild. The area between Qiongqi City and Qiongqi City is the core area of the Hunters' Guild. The headquarters of the guild is located in Qiongqi City, which is known as the #1 building in the city and also the tallest building, Zuiyunjian. A silver-haired old man in gorgeous clothes walked out from the top floor. His face was ruddy, his spirits were high, and his feet were as light as the ground. This skill of flying in the air has also been used on Qi Jifan. Warriors can often only float a little off the ground. The deeper the skill, the higher they can fly in the air. The silver-haired old man was even more amazing. He really seemed to be flying in the air, fast and steady. He strode down from a height of over 100 meters and landed in front of the guild hall to check it out. The Hunter Guild's governors, stewards and other management personnel all stood up to greet him, because the visitor was the Hunter Guild's supreme leader, the leader Li Quan. Everyone followed Li Quan as he walked around the giant pit. He stopped, stroked his silver-white beard, and said in a loud voice, "This old ape monster hasn't moved for a long time. It issued a challenge and asked me to go out and meet it for a fight." The guild was in an uproar. The news that the leader of the guild was going to fight against the Monkey King spread like wildfire. More and more people came to watch the battle, and no matter they were hunters or warriors outside the guild, their blood was boiling. Except for the former Tianshu Palace Master who disappeared over 100 years ago, Li Longtu can be considered the best master on the continent. Even if Palace Master Zhou Zibang is not dead, Li Longtu is still invincible. It has been many years since we have seen Senior Li take action. It is said that he has reached the level of a human immortal, where he has achieved unity between man and nature, and that he is more powerful without a sword than with one. Master Li has not used the sword for a long time. He has given the title of the best swordsman to the younger generation. What a noble character. The Gibbon King is just a monster. Li Longtu will definitely win. Everyone was talking at once, and followed Li Quan to the city gate to watch the battle. Cheng Bai also went to watch the fun. Outside the east gate of Qiongqi City, a large number of monsters gathered, led by 7 strong figures. The smallest leader fluttered its wings, folded them and stood still on the ground, revealing a dark red humanoid shape. It was the vampire bat king of the gloomy forest, more than 2 meters tall, with a long beak, a hairy face and sharp claws. It spread its fleshy wings behind it in dissatisfaction to block the sunlight and hid in the shadow of the burly body next to it. The huge and sturdy figure next door is the Ironback Bear King, which is more than 10 meters long, with fur like iron needles and bronze color. It has thick skin and flesh, is invulnerable to swords and spears, and can easily pull out trees and push down houses. The other king nearby was even more powerful. He was the leader of Lion Mountain, the 9-tailed scorpion Lion King. He swung his 9 scorpion tails behind him and glanced at the temple disciples on the city wall with hostile eyes. The Iron Bull King beside him was strong and powerful, more than 20 meters long, with a pair of curved horns on his head, shaped like a giant bull, and black all over. Not only did he have copper skin and iron bones, he also loved to eat iron ore. Even his feces were as hard as iron, and he stood there motionless like an iron statue. Further ahead was the Chelong King, the longest of the monsters, with a slender body stretching up to 45 meters, 4 legs like pillars, and sharp claws like spears, staring at Qiongqi City hungrily. The most eye-catching one is the Sand King from the Golden Desert. He is huge, with a ferocious face, 4 horns on his head like a demon, scales all over his body the color of gold sand, and muscles in his 4 arms and feet bulging with blue veins like a coiled dragon. They are all kings of various monster tribes, but they all follow the lead of the gibbon king standing in front of them. That burly figure was the only giant ape among the monsters wearing golden armor. It was about 20 meters tall, with thick and well-developed muscles like raised hills. Its strong forelimbs were particularly thick and long, obviously longer than its hind limbs. When it stood, it leaned forward slightly and dropped its fists to the ground. Looking down from the city wall, the giant 60-meter-high city wall kept all the monsters out of the city. When people saw the densely packed groups of monsters, many of those who had previously considered themselves strong and boastful became frightened and uneasy. Cheng Bai roughly estimated that the number of lions was 10 times greater than the previous lion tide. Qiongqi city did not have enough strength to contend with them. If a conflict occurred and triggered a war between humans and demons, the results would not be optimistic. Li Quan poked his head out from the tower, saw the Monkey King, and said in a loud voice, "Brother Qi Bin, I haven't seen you for many years, and you are still as elegant as ever." Chapter 40, Unexpected Disaster. The Gibbon King Qi Bin spoke in human language. "Li Quan, keep your youngsters under control. The demon people of Qiongqi continent are not the private property of the human race. The beast kings of each race are elites who have been reported to the sage. How can they be tamed and slaughtered at will?" Li Quan said leisurely, "The human and demon races have an agreement for many years. It is the natural law of survival in the wilderness. Both sides hunt separately. If there are casualties, they will accept their fate. If they are really dissatisfied, they will fight to settle their personal grudges. The same goes for the beast kings of each race and the masters of the major halls." Qi Bin shouted, "Qiongqi continent is the great emperor's garden palace. Both the human and demon races are subordinates of the great emperor. The gentlemen of the human race are responsible for maintaining order in the palace, and the demon race thrives. The agreement has been in effect for 15,000 years. But recently you have gone too far, and several beast kings have been robbed in a short period of time. Could it be that the gentlemen, who always keep their promises, knowing that the great emperor has fallen, intend to tear up the agreement?" Li Quan hurriedly smiled and said, I dare not, the agreement is still valid. We are all living in peace and contentment, working hard for a long time, and looking forward to the new emperor ascending the throne and visiting Qiongqi continent for hunting and recreation. How dare we have second thoughts?" Qi Bin's expression eased slightly after hearing this, and he continued, "If we only lost 1 or 2 beast kings, we wouldn't intervene, but the number is too large and has exceeded the border. We have to fight today, otherwise the tribes will be outraged and start a beast tide, and Tianji city may not be able to hold on." Li Quan bowed his hands and said, "Thank you, Brother Qi Bin, for taking it upon yourself to restore order and maintain prosperity. You are truly a role model for our generation. Please give me your guidance." The Gibbon King strode out of the monster camp and shouted, "Just come over here, let me see how much progress Shao Quanzi has made over the years." The old monster actually called Li Quan by his nickname and didn't take him seriously at all. The other 6 monster kings behind him knew how powerful he was, so they retreated one after another and gave up the battlefield. Li Quan laughed loudly, jumped out of the city wall, and stepped into the air. With every step he took, a 3-foot-long icy sword appeared under his feet and solidified in the air. The head of the Hunter Guild praised him highly, shaking his head and saying, "Li Longta's glacial divine sword technique has reached the level of a god, forming a glacial sword domain that is unrivaled in the world. A mere wild monster is no match for him." In the blink of an eye, dozens of frost swords formed in the air. The temperature outside the city seemed to drop a lot, and the hot summer turned into a chilly chill. Cheng Bai's vision has been much broader since then, and he thought to himself, this is a master of the heavenly man realm. His domain and the external forces of nature interact with each other, turning the power of all things into his own use, forming a unique and mysterious domain. The range of influence and attack effects are much stronger than the warriors I have seen before. There were more and more frost swords in the air, surrounding the enemy. The hunters watching the battle on the city wall cheered and praised the battle highly. Those who practice Taoism live forever, but ordinary people only live for a few decades, and 70 years old is considered a rarity in history. Contemporary heroes have long forgotten the glory of the older generation. Li Qun was once famous throughout the world and had a legendary life in the Qiongqi continent. He is the oldest hunter king still alive today. He was awarded this honor 480 years ago. The 7 hall masters are all his descendants. He can be regarded as the oldest senior expert in the continent. How powerful is he? It is hard for ordinary people to imagine. Everyone who has seen it is dead. Now is the chance to see it. Outside the city, Xingju and Tai Baohan were riding on the tamed Golden Griffin King and flying to Qiongqi city. Tai Baohan shouted, "I spent a lot of effort to get this monster king, but it's a pity that it belongs to you and I have nothing." Xingju said happily, "Thanks to your help, I will definitely help brother Tai tame the next Griffin King in the future." Tai Baohan shook his head and said, "Even the Golden Griffin King can't fly high enough to reach the Sky Island. The griffin is too heavy, and the maximum it can fly is the mountain top. It can't compare to the magic eagle, but it is higher than the scorpion lion that can only glide." Xingju stopped chatting and looked into the distance. A strange light was reflected in the sky above the east gate of Qiongqi city, and there was an area there where snowflakes were actually flying in the summer. The two were shocked. Tai Baohan was surprised and said, "Who is the master who can change the natural phenomena? Could it be him? There is only one master in the heaven realm in Qiongqi city who has the ice and snow domain." Xingju hurriedly urged the Golden Griffin King to speed up and go. "It's the Glacier Sword domain of Fu Lao, the leader of the Hunter Guild. Who can force him to take action? Let's hurry over to watch the battle." On the Qiongqi city tower, Cheng Bai saw that thousands of frost swords had condensed. Snowflakes were dancing in the icy and sharp air. The sword domain was perfect and grand, like layers of glaciers unfolding, with ice condensing on top and undercurrents surging beneath the ice. The magic of the Glacier Divine Sword technique lies in the fact that extreme movement is hidden in extreme stillness. The sword's movements are unpredictable and changeable, and it is both heavy and agile, making it extremely powerful. Qi Bin's fists collided with each other with a loud bang, and he sneered, "It's just a trick, just pretending. Watch me break all the obstacles with my strength." Thousands of ice swords attacked the Ape King almost at the same time. Sword energy filled the sky, continuously like a downpour, and the angles and directions were all strange and unpredictable. The hunters on the city wall were dumbfounded and had no idea how to deal with the miraculous rain of glacial swords. Qi Bin didn't even fight back and allowed thousands of swords to stab him. Amid the clanging noises, the swords actually shattered. 300 swords broke into pieces when they were 10 meters away from the body, 300 swords turned into powder when they were within 3 meters. 300 swords dissipated when they were within 3 feet, and only 100 swords pierced the strong flesh and shattered into mist. The hunters who were cheering loudly suddenly fell silent. The defense of the Gibbon King was stronger than a solid wall of steel, as solid as Mount Tai, without any damage. Li Quan seemed to have known the result already and was not panicked. He used the unique move of the Glacier Divine Sword technique, carving ice and carving Chong. Thousands of ice swords in the sword field reappeared in an instant, and the vast sword intent enveloped the opponent's whole body. The sword moves bring the ever-changing and exquisiteness of the Glacier Divine Sword art to its extreme, like a surging glacier, destroying and reshaping the target, carving out an exquisite glacier sky. Destruction and creation, strength and softness, change and exquisiteness are all revealed in the sword intent. It's a bit of progress. As Qi Bin roared, he swung his giant fist continuously, as if he had grown 10 arms. His continuous and powerful blows broke up and defeated the surging glacier. Many of Lobing Daochong's exquisite follow-up moves could not be performed and were strangled in the bud by the more powerful force. Cheng Bai opened his spiritual eyes and could see clearly from a high place. The fierce punching power of the Ape King had some of the collapse, shake and thrust spirit of the 6 paths of bliss fist. He used force to defeat skill and broke the strange phenomenon in the sword domain with a tough attitude. He was filled with emotion. He had thought that the power of the domain was supreme and might be his lifelong pursuit, but unexpectedly there was also martial arts that could suppress and break through the domain. Fortunately he had mastered it, but he didn't know how the Ape King had obtained some of the boxing skills. Li Quan's glacier sword domain was broken, but he remained calm. Layers of sword blades suddenly stretched out from under the broken ice, and there was another layer of sword domain hidden inside, which was even colder than before. It was the deadly killing move of the Glacier Divine Sword art, Ice Heart and Blood. Qi Bin was caught off guard, and his lower limbs were stabbed by the frost sword blade one after another, penetrating his defense, causing him to bleed profusely and roar in pain. Cheng Bai watched the battle from afar, thinking about the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. It's because the Ape King didn't learn the full 6 paths of Bliss Fist. In fact, he only mastered most of the 100 battles Sage Fist. Otherwise, he could have broken the second level of the sword domain by using the 2-strength combo just now. But this is like watching a chess game from the sidelines. It is difficult to respond accurately unless you are there in person. Seeing the situation reversed, the hunters watching on the city wall cheered again, waving flags and shouting. Qi Bin had thick skin and strong flesh, and the minor injuries did not hinder his movements. He immediately used his strength to shatter the layers of sword blades, unleashed the 100 battles sage fist, and suddenly attacked, smashing into his opponent. The punch was as powerful as a whistling gale, blowing away the snowflakes, and as powerful as a powerful force, crushing the glacier. Li Quan parried several moves, only to feel that the opponent's punches were becoming more and more explosive. He did not dare to delay at all, and used all his strength to perform the most powerful move of the glacier sword art, 1,000 miles of ice. He clasped his hands and pushed out, combining his mind, intention, energy, strength, spirit and skills into one. The ice swords quickly gathered together and combined into a giant sword that could hold up the sky, and he was going to decide the outcome with one strike. When the two strong forces met, their tremendous power collided, erupting with a terrifying power that made people tremble with fear. The glacier sword domain was shattered, and the aftermath of the shock blew up a whistling cold wind, and ice chips flew everywhere. Many monsters were unsteady on their feet, their eyes were tightly closed, and they were trembling. Among the people on the Qiongqi city tower, some weak ones were even blown away and fell off the city wall. The opponents on the battlefield were each repelled by the powerful moves. Li Quan retreated 7 steps, and Qi Bin's huge body retreated 9 steps. I won this battle. According to the agreement, you are not allowed to pursue this matter any further. Li Quan said in a loud voice. Qi Bin looked down at his body, which was invulnerable to swords and guns, and wiped the blood in astonishment. He couldn't believe it. Its regeneration secret technique was powerful, and the scars on its lower limbs healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, without damaging the root. You've made great progress. After 60 years, you've become even better. Qi Bin thought about it, admitted defeat, stopped insisting, and waved his hand. The Demon Kings silently accepted the result of the decisive battle. Under the command of their leader, the densely packed demon beasts slowly retreated, with the 7 kings covering their rear and leaving cleanly. Li Qun stroked his beard and smiled, then turned around and flew into the air onto the city wall, his clothes fluttering in the wind, looking like an immortal. The dragon head is so powerful that it is invincible. You are just a monster, how can you dare to challenge the immortals of this world? The monster was successfully driven back and victory was achieved. The surrounding temple disciples, hunters and other onlookers all cheered and surrounded Li Quan, admiring and praising him, clapping their hands in celebration. The guild leader was very proud. I just said that Li Longtu will definitely win. Cheng Bai's sharp eyes caught Li Quan's unsteady steps when he landed on the tower, and he thought to himself, he is injured and holding on, but he is not gaining the upper hand. Li Quan seemed to have won on the surface, but he retreated a few steps less in order to save his face during the fight. In fact, the internal injuries he suffered were more serious than the sword wounds inflicted by the Monkey King, and it would be difficult to recover without a few days of recuperation. The crowd of idlers gradually dispersed. The 2 geniuses rode the Golden Griffin King to the top of the city wall, bowed and saluted with their palms facing the dragon's head. Junior of the sword sect Xingju pays homage to Li Longtu. I, the young student of the academy, Tai Baohan, greets Senior Li. Li Quan narrowed his eyes and glanced at the 2 of them, then instructed, you 2 are the elite geniuses carefully cultivated by the sect and the academy. You must not be too ostentatious. Come to the top floor of Qiongqi to meet me. The 2 men bowed and said yes. Cheng Bai was curious, why did he want to meet with these 2 people? Could it be that he has a treasure to give or some other secret? The possible treasures that might appear made him excited, so he left Xiaobai at the inn and couldn't help but rush to Qiongqi. The tallest building in Qiongqi city rises high into the sky, even taller than the Qiongqi temple. It is a rare hotel-style office building on the continent and the headquarters of the Hunters Guild, integrating daily office, hotel accommodation, club business and other functions. Cheng Bai looked up and was secretly surprised. Many achievements of the Qiongqi continent were quite advanced, which were very different from the ancient civilizations in the conventional sense. Just as he was about to sneak in, he saw a familiar face coming out of the gate of Qiongqi. He had an extraordinary demeanor and it was Fang Wanjun, the leader of the Qi sect. He's here too. Cheng Bai was sneaky and didn't dare to go forward to say hello, so he hid in the distance. Fang Wanjun looked around, glanced in the direction of Cheng Bai from afar, turned around and left in a hurry, as if he disappeared into the air. Cheng Bai's spiritual eyes caught the details. Fang Wanjun turned the dark purple ring on his finger, and his figure faded away instantly. No one else noticed. That is the ring of form and shadow, a treasure refined by the weapon sect. It is very famous in the continent, but only a few people can obtain it. Afterwards, Cheng Bai quietly groped his way to the top floor of Zuiyunjian. No one noticed him along the way. From the high building, he could overlook the entire city. The buildings were lined up one after another, extending outward around the temple. The garden palaces they are talking about, are they referring to the 7 holy temples? Cities like Qiongqi city were built around the holy temples. The people of Qiongqi continent were originally sent to manage the palaces, and gradually they multiplied and developed into cities. No wonder there are only a few large cities within thousands of miles. The more Cheng Bai thought about it, the more shocked he became. The entire continent was just a garden. How powerful must this be? Who was the emperor they were talking about? The higher you go in Zuiyunjian, the fewer people there are, and the high floors are often where the core members of the guild are. Xingju and Tai Baohan had already arrived at the top floor, only to see that the door of the large hall was closed. Tai Baohan said loudly, "Juniors Tai Baohan and Xingju are here to pay their respects to the leader." Xingju went forward and knocked on the door gently, his voice gradually getting louder. After a long time, there was no response. He whispered, "Could it be that Mr. Li has gone out? How about we wait at the door?" Tai Baohan shook his head and said, "The leader is very strict in his work. How can he break his promise by asking us to come here?" Xing Huiwei was dissatisfied and said, "Then at least there should be a deacon to entertain us." Tai Baohan stepped forward and gently pushed the palace door, which opened immediately. The hall in the room was spacious and dark. With the help of the little natural light that came in, one could vaguely see a figure sitting high on the throne in the hall, demonstrating his majestic status as the leader of the guild. "Why aren't the lights on?" Tai Baohan asked in surprise. Xingju smelled the blood and frowned. "Only dead people have such a smell." He flicked his fingers, and his true energy ignited the nearby lights, lighting up the hall. The two men saw everything clearly and were horrified. They simply couldn't believe it. Li Quan, the leader of the guild, who was sitting high on the throne, had a pale face and dull eyes. The icy sword blades stuck all over his body were gradually melting, bringing out blood that dyed his gorgeous clothes red. He had already died. The continent's top master, who was known as the human immortal, who had just defeated the demon king and was a powerful and influential man, died in this way. Xingju's eyes widened, his mind in turmoil, and he exclaimed, "He's dead." He stepped forward to take a closer look at the wounds on the body and was even more shocked. Li Quan clearly died under my own glacier divine sword technique. Who could do that? Chapter 41, Rift Valley Trip. Cheng Bai, who had sneaked in with the two men, couldn't believe it. He knew something was wrong and was about to leave quietly, but suddenly he noticed many people coming quickly outside, so he quickly and quietly retreated to the side. Those who came were the elders and deacons of all levels of the Hunters Guild. When they saw the situation, they were panicked and stared at Xingju and Tai Baohan with wide eyes. Some of them were so angry that their eyes were bloodshot. The leading elder shouted, "Don't act rashly, the leader died tragically, and the people present are the most suspicious. You must cooperate with the investigation." Just as he finished speaking, the lights were suddenly put out, someone was knocked down, the sound of staggered footsteps and shouts of panic could be heard, and the hall was in chaos. When they calmed down and relit the lights, they saw several people lying on the ground. Xingju and Tai Baohan were nowhere to be seen. An elder shouted angrily, "How dare these two shameless youngsters to hurt someone and escape? They are so guilty. Who else could have killed Li Longtu?" Cheng Bai hid in the dark, but his spiritual eyes could see clearly in the darkness. It was Tai Baohan who turned off the lights, attacked the Hunters Guild, and took Xingju away. He was very puzzled. If they do this, won't it prove the crime of killing Li Quan? What are they thinking? The head elder said angrily, "Tai Baohan is a genius that the Guild Academy has worked hard to cultivate, and Xingju is the holy son of the Sword Sect. We have treated them with great courtesy and taken care of them in many ways. How could we have expected that they would be two ungrateful wolves who not only attracted the monsters to mobilize an army, but also killed Li Longtu, who had worked so hard and made great contributions. It is clear that they want to destroy us." The other elders cursed angrily. These two evil thieves are so cruel and ruthless that they dared to plot against several deacons in front of them. Li Longtu was highly respected, but he was killed by a villain. How can we live up to justice if we don't hold him accountable? You have evil ambitions. Go to the Sword Sect and face the culprit. The head elder comforted everyone and said, "This is a serious matter. The most urgent task is to select a new leader and notify the Sword Sect and the Academy to investigate this matter. They have a close relationship with the guild, so we must not act rashly." Everyone said in unison, We are willing to follow Elder Seng Ji's lead. Elder Sen Jie smiled and said, "It is difficult to refuse your kindness. I would be disrespectful to refuse it." Cheng Bai watched as the Hunter Guild elected a new leader in a short period of time and the situation gradually stabilized. He didn't want to stay any longer, so he sneaked out of the top floor hall in stealth and escaped downstairs. The more he thought about it, the more strange it seemed to him. Li Quan was in a high position with power, his strength surpassing that of the 7 hall masters, but he was rare in the entire Qiongqi continent. He was suddenly killed after being wounded in a fierce battle with a strong enemy. Power was rapidly changing hands, and there was a conspiracy hidden in the matter. It looked like a storm was brewing. Cheng Bai couldn't think of a clue. Anyway, it was none of his business. He had already obtained precious treasures enough to exchange for the secret technique. The best thing to do was to return to the Yaoguang temple and improve his strength as soon as possible. The next day, the golden rooster crowed and Cheng Bai was well prepared. He set out from the west gate, crossed the exiled immortal river that surrounded the northwest of Tianji city, and headed for the Yaoguang temple, exploring the deep unknown areas along the way. Traveling through the faceless Rift Valley, the ecology at the bottom of the valley is unique, inhabited by powerful monsters, and every lake is a nest of Chelongs. Riding Xiao Bai past the lake, the waves parted with a splash, and a Chelong beast suddenly poked its head out from the bottom of the lake, stretched its neck, opened its fangs and opened its huge mouth to bite. Normally, prey cannot escape from such a ferocious predator. Cheng Bai's knife swept past as fast as a whirlwind, causing the huge head of the Chelong to fall off. He slowly dragged the prey ashore and harvested the crystal core and several days' food. In addition to the delicious Chelong meat, the faceless Rift Valley is also home to a strange bird that looks like half bee and half bird. It is called Qinyuan and is a circle larger than a mandarin duck. It is good at building giant bird nests. Qinyuan brews a kind of honey-like crystals in his own nest, which contains better quality sugar and is called Wo crystal. It is indeed the best delicacy in the Great Rift Valley. With a sly smile on his face, Cheng Bai climbed up the cliff to dig out the Qinyuan nest. He got the translucent amber-like nest crystal. He took a bite and it was as sweet and sticky as soft candy, and as fragrant as honey. It was nourishing and invigorating, and its taste was endless. The angry Qinyuan attacked the invaders one after another, but Cheng Bai avoided the attacks nonchalantly, quickly stuffed all the nest crystals he could see into his treasure bag, jumped off the cliff and escaped, and ran towards the next Qinyuan giant nest with Xiao Bai. Deep in the faceless rift, there is a precious treasure called Earth Spirit Water. It is made from underground hot springs and the essence of hundreds of herbs. Drinking it can quickly repair wounds and even regenerate limbs. It only has a small spring, but it can nourish the surrounding mountain walls like jade. The nearby vegetation is lush and the spiritual energy is thick, making it like a fairyland. Cheng Bai filled the wine god's gourd with the magical Earth Spirit Water, turning it into a more precious Earth Spirit wine, which could also enhance his skills and achieve better results. A man and a wolf were living freely in the Faceless Valley, tasting all kinds of delicacies. Their appetites grew bigger and bigger, but they angered the overlord of the valley. Early in the morning, Cheng Bai packed up the campsite and continued his journey to the west of the Great Rift Valley. However, he saw 10 giant monsters walking side by side in the distance, blocking the passage of the Rift Valley. Leading them was the Chelong king who had once surrounded the east gate of Tianji city. There are also 3 grades and 9 kinds of Chelong clan. The ordinary ones can only be called Chelong beasts, the superior ones are called Chelong generals, and the one above the Chelong generals is the Chelong king. It led its 9 Chelong generals to come and demand punishment. They were more powerful than the giant mammoth lineup that guarded the forest that day. The challenge level of the Chelong generals alone was 1 level higher than that of the barbarian king. Human, I smell the scent of a ferocious beast on you. It is full of danger. Do not stay in the faceless rift any longer. Relying on the large number of beasts, the Chelong king tried to drive Cheng Bai away. This is prey that has come to my doorstep. After I've dealt with you and have had enough hunting, I'll consider leaving. Cheng Bai drew out his knife, jumped from Xiao Bai's body, and chopped off the head of the nearest Chelong general with one encounter. The Chelong king was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to kill him so easily. He hurriedly used the secret technique of water curtain to condense water vapor to form a protective barrier, and his whole body was sparkling. This secret technique is so well defended that it is like being separated from the enemy by a river and is impervious to external forces. Cheng Bai swung his sword and ripples appeared on the water curtain. A huge sword mark that was more than 10 meters long gradually flattened out. He was secretly surprised. This was the first time he encountered a monster that was good at defensive mystical arts. He thought to himself, compared with the monster's mystical arts and my spiritual shield, I wonder which one is better. The Qiongqi king was far more frightened than Cheng Bai. Under the protection of the water curtain, it still felt the chill of death from the blade. It was terrified and hastily shot out several water arrows, but they were all dodged by Cheng Bai. Knowing that it was no match for him, it shouted, "Little ones, tear him to pieces quickly." The Qiongqi generals came over to help, but the Qiongqi king took the opportunity to turn around and escape. Cheng Bai did not let it go, and chased it a few steps to catch up, and used the ultimate move of knife to open the gate of life and death. The knife marks on the monster's body were much smaller, but more deadly. The knife energy penetrated the defense and damaged the internal organs. The Qiongqi king lost all his strength, and he fell to the ground and died after running a few steps, and the water curtain collapsed. In that brief moment, Cheng Bai judged that the defense of the water curtain was not as good as the spiritual shield, and continued to kill the remaining Qiongqi generals. Seeing their leader defeated, the Qis lost morale and became a mess. The water arrows they fired at Cheng Bai were either dodged or chopped apart by the sword energy, and they fell one after another under the sword. The sword swung with ease and killed all the monsters. Cheng Bai stopped, still feeling a little unsatisfied, thinking back to the battle between Qiao Beihao and the Lord of the Black Jade Banner that he saw on the shore of Canhai. He thought that Qiao Beihao was extraordinary back then, and now he was confident that he was no less than the two of them. He took out the pale blue crystal core of the monster and collected its meat essence, leaving behind a pile of debris. From then on, no Qiongqi dared to block his way, and everyone was terrified. At night, Cheng Bai found a secluded place at the bottom of a cliff in the valley, and began to devour the 11 Qiongqi crystal cores he had obtained before and after. He removed the dross and retained the essence. His spiritual awareness surged, his blood surged like waves, and his cultivation improved greatly from the inside out. Now the two of them were moving much faster than before. If Qiao Bai wanted to hurry, he could travel 10,000 miles a day and 8,000 miles a night, and Cheng Bai himself was even faster. But compared to the vast Qiongqi continent, the area they had passed through was still insignificant. It was almost dawn and Qiao Bai was still sleeping soundly, but Cheng Bai was much sharper than before. He sensed someone approaching and woke up immediately. Looking at the mountain to the north of the Faceless Rift Valley, that is the open space where the Watch Forest and Lion Mountain meet. On the top of the mountain, a master is running towards him, his steps are as fast as a meteor, like a gust of wind. Qiao Bai was startled and Cheng Bai soothed its head to stop it from making any noise. The master's legs ran extremely fast, even faster than Qiao Bai's full speed, and he reached the edge of the mountain in the Faceless Rift Valley. He used the momentum to jump up and crossed the 20-mile distance of the Rift Valley with his physical body. His strength was overwhelming. Cheng Bai's pupils shrank slightly. He was not afraid of the other party's strong body, but was more surprised that this person was actually Elder Zheng Jie whom he had met on the rooftop of Zuiyunjian that day. Just based on this anti-gravity power, he is comparable to the former leader of the Hunter Guild, Li Quan. Why did he come to the Faceless Rift? Isn't this a forbidden area declared by the Hunter Guild? Cheng Bai thought to himself. The confusing bloody incident that day was more complicated than it seemed. Zheng Jie is now the leader of the Hunter Guild. His status is so noble that traveling to the southern continent without permission cannot be a trivial matter. Cheng Bai became very curious, so he asked Qiao Bai to wait at the bottom of the valley, and he quickly climbed up the cliff using his hands and feet, and came to the south side of the Faceless Rift Valley. His cultivation was several times stronger than the last time he met the Faceless Man. He was confident that he could handle any emergency, but he was surprised when he reached the southern peak. The top of the mountain was charred black, obviously where a fierce battle had taken place. 3 diamond men were standing nearby, and they looked the same as those seen in Shell Hill and Watch Forest. The difference was that there was no sign of life at all, only broken remains. Examining the body of the Diamond Man, it is found to be different from the Stone Man in Strange Rock Mountain. What are the specific differences? In the past, Cheng Bai couldn't put it into words, but when he thought of the exquisiteness of Feng Wanzhen's weapon refining, and then looked at the perfect proportions of the Diamond people, their exquisiteness, and their cleanness and order as if they were cast from the same mold, he realized, they don't look like natural alien creatures but more like the result of weapon refining. A closer look revealed that the Diamond Man was covered in wounds, seemingly from being punched and kicked, but there was only one fatal wound, a large hole through the heart. The Diamond Man's body was so strong and his vitality was so tenacious that he didn't die even after his head was cut off. Instead, he died from such a quick and clean move. The destructive power was shocking. They didn't leave any crystal cores behind. The weak point is not the head, but the heart. The core is right here. It couldn't have been done by Cheng Bai, as he just passed by. Now Cheng Bai's strength has greatly improved, and it is not easy to win against 3 of them. Who is the master who did this? Cheng Bai thought of the faceless commander he met near the Great Rift Valley before. Could it be him? Suddenly, he felt that the wound that penetrated him looked familiar, and he couldn't help but think about it. Looking for a while from the top of the mountain, below the southern peak is a vast plain that cannot be seen in the north of the Great Rift Valley. There are regular buildings distributed on the ground, and their shapes are like sharp blades inserted into the ground. They are of different heights and staggered, as if it is a town. This made Cheng Bai unbelievable. Monsters actually had urban buildings. No, this showed that the faceless people were not ordinary monsters. They were also humanoid intelligent creatures with a considerable degree of civilization. With great curiosity, Cheng Bai climbed over nearly 100 miles of mountains and plains, and approached the building complex in stealth to explore. Occasionally, there were some faceless warriors taller than ordinary people coming and going around. The society was orderly and peaceful. It was clearly a foreign country. Later, Cheng Bai was seen coming out of a building as tall as a rocket and striding away. Outside the building stood a huge sign that read, "Hunter Gun King." Cheng Bai sneaked in to check and found that the owner of the building was actually a tall old human with black clothes and white hair. He was wiping all kinds of wonderful weapons in the store. There were even advanced thermal weapons on display, which was jaw-dropping. For example, this strange-looking broadsword has a slender and sharp blade at the front and a wide and complex handle like a gun with a buttstock. It combines the advantages of cold weapons and hot weapons. It can be used as a broadsword and as a firearm for long-range shooting. Cheng Bai was watching intently as the old human began to introduce things attentively. This is called a gun blade. It is made of luxurious silver and siliconized carbon. It is very popular among humanoid warriors. There are also blade-shaped ones. The sword-shaped one is the weapon style chosen by most warriors. Cheng Bai emerged from his invisible state and asked in surprise, "Can you see me?" For a warrior who has mastered the realm of perfection, invisibility at such a close distance is meaningless. "I am Zhou Zibang, the owner of Hunter Gun King, welcome to our shop." Zhou Zibang greeted with a smile. To dare to say that one has mastered the domain to perfection means that one has achieved perfection in the realm of heaven and man. The old man in front of him is a master who is hiding his true strength. Cheng Bai looked up at the overlord's spear that was inlaid on the ceiling of the shop like a decoration. The shining tip of the spear was sharp and intimidating. He hesitated and said, "The previous master of Tianshu Palace was also called Zhou Zibang." Zhou Zibang hung up the cotton cloth he was using to wipe his weapon and said, "It is me, I didn't expect there are still young people who remember my name. The Hunter Guild thought you were dead." Cheng Bai was full of doubts. "The former Zhou Zibang is as good as dead, but for me it is a new life. Did you see Cheng Bai who went out? He has just been promoted to the leader of the Hunter Guild. The higher the position, the greater the pressure. It turns out that Zhou Zibang has integrated into the Faceless People Society and is enjoying himself here." Cheng Bai understood and asked, "Is Seng Galantu also in the heaven realm?" Zhou Zibang shook his head and said, "Cheng Bai is still a little short of that, he is only half a step away from becoming a celestial being. In the past 500 years, only 3 people from the gentleman clan on the mainland have reached the celestial being realm. One is me, one is Li Quan, and the other is the leader of the weapon sect. The kid surnamed Fang is amazing, he has practiced the secret 7 treasures golden body of the weapon sect to the 3rd level, and in the past 10,000 years, only the first generation leader of the weapon sect has surpassed this realm." Cheng Bai thought for a moment and asked, "Among the 3 seniors, who is the strongest?" Zhou Zibang sighed, "The great waves wash away the sand, and each generation is stronger than the last. Back then, Li Quan defeated me by 1 move. I thought I had a chance to catch up because I was younger. But when Fang Wanjun won the title of Hunter King, I realized that I had fallen behind the young people. It would be better for me to retire and open a small shop." Chapter 42 Corpse Legion. Cheng Bai was surprised and said, "So Sect Master Fang is the best master in the continent." Zhou Zibang added, "He has the best talent, and can only be said to be the best master of the gentleman clan of the northern continent. There are 2 others who originally had the opportunity to reach that level, but unfortunately they each encountered difficulties. Medicine Sect Master Yang Kaiping went astray in his practice, and his combat power fluctuated. Yuheng Palace Master Shi Ziu's Six Paths unique skill could not achieve the second transformation for a long time, and stopped at the broad Dharma realm, so he had to pass on the skills to his disciples and practice again. Cheng Bai heard the implication that there were other races that were not taken into account, so he asked, "Senior, you are knowledgeable, are there any strong people from other races?" Zhou Zibang pointed to the peaks outside the window and said, "Do you see that mountain outside? That is the Qiongqi who was in the Wushang realm after his death. It is the pride of the Faceless team's hunting. The gentleman clan hunters on the mainland have never had such a record in 10,000 years. Several of the Faceless clan's generals are not inferior to me, and there are also stronger lords and commanders." Looking up, the mountain looks like a beast lying on the ground, with wings on its back and a body length of more than 200 meters. You can imagine how magnificent it was when it was alive. Cheng Bai was more interested in the weapons in the store. The weapons here are very different from those refined by the weapon sect now. Zhou Zibang laughed and said, "Who said it was made by the weapon sect? These are the techniques of the Faceless Man, which are completely different from the weapon sect's methods." Cheng Bai looked at the various weapons carefully. In front of him was a long-handled knife called Shadow Knife, which was made of fading steel. The blade was translucent. When in use, the blade vibrated at high speed, making it more difficult to see and hard to defend against. The blade edge generated high-frequency electrical energy to enhance the attack power. It was a must-have weapon for killers. There is also a sledgehammer named Yangfeng, which is made of burning iron. When used, it will emit a boiling hot storm, with wind and fire appearing together. The attack power is outstanding among the same grade. These weapons are also powered by crystal cores. Unlike weapons of the weapon sect, they incorporate the characteristics of thermal weapons, have higher energy utilization rates, and do not require the user to infuse true essence to exert their power, which means that ordinary people can use them. Is the Faceless Man's weapon refining skill superior to that of the weapon master? Cheng Bai asked curiously. Judging from the goods in the store, the Faceless Man's treasures were indeed more outstanding. If he had discovered this place first, the weapons in his hands might be very different from what he is using now. Zhou Zibang said truthfully, "The emphasis is different. The treasures of the weapon sect are made for martial arts masters, and the treasures of the Faceless Man are designed for easy use. Which one is better depends on the material and grade." Cheng Bai boldly guessed, "The Faceless people are an alien race, right?" Zhou Zibang was a little surprised by this question. The gentlemen are also an alien race, but they were ordered by the Great Emperor and have taken root here for many years. Most of the monsters are the original inhabitants of the local area. The Faceless people came to the continent many years earlier than the gentlemen, and they are also considered monsters in people's eyes. Cheng Bai noticed that the materials used in the building were exactly the same as those in the Howling Ruins. He thought to himself, the Faceless people clearly had a base in the north of the continent. Their level of civilization far exceeded that of Earth. They were later driven to the south of the Great Rift Valley. With such a powerful Faceless Man being driven out of the northern continent, the Great Emperor civilization to which the Gentleman clan belongs will surely become even more glorious and splendid. Seeing that he was paying attention to the building, Zhou Zibang explained, "This is a cheap material that the Faceless people often use. It can be quickly produced in large quantities and is used for a variety of objects. It is called siliconized carbon. It seems to be an element replacement technology. It is harder and tougher than luxury silver. I really don't know how they did it." Cheng Bai groaned, "These Danti look like ordinary buildings." Zhou Zibang smiled and said, "You can see the difference. The Faceless people call them starships. Legend has it that they can travel through the sky. Unfortunately, they have lost their power source and cannot take off. They can only stay here. So many buildings were converted from spaceships, a huge fleet, but unfortunately they are all abandoned." Cheng Bai calmed down and continued to ask, "Can't the crystal core be used as a power source?" Zhou Zibang said, "The crystal core can be used as a power source, but it also requires a special fire source. Ordinary fire cannot ignite the power furnace." Cheng Bai was secretly curious and asked, "Could it be the principle of nuclear power?" Zhou Zibang was puzzled when he heard this and said, "Nuclear power is something I have never heard of. As far as I know, a divine fire source is needed to activate the power of a starship." Cheng Bai turned around and saw a rope of a hazy color in the store. He asked in surprise, "Is this also considered a weapon?" Zhou Zibang explained, "That is a void rope. It is much longer than it looks before and can extend to different dimensions. It is very special among the treasures of the Faceless Man. It is a magic weapon of the highest grade, the best in the store." There is only a small sample and no stock. It takes a long time to customize. Why does such a treasure appear and why is it cherished so much? Cheng Bai asked curiously. The faceless man once focused on the exploration of the netherworld and devoted himself to the development of the void rope. Now it has become history, leaving only the treasures of civilization. Seeing that he was interested, Zhou Zibang took the trouble to explain in detail. The void rope is made of Yinming spider silk. Cheng Bai was overjoyed. After a detailed discussion, he took out the remaining 9 Yinming spider silk cocoons from the treasure bag and left 9,500 taels of gold to commission the customization of the void rope. Zhou Zibang issued a receipt and accepted it. Come back in 20 days to pick up the goods. Cheng Bai left the faceless man's territory and returned to the faceless Rift Valley. It was already dawn, and he rode Xiaobai to continue his journey to the northwest. He touched his shriveled wallet and thought to himself, 100 days of chopping wood is as easy as burning it in one day. Qiongqi continent is really a place where you can spend money. You make money quickly, but you also spend it quickly. At the end of the faceless Rift Valley is a waterfall, which plunges 3,000 feet, a spectacular sight. The roar of the waterfall hitting the rocks and water surface drowns out the whispering of the wind stirring the grass and trees. The endless water comes from the Long Snake River and reaches the edge of the Discipline Plateau. Cheng Bai and Xiaobai climbed to the top of the mountain and looked back at the faceless Rift Valley that ran through the continent. He suddenly had an idea. If there is an extremely powerful person, can he split the entire Rift Valley with a sword? That was too amazing. He put aside his unrealistic fantasies and rode Xiaobai towards the Yaoguang temple. The numerous palaces are now filled with eerie light, and thick black air rises straight into the sky, replacing the pillars of light that once reached the sky, silently telling of the depth of darkness. Whenever Cheng Bai approached, he could feel the uneasiness and was secretly shocked at himself for having such emotions. Compared to when he had just left the Yaoguang temple, it was hard to estimate how many times stronger he had become, but it was as if he was walking out of the palace gate for the first time and looking up at the endless darkness. Cheng Bai arrived before dusk, calmed the nervous Xiaobai, let it stay outside the palace, and strode into the palace gate on his own. The visibility inside the palace was much lower. It was still daytime outside, but inside it felt like a long night, with gusts of cold wind that sounded like crying. Cheng Bai became alert and held the knife tightly in his hand. During the time I was away, some outsiders had entered the Yaoguang temple. On the ground lay some dried corpses that I had never seen before. After a quick inspection, I could confirm that they were all hunters from the guild who came to explore. This makes sense. The huge changes in the Yaoguang temple would not have gone unnoticed by others. The team that has only come now to explore the situation has already wasted long enough. The new corpses would also become mummies, becoming the undead in the palace. One of the corpses was an acquaintance. The mantis swordsman Fu Ying who had escaped in the lion tide was lying dead on the ground, staring with disbelief, already dead. His face was blue and purple, and 2 black iron goose feather swords were lost beside him, one of which was broken. Cheng Bai picked up the intact knife, and remembered what Kai Zongming had said, that it was always a weapon, so he put it away, walked forward stealthily with steady steps, and carefully came to the altar hall. The scene in front of him made his pupils shrink, and he was secretly frightened. Around the magnificent altar, the faithful believers who had died in the past turned into mummies and stood densely like dried statues in various postures. The environment was gloomy and the atmosphere was weird, as if one had stepped into the hall of Yama. The leading man in white robe tilted his neck and turned around stiffly. His face with green teeth was hideous and terrifying. His empty eyes emitted a blood-red light. He stared in the direction of Cheng Bai and let out a dull growl. Now they can move around in broad daylight and become guards. It will be difficult to deal with so many of them. Cheng Bai thought to himself and slowly stepped forward, relying on the invisibility effect to obtain the altar secret technique. In the past, he would not dare to provoke such a legion of corpses. But now he is no longer a weakling. He is definitely a rare master in the mainland. Even if the opponent becomes a monster, he will still fight with him. The white-robed leader's eyes were glowing red, like a pair of small lanterns, moving along with Cheng Bai's invisible position. It can see me. By the way, you are the master of the White Jade Banner, the leader of the 5 Elements banners, and the last Hunter King. You are not a weakling, and you won't be much worse after becoming an undead. Cheng Bai approached the pile of corpses step by step and opened his spiritual eyes to observe. The corpse of the White Jade Flag Master in front of him was even more bizarre, with dark tentacles extending from its eyes, ears, nose and mouth, as if there was something hidden inside it. Cheng Bai took the initiative to attack, jumped over the pile of corpses, and launched the black spirit killing move. The cross-shaped sword energy surged to more than 30 meters and slashed towards the owner of the white jade flag. It moved like thunder and its edge was intimidating. The leader of the white jade flag stretched out his dry hands, which suddenly stretched out more than 10 meters. His fingertips were as sharp as blades, and he grabbed the sword energy head-on. He was the first opponent who took the initiative to use his flesh and blood body to confront the sword. A sonic boom that tore through the air was heard in midair, and the confrontation between the cross blade and the ghost claw was turned into nothing. The Lord of the White Jade Flag practiced the cold iron yin gong during his lifetime, and his body was stronger than iron. His sharp claws only had white marks from the cuts, with almost no damage, and his flesh was as strong as some rare metals. Cheng Bai's sword flashed, approaching the opponent and killing him with 3 consecutive moves. Now his sword skills are smooth and flexible, and the same move can be used in many different ways. The power of the triple cross sword energy is superimposed and increased dramatically. The leader of the White Jade Flag stretched out his claws, grabbing and tearing through the triple sword energy wildly. The ghost claws that were harder than diamonds could not remain intact in the surging and fierce sword energy. His finger bones were broken and he hastily retracted them. Cheng Bai was just about to take advantage of the victory to pursue the enemy, but he saw the leader of the White Jade Banner howling in anger. His finger bones recovered in an instant, and his bloody mouth full of sharp teeth opened to the ears, spewing out a roaring wind. The cold wind howled, and wherever it passed became a death zone, withered lives, and the air froze. Many mummies around were implicated and frozen into ice men, but they were dead anyway, so it didn't matter. Cheng Bai slashed out more heavy black spirits, and the sky was filled with sword energy, which dispersed the roaring dark wind. With the help of the spirit shield, he resisted all attacks, but he was forced to retreat back to his original position, and all his previous efforts in the charge were wasted. This undead monster was a hunter king when he was alive. His strength is higher than mine. He should not be underestimated. He may have become even stronger after his death. While Cheng Bai was thinking, he noticed that the dense group of mummies around him were turning towards him, as if they were ready to make a move. There were more than 10,000 undead monsters, which were overwhelming and difficult to deal with, so he quickly hid in stealth mode. The leader of the White Jade Flag shook his crooked neck. It was the only one among the undead that could still see Cheng Bai, and he strode after him. Cheng Bai was afraid of the large number of corpses, so he simply retreated step by step and led the Lord of the White Jade Banner into the hall behind him for a decisive battle. The new battle site is spacious, undisturbed and convenient for activities. Cheng Bai attacked again and unfolded his domain. The blade-shaped true essence was exquisite and translucent, and had increased to 44,300 pieces. It appeared to be all over the body, rotating and dancing silently, forming a vivid and ferocious beast head. The vision of Taoist had only just begun to appear at this point, and with the help of the dazzling sword light, he killed the powerful enemy. The Lord of the White Jade Flag stretched his claws out to a distance of more than 10 meters as he fought with the Qiongqi knife, making frequent sounds of metal clashing with stone. With his incredibly tough body and his quickly recovering immortal physique, he was not at a disadvantage at all. At the same time, he kept spewing out roaring dark winds from his mouth, which spread all around and froze the entire hall in an instant. Gusts of dark wind were blowing, and demonic shadows were everywhere, like 1,000 howling ghosts. It turns out that the howling cold wind is also a kind of domain. It not only produces cold and destructive energy, but also has a great impact on the mind, causing people to have hallucinations. Cheng Bai saw the truth with his spiritual eyes, used his spiritual shield to protect his body, and expanded his domain to swallow a breath of cold wind. He shivered with cold and cursed, "It's so hot today, just treat it as ice cream. I'm not afraid of you, idiot. Kill, kill, kill." With one continuous cross-shaped sword energy and ghost claw attack after another, the beast head domain slowly devoured the yin wind domain and gradually approached the master of the White Jade Flag. 15 meters, 9 meters, 3 meters. The two men fought each other in close combat, using all their suicidal moves. The impact and friction in the air made bursts of explosions, and the fight became more and more fierce. Cheng Bai swallowed up the yin wind field, but could not fully adapt to it. He felt that this cold and yin energy was stagnant and could not be transformed. It was unprecedented. He had to save 20% of his strength to operate the 6 paths of supremacy to exclude the incompatible parts. Frost formed on his hair and eyebrows, and his offensive weakened a little. He did not dare to approach again rashly. This part of energy is evil energy, which will do more harm than good if stored in the body for a long time. Fortunately, Cheng Bai does not consume too much, and all of it is excreted from the body without leaving any trouble. After fighting for a long time, there was no winner. Cheng Bai swallowed a lot of yin feng, and gradually became more confident and accustomed to the yin and cold energy, and his sword energy gradually increased. A powerful opponent, a sharp cold wind, and crazy power circulation caused the 6 paths of supremacy sapling in the body to break through the critical point and grow into a small tree. With Dantian as the base, it stretched out 3 layers of main trunk-like taking root in a mountain, and each layer branched out into 3 branches. Each branch had 2 branches, one pointing upwards and the other drooping. The branch pointing upwards seemed to hold up the sky, and the branch drooping down was like a giant claw, as if trying to grab something. According to the description of the martial arts realm discussed with Shi Ziyu in Yuheng Temple that day, this is the first transformation of the 6 paths of supreme art, Zhanmu. There are infinite possibilities in the follow-up, which is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Shi Ziyu also failed to complete the second transformation. Cheng Bai's power surged, shattering the frost formed by the evil energy on his body. He integrated all the martial arts he had learned previously and entered a new Guangfa realm, where he was able to connect with both inside and outside, and achieve a bright future. After the realm was upgraded, the range of the beast head domain expanded, and it was much more flexible and proactive than before. It swallowed up the Yinfeng domain repeatedly and chewed out large gaps. The leader of the white jade flag felt the pressure and stopped breathing out the roaring wind. The shadowed tentacles invisible to the naked eye in his eyes, ears, nose and mouth suddenly grew rapidly, and stretched out 7 thick tentacles towards Cheng Bai. Cheng Bai's spiritual eyes could see clearly that the spiritual shield defense, which had always been unbreakable, could not prevent the shadowed tentacles from infiltrating. Chapter 43, Free Transmission. Fortunately, the fatal killing move, the knife, opened the gate of life and death and slashed out. This move had a profound artistic conception and great power, and the destructive force was from the inside out. It cut through the chest, abdomen and head of the white jade banner master, and the knife light was surrounded, successfully cutting off the shadowed tentacles, and he himself was not injured, which was thrilling. The broken tentacle was swallowed by the beast head domain. It turned out to be a kind of intangible spiritual energy, which turned into white nutrients. The body of the white jade flag master lost his strength and slowly fell down. The outcome was decided. Cheng Bai put away his knife, hid his body and entered the altar hall again, walked around the group of corpses, and placed the wind and fire gold stick on the altar. The light shines and the treasure disappears. The ball of light that appeared on the altar was more transparent and brighter than before, spreading out new runes, floating and dancing in front of Cheng Bai. It contained 3 secret techniques with obvious advantages and characteristics, which were fascinating. Hide your light, condenses the light energy ball to shoot at the target, which can store energy and burst at a fixed time, causing light damage, which has a miraculous effect on undead creatures. It is more powerful than previous attack secrets, and can be triggered at will like a time bomb, resulting in a variety of tactical changes, and can also become the nemesis of undead creatures. Destruction. When using blunt weapons, the attack power is greatly improved. Blunt weapons have a great advantage because of this. When Cheng Bai insisted on being a stun king, it was a surprise. Unfortunately, he changed to using a knife. Things are unpredictable. Teleportation allows users to teleport to any location on the land they have passed before within the current planet or region, providing great convenience in allowing users to come and go freely. Cheng Bai thought carefully about choosing a direction. Taoguang's power is enviable, but the attack secrets are obviously improving step by step, and there may be better ones in the future. Destruction must be abandoned, and the swordsmanship has been used until now, and practice has proved that it is more suitable for me. Teleportation is probably irreplaceable. This ability is incredibly effective. It saves time running around and can accomplish many impossible things. Whether traveling or fighting, the movement is free, direct and effective. Cheng Bai quickly mastered the secret art of teleportation, the remaining rune light dissipated, and he jumped off the altar. When a large number of dead mummies saw the living people reveal their figures, they gradually began to become agitated and swarmed over. Goodbye. Cheng Bai greeted him with a smile, cast a teleportation spell, and instantly arrived near Xiao Bai outside the palace. Choosing other secret techniques is not so easy and comfortable. Xiao Bai was startled by the sudden appearance of his owner, and he raised his nose and sniffed to calm down. Cheng Bai rode on Xiao Bai and after a few attempts, he confirmed that the teleportation could carry people. He was even more delighted and teleported to the front of Qiongqi city together with his mount. The journey from then on was even wider. But what he didn't know was that the thick shadowed tentacles extending from the palace reached into the fallen body of the white jade palace master, causing it to stand up again and return to the altar, bearing its fangs and claws, and its power became even more terrifying. At night, Cheng Bai rested in the inn and looked up at the starry sky. As expected, the stars were still disappearing one by one, the sky was obviously empty, and the remaining stars were sparse and few. If we have a spaceship like the Faceless Man, can we fly into the interstellar space and check what's going on? Cheng Bai had wild thoughts, but the Faceless Man himself couldn't do it because the starship had been paralyzed for a long time. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Cheng Bai's strength improved greatly, his eyesight improved significantly, and with the enhancement of his spiritual eyes, he could actually see a palace faintly on the surface of the moon. Are there any buildings on that moon? I can't see clearly, maybe it's just an illusion caused by the landform. Cheng Bai opened his spiritual eyes and looked a few more times. The more he looked at the moon, the more it looked like there were palaces and buildings everywhere. Unfortunately, it was out of reach, so he gave up observing it and rested after practicing. I went to the Hunters Guild in the morning to get some information and browsed through the commission bulletin board. Now that his wallet was empty, Cheng Bai started to pay attention to the daily updated commission tasks. There were many that allowed him to exchange the collections in his treasure bag for money. For example, someone is willing to pay 6 taels of gold for 1 pound of woe crystal, but Cheng Bai has stored nearly pounds and does not want to sell it. Someone offered 250 taels of gold to buy the Qiongqi. This thing was fed to Xiao Bai by Cheng Bai on the way. The high price made Cheng Bai vaguely feel that the remains of the 6-tailed scorpion lion in Shishan were sold at a low price. Someone wanted the earth spirit water and offered an even more staggering price, with the purchase price reaching 700 taels of gold per liter. Only a few liters emerged from the faceless Rift Valley every day, which was enough to fill the Bacchus gourd. Cheng Bai had to drink a few sips of earth spirit wine every day and could not be happy without it, so he was even less willing to sell it. The rewards for missions are generally proportional to the difficulty. The rewards for various escort and guard missions are much lower. After more than 10 days of hard work, you can only get a few taels of gold at most. Some can only be paid in silver. Cheng Bai is unwilling to spend so much time on it. The conclusion is that hunting crystal cores still offers the highest income, but for most hunters, this way to make money is difficult and dangerous, and if you are not careful you may become the prey of monsters. An announcement caught Cheng Bai's attention. The Hunters Guild was looking for the Absolute Sword King Xingju and the Wild Hammer King Tai Baohan. The two were missing. Cheng Bai felt that they had fallen into a trap set by someone, and it might be a good idea to avoid it for the time being. After browsing the announcement, consult the governor about the selected tasks and then make a selection. Seeing that he was of high rank, the governor responded attentively, "Your Excellency has an outstanding record. If you want to make money, I recommend an ideal commission. The returns are much higher than these, but you have to act quickly." Cheng Bai said humbly, "Please give me your advice." Someone has been buying up large quantities of griffin bones, which are the main ingredient in the common elixir golden bone and jade tendon pill. The usage has increased significantly recently, far exceeding that of the past. The reward for the mission was very good, double the previous purchase price, 1 pound of griffin bone for 5 taels of gold. The demand was also unique, and the client did not clearly limit the quantity. The unit price may not seem high at first glance, but a bronze griffin can yield hundreds of kilograms of griffin bones and precious crystal cores, equivalent to several thousand taels of gold. The value of a silver griffin is even higher. In fact, the difficulty is far lower than the same level tasks, which has attracted the attention of many hunters. The most common team activity of the Qiongqi City Guild recently is hunting griffins. By gathering several hunters together, the success rate is quite high. Griffin Mountain is 700 miles northeast of the city, not too far from here. It can be reached by walking upstream along the exiled Immortal River. It is easier than going to the Faceless Rift Valley and the Valley of Joy. Cheng Bai suddenly understood the fundamental reason why the Monster Kings had mobilized their troops to come and demand punishment, which was more due to this commission. Ordinary hunting is within a reasonable range. Hunters hunt monsters, and monsters also hunt humans. It is a natural survival. However, killing a race to the brink of extinction is not ordinary hunting. Xingju and Tai Baohan went to tame the Golden Griffin King at the right time, adding fuel to the fire. Cheng Bai checked the person who posted the message and found that he was a man of great background, Qiongqi, the leader of the medicine sect. This generous reward also attracted Cheng Bai to go to Griffin Mountain. He did not need to form a team. He asked the governor for details and set off early with Qiongqi. Griffin Mountain is located in the southwest of Pancho Mountain Range. The mountain is covered with strange peaks and rugged rocks. The surrounding mountains are bright and beautiful, the water is beautiful, and the winding paths and streams are winding like colorful ribbons falling to the earth. The falling star lake on the top of the mountain is the source of the exiled immortal river. The water is as clear as a mirror, with lush grass by the lake and the air filled with the fresh fragrance of flowers. Standing on the top of the peak, you can see the shadowy Pancho Mountains in the northeast, which are like a mysterious fairyland, surrounded by clouds and mist, and are beautiful beyond words. The crocodiles and griffins in Falling Star Lake are very popular among hunters and are famous. However, the strongest creature nearby is a strange and rare monster called the poison crystal worm. Cheng Bai hunted griffins along the way, took out the crystal cores, and took away the whole prey. Occasionally, when he met crocodiles by the water, he would just take them in with a smile. Gradually, he came to the top of the mountain and saw a familiar figure in the distance. There is a wonderful crystal cave secret realm on the top of Griffin Mountain, leading to hundreds of meters deep in the mountain, but few people are interested in it. The uncanny workmanship of nature has created a wonderful geographical environment. The cave is full of spectacular giant crystals, mainly translucent gold and silver. Ancient and wonderful objects are sealed in the smooth and clear crystals, like a dreamy crystal palace. The Hunters Guild calls it the Poison Crystal Cave, the smallest of the 10 secret realms. The cave is extremely humid and looks magnificent, but it is actually full of dangers. Any drop of water here is highly poisonous. Whether humans or monsters accidentally drink it, the consequences will be disastrous. Griffins sometimes fly across the sky above Falling Star Lake, and crocodiles occasionally appear on the surface of the lake, but they will not seek death in the Poison Crystal Cave, and hunters are rarely willing to come. A group of hunters came in, led by Lu Maeating, who had escaped from the lion tide. She repeatedly reminded her teammates, "Don't wander around, don't drink the water here, and don't break those transparent crystals." Ever since escaping from the lion tide, Lu Maeating has become more careful about her feathers. The hunters sat down to rest, chatting and laughing. Sister Ting is now in command, like a real captain. I think her points can be raised to level 19. Each of us will get at least several thousand taels of gold this time, so we won't have to worry about the rest of our lives. I won't have to risk hunting for at least a decade. The expenses in the city are high, so I'll be back with my skills intact. Since the reward is so generous, how about the 5 of us hunt another griffin? We can go back tomorrow and get a bigger harvest with 6. Lu Maeating shook her head and said, "The guild is already discussing with Medicine Sect to close this mission. Griffin bones will be hard to sell later. 5 are enough for distribution. We should stop while we are ahead and avoid causing trouble. The Poison Crystal Cave secret realm is the most risky. It is safer if we don't move things. We will rest for a while and leave." The hunter holding the machete said, "Sister Ting is right. It is better to be safe than sorry." The hunter with the dagger looked up at the crystal pillar in the cave and whispered, "I heard from the guild that if you break the crystal, poisonous crystal insects will come out and bite you to death, and then they will turn you into bones and disintegrate." Another hunter who was sorting his pockets said, "Someone once broke a crystal and got a large piece of star gold, and sold it for a high price." The hunters looked surprised and their eyes shone as they looked deep into the cave. Lu Maeating advised, "In the Poison Crystal Cave, life and death are at stake, and wealth is up to God. We have made a great harvest, so go back and live in peace, don't take any risks." The hunter with the sharpest eyes said in surprise, "It seems there is a living person inside the crystal." Lu Maeating was quite surprised. The guild has never heard of a living person being sealed in a crystal. "Look," the hunter pointed. Deep inside the cave, there is an exceptionally thick, translucent golden crystal, within which the image of a tall man can be vaguely seen. Just seeing if anything will happen. The waste bag hunter suggested, taking the lead and approaching cautiously. Lu Maeating had no reason to stop him. The sharp-eyed hunter lit a torch and moved closer to let everyone see clearly. He saw that the man inside the crystal was young and vigorous, with a majestic appearance, a strong body, and was more than 2 meters tall. The sword hunter said curiously, "He looks familiar." Lu Maeating exclaimed, "Isn't this the missing wild hammer King Taobao Han?" The hunter holding the torch echoed, "I am also from the Hunter Academy. I won't make a mistake. It's him." Everyone was shocked. Taobao Han is suspected to be related to the death of the former leader Li Quan, but with his and Xing Ju's strength, it is impossible for them to kill Li Quan. The Hunter Guild, the Academy and the Sword Sector looking for the two everywhere to find out the truth. How could they be sealed in crystal and exist here? The Torch Hunter said happily, we have found Tai Baohan's whereabouts. Here is another reward. Someone behind him said faintly, you won't get the reward, what a pity. When the hunters heard it, they turned around and were shocked to find another Tai Baohan standing at the entrance, holding a giant kite hammer and a sinister smile on his face. Lu Mayating was surprised and asked, who are you? I am the only Tai Baohan. The man came like a ghost and floated like light smoke. He smashed the dagger hunter who was closest to him and was unable to defend himself into a meat paste with his heavy hammer. The speed of his action shocked Lu Mayating and others. Lu Mayating was horrified and quickly joined forces with the remaining hunters to form a formation. You can't be Tai Baohan. Although he is strong, he can't kill us with one move. We all graduated from the academy, so don't hide anything from each other. The Pudao hunter shouted. Lu Mayating frowned and said, it is rumored in the guild that at the martial arts hunting competition 120 years ago, there was a master outside the academy whose strength was not inferior to the hunter Wang Geisen at that time. Because he possessed the secret skill of stealing luck and rebirth, which allowed him to steal the talents and luck of others, he was ostracized by the academy and major sects, failed to win the championship, and has been missing for a long time. The other hunters were at a loss, having become ignorant due to the passage of time. If there are still people who remember me, they should know that taking away the luck to be reborn can gain the advantages of others, including talent and appearance. I have obtained the Shira battle body, which surpasses my original qualifications. Gai Xuan is so arrogant relying on his exorcist sword body. If we meet again, I will make sure he never returns. Tai Baohan admitted frankly. The park knife hunter asked, so the Tai Baohan in the crystal is the real person, and he is dead. Tai Baohan sneered and said, after I killed him in the poison crystal cave that day, I didn't have time to deal with the body, so I went out to flirt with Xing Juexu who came with him. Now I am Tai Baohan. Lu Mayating looked confused and asked, how did you seal him in the crystal? Tai Baohan's eyes lit up with surprise, and he asked, do you know where I got the technique of rebirth? Of course, the hunters didn't know that no one in the Qiongqi continent had inherited this secret technique before. Tai Baohan said frankly, the crystals in the cave are peculiar, and they will gradually seal the surrounding things inside. 2 decades ago, as an ordinary genius, I could not be compared with Gai Xuan, Qingyu, Chao Beihao and other masters of the same generation. That day, I came to the Falling Star Lake while hunting Jiao crocodiles, and accidentally entered the poison crystal cave and broke the crystal column. The secret inheritance of the rebirth technique was sealed inside, and I became the current master of the Yellow Jade flag. It turns out that he is the owner of the Topaz flag, the second-ranked owner among the 5 elements flags. Lu Mayating was surprised and asked, could it be that there are also secret techniques passed down in other crystal pillars? It's not necessarily a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There are more bizarre things that are hard to predict and take people's lives. I only found out about the dangers of the poison crystal cave afterwards. I can only be thankful for my good luck at the time. The leader of the Yellow Jade banner laughed grimly and continued, at this point today, in addition to destroying the bodies and all traces, you guys cannot be allowed to stay. He threw the giant hammer in his hand, destroying the crystal pillar that sealed the body, causing smoke and dust to rise, and Tai Baohan's body was shattered. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 44 Hero Saves Beauty. The 4 hunters were terrified and were about to fight to the death, but something strange happened. A huge, round, translucent, light golden strange insect crawled out from the mutilated body, sealed inside with the same color as the crystal, and difficult to detect from the outside. It seemed to be angry about the attack from the master of the Topaz flag, and it shook its head and tail and bit towards him, as fast as lightning. The leader of the Topaz banner dodged hastily, used his true energy to catch the flying giant kite hammer, and was so busy dealing with the attack of the poisonous crystal insects that he was in a state of panic. Seeing this, Lu Mayating and others exchanged glances and quietly retreated towards the cave entrance. The leader of the Yellow Jade flag noticed the actions of the 4 people, and he swung his giant hammer wildly, using a series of fierce moves to force away the poisonous crystal insects, and rushed towards the cave entrance first. Don't think of me as a shield, just go ahead. He had profound skills and ran very fast. After leaving some harsh words, he used only the wind from his hammer to force the 4 people back to their original position to resist the pursuit of the poisonous crystal insects, and then he was ready to escape. Lu Mayating and others looked up and saw the poisonous crystal insects rushing towards them, and they were at a loss as to what to do to resist. This monster is incredibly powerful, with a challenge level of up to 30. Even the much larger Golden Griffin King is far inferior in combat power. The waistband hunter had his leg bitten off by the poison crystal worm in just one encounter. The poison attacked his heart, and he fell to the ground, convulsing. The wound gradually melted like water, and he was obviously dying. Suddenly, a dazzling blade shone from the entrance of the poison crystal cave. The leader of the Yellow Jade Banner was forced to retreat back and roared, "Who are you? How dare you sneak attack me?" Naturally, it was Cheng Bai who was secretly following behind the Yellow Jade Flag Master to assassinate him. Seeing that his opponent was able to withstand the sudden attack, he was also secretly surprised. This person's strength is not much worse than that of the White Jade Flag Master, but his stealth effect is getting worse and worse. In such a short time, the Park Knife Hunter was also bitten by the poisonous crystal insect, rolled to the ground, twitched a few times and died. Cheng Bai used his sword skills to fight with the leader of the Yellow Jade Flag. The cross-shaped sword energy crisscrossed. The giant hammer was easy to deal with, but the trouble was that the opponent's domain was strange, as if he was trapped in a mudslide. With Wangfu Sanchuan's coverage on all sides and Shenya's solid and heavy strength, it would be difficult for him to gain the upper hand for a while. The torch hunter next to him also fell to the ground and died with a howl, leaving Lu Mayating with a pale face, despair, and cold hands and feet. Cheng Bai noticed that the battle situation was not good, so he swung his sword and released a triple cross sword energy to force back the master of the Yellow Jade Flag. He flashed close to Lu Mayating, grabbed her and teleported her to Xiao Bai, who was waiting outside the cave entrance. He picked her up and jumped onto his mount, then teleported away from Griffin Mountain again. At this moment, Cheng Bai was glad that he had chosen the secret technique that suited him best. Other methods would not have allowed him to escape from the predicament so easily and save the beauty at the same time. The poison crystal insect bit Lu Mayating but missed, and instantly lost sight of its target, leaving only a black iron spear that fell to the ground with a clanging sound. It turned its head and stared at the Topaz Flag Master, baring its teeth at each other, and then angry roars and fierce fighting sounds came from the poison crystal cave. Cheng Bai was teleported to the east gate of Qiongqi City and suddenly appeared. No one saw him around. Lu Mayating was still in a daze on Xiao Bai's back, not knowing whether it was because of the danger just now or because she was immersed in the sudden rescue. Cheng Bai behind him controlled the giant wolf to run towards the city and asked, "Are you okay? Were you bitten by the poisonous crystal insect?" Lu Mayating shook her head and said, "No." Cheng Bai felt relieved and went to the Hunters Guild first to clear out the crystal cores and griffin bones of the two people. The transaction went smoothly. The teller calculated the amount, which was over 30,000 taels of gold, and praised, "You two have returned with a full load. Fortunately, you returned today. The griffin bone quest will be closed tomorrow." Cheng Bai secretly rejoiced. The governor next to him apologized to the hunters who came to ask, "The publisher has terminated the griffin bone mission. I heard that the amount of medicinal materials needed is enough." The profit points this time allowed Lu Mayating to upgrade to a level 22 hunter, and Cheng Bai to a level 25 hunter. Lu Mayating was filled with joy and cheered, "I can sign up for the martial arts hunting conference. I thought I might not be able to make it." The hunters around cast envious glances and whispered to each other, "Another young master has appeared and can enter the giant beast island. It is said that there is gold all over the place. This year has the most dark horses. There are only a handful of hunters in the city who can earn so much money and have such a high level." Cheng Bai counted the money and was about to divide the two people's original shares. Lu Mayating said calmly, "My teammate was unfortunately killed. There are only two of us left. Let's split it equally." This gave Cheng Bai a lot of advantages. After he put the money in his pocket with a happy smile, he immediately realized that he had fallen into Lu Mayating's trap. Lu Mayating stared at Cheng Bai and said, "We have divided the money, and we will be one country from now on. I am the captain and you are the younger brother." Huh. Cheng Bai was stunned. Is it good or bad to have a beautiful woman coming to your door? Lu Mayating looked forward to a bright future. "We can make a lot of money, buy a very big house, and also. She blushed and hesitated to say it. Cheng Bai thought, that's not right, why buy such a big house? He wouldn't want to have a baby behind closed doors, right? He said hurriedly, "I'm going to the east to look for treasures." This has always been his firm goal. Lu Mayating nodded and continued, "We can also go look for treasures." Cheng Bai felt something was even more wrong, as if there was an extra sticky candy. After reaching the level, Lu Mayating needed to go to Qiongqi City Hunter Academy to register, which was an easy task for Cheng Bai. He took her on Xiaobai and teleported her to the library of Qiongqi City Hunter Academy. Lu Mayating was even happier. What a great secret technique. It can complete a task that would take several days in just a few moments. While waiting for Lu Mayating to register, Cheng Bai went to inquire about the results of the martial arts competition. Everyone in the academy knew that Lei Dao Wang had been the champion for 3 days. He soon found out that Ning Shang had been the champion for 6 days. In today's last competition, Yunwan finally took the field and won the championship with a slightly better record. Yunwan only participated in the last competition. She must have been patient for a long time. Cheng Bai was quite satisfied with the result of giving up the title. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go to the VIP hotel to invite Ning Xiang to join the team for the adventure, and he was thinking about how to start the conversation all the way. I did her a favor last time. As long as I invite her sincerely, I believe she will agree. If she travels with me, the gains from hunting and treasures will be much higher than winning prizes in the academy competition. In the future, I will have the opportunity to be alone. The more Cheng Bai thought about it, the more beautiful it seemed. He finally had a wife. Unfortunately, I only found out when I arrived at the VIP hotel that during the academy competition, Yunwan was hailed as the strongest of the new generation. He was appreciated by Chao Beihao, the master of Qiongqi Palace, and was presented with 3 Yunjun refining heart pills treasured by the temple. Luo Yue, one of the 3 deans of the Hunter Academy, praised him highly and taught him the secret art of divine movement. The young genius was blessed with great fortune. After the martial arts competition and discussion meeting ended, King of Light Blade and King of Mad Staff formed a team to visit Tianshuan Palace Master Lu Suyan. They moved very quickly and might be reaching Tianshuan City soon. Lu Mayating came over and complained, "What are you doing here? Let's go get the mission." Cheng Bai said frankly, "I'm going to Tianshuan City." Lu Mayating blinked and smiled, "I want to go too." Cheng Bai couldn't persuade her, so he purchased supplies and made preparations. He set out early in the morning and teleported Lu Mayating to the east of Qiongqi City to continue his unfinished journey. It takes 3,600 miles east of Qiongqi City to reach Tianshuan City, passing through the blazing plain, colorful forest, golden desert, and star moon oasis. It is the longest stop between all the cities. Although the journey is long, the woman leaning against his side is full of joy. Cheng Bai asked, "Where is your weapon? It seems to have been lost in the poison crystal cave. Aren't you going to retrieve it?" Lu Mayating shook her head and said, "That spear is becoming less and less effective in defeating powerful monsters, so it's better to throw it away. I have saved more than 20 kilograms of mountain copper, maybe I can ask the weapon sect to refine a new spear." Cheng Bai urged, "The long-handled weapon is only about 30 kilograms, the quantity is a little less. I still have kilograms of mountain copper. How about selling it to you at a low price?" Lu Mayating pouted and didn't answer. She was still not happy with the sale, so Cheng Bai didn't mention it again and ran towards the endless burning plain. The vast area here is different from the ordinary wilderness with lush grass, water plants and shrubs. In addition to vegetation, there are also a variety of mineral resources. The largest black iron ore in the Qiongqi continent is stored here. The most precious medicinal root in the Laohuo plain is the rare iron bone grass, which is the main ingredient for refining the iron blood heart protecting pill. Thanks to Xiaobai's keen sense of smell, Cheng Bai found some. The strangest thing here is that some rocks exposed on the ground will suddenly burst into flames. If humans or beasts lean on these rocks, it will be a horrible sight. If there are ignitable materials around, fire is likely to break out, hence the name, Laohuo. The reason is that the rock is unusual, a very rare type of pyroxene ore. As the saying goes, everything will kill everything. In the Laohuo plain lives a monster shaped like a giant dog. It has dark fur and is called Huadu. It is so excited to see burning iron ore and even fire that it will go forward and devour the flames. The cooled pyrometallurgical ore is another favorite of a larger and stronger monster, hence the name of the iron bull. They will devour the ore voraciously, and the feces they excrete are the preliminary refined pyrometallurgical feces, which are highly valued by hunters who go out on adventures. However, most of the time, the iron bulls only excrete common metal feces such as copper and iron extracted from ordinary ores, which are of mediocre value. Hunters earn little in the burning plains, but the risk of hunting is great, so there are few people coming and going. The two were lucky enough to come across a large pile of burnt iron shit on the plain. When Cheng Bai opened his spiritual eyes and looked around, he discovered something abnormal nearby. A large area of grass and trees were missing, as if it had been burned. He went forward to investigate and found a spiral-shaped perfect work of art more than half a person's height lying in the center. The dark red surface had crimson ice cracks. Lu Mayating cheered in surprise. It's a burning iron poop. We are so lucky. It's so big and heavy. Maybe it was pulled by the Iron Bull King. It must weigh at least several thousand kilograms. We have made a fortune. Cheng Bai turned around and looked around, staring wide-eyed to find the Iron Bull King. There was no trace of the monster around, so he swallowed and said, "Where is it hiding? We haven't found dinner yet." Lu Mayating pointed out, the meat of the Iron Bull is too hard for humans to eat, but its tongue tastes delicious and is a supplementary ingredient for the Iron Blood Heart Protecting Pill. The Iron Bull King roaming in the distance shuddered inexplicably, shook his belly, and quickened his pace to leave. Cheng Bai didn't find the delicious food he was expecting, so he put the burned iron cake into his treasure bag. Before leaving the Laohuo plain, Cheng Bai hunted an iron-biting bull. Although it was not as big as the Bull King, it was also quite huge in size. He camped there at night. Ordinary knives will definitely curl the blade when cutting the iron beef, but Cheng Bai is infused with knife energy and can still do it with ease. He takes out the crystal core and preserves the beef tongue. The experienced chef begins to process the delicacy. With a slight sizzling sound, he cuts out the best parts such as the tenderloin, top sirloin, top bone, shoulder, spare ribs, and shank in a blink of an eye. Lu Mayating was stunned. "Do you really want to eat it?" Cheng Bai said confidently, "Just sit there and wait for the dishes to be served." Xiao Bai has already squatted down obediently, wagging his tail and waiting for his owner to serve the food. Cheng Bai picked out the combination of ingredients to be prepared for tonight's meal. The lightning demon eagle and red carp that had been eaten from earlier in the day were all gone, and there was also a combination of chelong meat and jiao crocodile meat, a platter of arrow mangoes and crystals, and sauces and seasonings, all in sufficient supply. The iron-cooked beef is indeed harder than the meat of other monsters, but Cheng Bai has the secret technique of thunder and fire. This killing move ignites no ordinary fire and has become his proud cooking secret. As long as it is roasted to perfection, it will melt in your mouth. When Cheng Bai chose the runes for the secret technique, he considered the various uses of fire. The masters who had used the secret technique of thunder and fire in the past had never expected that someone would use it in this way, and they didn't know what they would think if they knew about it. Soon the hot delicacies were served on their respective special large plates, with sizzling beef as the main dish and 4 kinds of dishes as the secondary dishes. They were beautifully arranged, with all 5 colors, dazzling and fragrant. Xiao Bai started eating without hesitation, and gobbled the food up voraciously. Cheng Bai looked at it with disdain and poured an appropriate amount of thick and sweet sauce on Lu Mayating's and his own plates. He changed the recipe to use better dilling wine and added wojing. He named it Forget Sorrow sauce and chewed the shabu-shabu meat slowly, enjoying the excellent taste. Lu Mayating tasted it, her taste buds blossomed, she praised it highly, and giggled, "You guys usually eat such delicious food, it's really enviable." Cheng Bai was contented and said with a smile, "As long as I am here, I guarantee you will have a good time." Lu Mayating said happily, "With such a great chef at home, our quality of life will surely improve. When it comes to eating, I, Cheng Bai, am second in the mainland. No one can claim to be first." Cheng Bai was even more proud, and poured a mouthful of earth spirit wine for Lu Mayating. "It's a rare and fine wine, and it makes you drunk easily. Don't drink too much." After Lu Mayating finished drinking, her face flushed, her dantian felt hot, and her power improved. She felt comfortable all over, and looked at Cheng Bai, with a hint of shyness between her eyebrows. After eating and drinking, and finishing up the packing, it was already late at night. Cheng Bai and Xiao Bai were sleeping soundly beside each other, while Lu Mayating set up a tent to rest. Cheng Bai couldn't sleep at all. He opened his eyes and saw the light coming from the tent, projecting the beautiful figure of the woman onto the curtain. Lu Mayating lifted the door curtain, and Cheng Bai quickly turned his head to look at the sky. "You haven't slept yet," Cheng Bai hurriedly said. "I'm counting stars." Lu Mayating snickered and said, "Why count the stars?" Cheng Bai asked casually, "The number of stars in the sky is decreasing. What do you think?" Lu Mayating asked in surprise, "Is there? Even if there is less, what can it do? If it continues to decrease, won't the star system where the Qiongqi continent is located be its turn in the end?" Isn't anyone on the continent worried? Cheng Bai couldn't help but ask the question that had been in his mind for a long time, and he was also testing the people of the Qiongqi continent's understanding of astronomical knowledge. Chapter 45 Walking with Beauty. Lu Mayating said blankly, I don't quite understand what you are talking about. If some people are more or less worried about the stars, then a few people may care. Cheng Bai asked, who? Lu Mayating counted on her fingers, there are 5 people, Sen Jie, the current leader of the Hunter Guild, Si Bao, one of the 3 deans of the Hunter Academy, Yongkai Ping, the leader of the medicine sect, and Fang Wanjun, the leader of the weapon sect. I once heard them discuss this matter in the academy. When I was a kid, I thought it was novel, but I couldn't understand it. You can go ask them. Cheng Bai thought about it carefully and found something wrong. He pointed out the problem and said, 5. You only mentioned 4 people. Lu Mayating recalled for a moment and shook her head, it's been more than 10 years. I was only 2 years old at that time. I can't remember who the other one was. How much can someone on the mainland know about the changes in the starry sky? It seems insignificant, but it is terrifying when you think about it carefully. Cheng Bai closed his eyes and said, I should ask in detail. Let's go to sleep first. Early the next morning, Cheng Bai took Lu Mayating and Xiao Bai back to the Hunter Academy in Tianquan City, but did not find Dean Si Bao. The college steward informed, President Si is out on official business. We need to make an appointment to meet him. Please wait for him to come back. Cheng Bai didn't have time to wait, so he asked, when will Dean Si Bao return? The deacon said, not sure. If there is an emergency, you can find Dean Luo Yue. Compared with the other 2, Dean Luo often stays in the academy. Cheng Bai was considering whether to meet Luo Yue first, but he saw a figure speeding past the academy, and sent a message to the deacon from afar, there is a meteor in the sky, and he will not be back today. The deacon said awkwardly, that's Dean Luo. He just went on a long trip and we can't see him anymore. He went to chase a shooting star. Wouldn't it be a good idea to follow him and ask him about it? Cheng Bai hurriedly pulled Lu Mayating out of the door, but Luo Yue was nowhere to be found. Lu Mayating said hurriedly, Dean Luo Yue is good at the secret art of speed. It is said that he can chase the wind and lightning. We can't catch up with him. Cheng Bai secretly regretted, my Qinggong is poor, but unfortunately I gave up the floating light secret technique, which has become my weakness. He turned around and teleported the team to Zuiyunjian in Tianji City, but did not see Seng Gelongtu. The guild steward said as usual, you 2 are senior hunters of the guild, you can apply for an appointment to visit. Sen Longtu is busy with affairs and has been out on business. I don't know when he will be back. Cheng Bai had no choice but to put the matter aside for the time being and teleport his team back to the edge of the Laohuo plain and into the colorful forest. The largest number of residents in the forest are the flower fairies hiding in the trees. They are mostly female, only 3 inches tall, with delicate and shy looks that are difficult to distinguish between male and female. They look cute and adorable, and they fly in the forest flapping their translucent colorful wings. They have a good social order and make the forest colorful. With the help of the secret art of communication, Cheng Bai easily found the place where the flower fairies lived. On the branches and among the flowers were colorful little houses like flower crowns. These were the nests of the flower fairies. Seeing outsiders approaching, the flower fairies became nervous and hid in the petals and leaves. They pushed out a representative elder to ask, who are you? What are you doing here? We are merchants from afar, bringing with us precious gold and iron, and we look forward to doing business in good faith. Cheng Bai communicated with the flower fairy elder and successfully gained his trust. He was soon led to the flower fairy square in the center of the settlement. This is the place where the flower fairies conduct open transactions. Many flower fairies display their own treasures on the stalls, including fruits, seeds, ornaments, exotic trees, strange rocks, etc. There are many kinds of goods. When they see the elders coming with a new look, they all whisper to each other and smile. Lu Mayating was surprised and delighted. I didn't expect you to have diplomatic skills and be able to talk to the flower fairies. What good things do they have? Cheng Bai inquired from Elder Hua Xian, and said with a strange look, they have incredible things, spiritual trees and spiritual fruits. Flower fairies are best at cultivating flowers, plants and trees, and they protect all kinds of rare and precious flowers and plants in the colorful forest. Raising spiritual trees is undoubtedly the best among them. Lu Mayating was overjoyed and whispered, the soul-nourishing fruit can be used to refine the soul-nourishing pill, which is priceless in the guild and worth a fortune. The soul-nourishing wood can nourish the soul and can be carved into jewelry and refined into treasures to wear. It can strengthen the soul's consciousness. It is an absolutely rare treasure and its value is inestimable. Cheng Bai hesitated for a moment and asked, but they only agree to exchange precious metals. Do you want to exchange your orichalcum? Flower fairies lack rare and precious metals. Mountain copper, which has a high artistic value, has a bright luster after being cast, and has become a precious treasure in their eyes that is more precious than gold. Lu Mayating hesitated and said, I have saved it for a long time. Cheng Bai persuaded, we can use the pyrotechnic iron to make better weapons, and use the mountain copper to exchange for more valuable treasures. Why not? With sufficient reasons, Lu Mayating agreed. The two men took out a total of 57 kilograms of mountain copper from the stockpile, and Cheng Bai went to great lengths to negotiate the price with the elders, and in exchange they got several kilograms of spirit-nourishing fruit. It's a pity that I can't exchange it for the spiritual nourishing wood. A large piece like this is worth at least over 100,000 taels of gold. Lu Mayating looked at the more precious spirit-nourishing wood and just said what a pity. Cheng Bai took out a large black gold ingot he got from the Rock Bend cave and successfully exchanged it for it. Black gold is much more valuable than mountain copper and even more scarce in the forest, so the flower fairy elders are quite satisfied. Lu Mayating was secretly delighted and whispered, although black gold is rare, we can still find some on the mainland, but spiritual wood is hard to come by. We made a profit. Cheng Bai whispered in his ear, I've calculated that this business will make several times the profit. This is the benefit of hunters traveling far and wide. Carrying treasures, the two left the flower fairy settlement and went deep into the colorful forest. There are 7 small hills in the forest, each with a different color. They are actually 7 kinds of mines, namely Red Agate Mountain, Orange Garnet Mountain, Topaz Mountain, Turquoise Mountain, Lapis Lazuli Mountain, Blue Zoisite Mountain and Amethyst Mountain. The 7 colors complement the lush and dense forest. Cheng Bai climbed up the turquoise mountain excitedly, and Lu Mayating chased after him on Xiao Bai, running in ecstasy and laughing happily. Life is like a journey, and the beautiful scenery is breathtaking. The mountains are only 100 meters high and 1,000 meters in radius, but there are many natural mines scattered throughout, most of which are occupied by iron-backed bears. Cheng Bai stood on the top of the mountain, looked around, and felt the fresh air with the scent of pine resin blowing towards him. The forest at the foot of the mountain is as vast as waves. The breeze gently stirs the branches and green leaves, making a rustling sound against the ears, like a low symphony performance, heavy and beautiful. The unique breath of life of the forest flows everywhere, that is a refreshing sweet smell. Looking far to the south, there is a wonderful conical tower-like object towering in the distance, appearing and disappearing from time to time and shining brightly under the refraction of sunlight. What is that? Cheng Bai was shocked beyond words. The conical object looked like a building, but it was extremely magnificent and huge, towering into the clouds. It could not be compared with the tallest building in Zuiyunjian or on Earth. Lu Mayating jumped off her mount, put her hands on the pergola and looked out, saying, that is the Shengjian Pagoda, the tallest ancient building on the continent. It has existed for who knows how many years. Legend has it that it is indestructible. Cheng Bai stared at it for a moment, observing the changes in light and shadow of the tower. It was neither gold nor wood, full of ancient charm. He exclaimed, its material is something I have never seen or heard of before. It is so amazing. Lu Mayating smiled when she heard this and said, the Hunter Guild has ancient records that the material of the Shengjian Pagoda is called Ruamu carbon, and its origins are long before the gentleman clan lived in Qiongqi continent. Even the weapon sect only knows the name, but not the method of refining the material. Cheng Bai thought of what the spiritual plum tree had said, perhaps it was an equally ancient existence. Looking around, you can occasionally see green exposure between the rock walls, which are turquoise veins. Lu Mayating squatted down to inspect it and said, there are gem deposits here. Hunters have come here to explore before. Iron-back bears often appear around. The transportation is inconvenient and mining is very difficult. It is easier to mine gems on the north bank of Shell Mountain. Therefore, the colorful forest is full of treasures, but almost no one mines it. Cheng Bai looked at the ore material from top to bottom, weighing the quality, and was not satisfied with the color nearby. After turning around for a while, he found a bright blue ore spot, and scraped the surface stone skin with a black iron goose feather knife, revealing bright and pure turquoise inside. The jade here is of excellent quality and rare in the world. Cheng Bai just took action, using the energy of the knife to split the raw stone and take away large pieces of raw material. Dubai has a really good eye. Seeing that he was interested, Lu Mayating started to help with the digging, and the quality actually got better and better. Cheng Bai had sharp eyes to identify and select several good mining sites, digging out the good jade materials, and also took away a lot of tubercle egg-shaped black-skinned monoliths. After the two of them had been struggling for a long time, an iron-backed bear came wandering around the top of the mountain. This is the most powerful monster in the colorful forest. It possesses the secret arts of healing and great strength. It is famous for being invulnerable to swords and guns and having infinite strength. However, it is lazy by nature. After eating, it hides in its nest and sleeps soundly. When it is in a bad mood, it becomes even more ferocious and difficult to match. Ordinary hunters dare not provoke it. Cheng Bai was delighted to see the new menu. Bear meat was tender and rich, especially the hairy giant paw, which was the most juicy and famous in the mainland. He stepped forward and took the blame, knocking him down with one blow. The powerful monster that made the guild hunters tremble with fear was completely powerless to fight back and was quickly put into the treasure bag as a stored prey. The fresh bear bile was also fed to Qiao Bai. Towards evening, we arrived at the Joju Creek in the forest. We saw the clear trickling stream and heard the gurgling water plucking the strings of a musical instrument, singing a song that would last forever. Lu Mayating looked at the silky stream with intoxicated eyes. She turned around and said to Cheng Bai, "Dubai, let's camp here. I'm going to take a shower. You are not allowed to peek." Cheng Bai casually said, "I'll wash after you finish washing." Lu Mayating rolled her eyes at him and turned away. Cheng Bai asked Qiao Bai to guard the camp and came to the downstream of the stream. He scraped off the surface and mineral impurities of the turquoise with a black iron knife and washed it with stream water. Soon, the front was filled with large pieces of emerald green and lake blue high-quality jade materials, most of which were pure without iron wire impurities. He couldn't help but be secretly proud of his excellent vision. Suddenly, a woman's scream was heard upstream in the stream, and it sounded like Lu Mayating's voice. She took so long to wash, could she have been attacked by a monster? Cheng Bai was shocked. He hurriedly dropped the turquoise and the black iron knife and rushed to check what was going on. When I arrived at the place where Lu Mayating was bathing, I only saw clothes on the shore, but no one in the water. Cheng Bai was thinking wildly, could it be that she was abducted by a monster and made his wife? That would be a waste. Fortunately, he was not reckless. He opened his spiritual eyes and looked around for clues. A figure was vaguely lying under the clear stream. Did he get bit by a poisonous snake in the stream? Cheng Bai quickly took off his deerskin coat and jumped into the stream with a splash, carefully guarding against poisonous snakes and monsters. He dived to Lu Mayating, picked her up and brought her ashore, laid her flat on the grass on the shore, and checked her wound. The woman in front of him had skin as white as cream, black hair like a waterfall, curvaceous curves, and a perfect body. She was undoubtedly a beauty as beautiful as a flower. Cheng Bai couldn't help blushing and his heart beating fast. He took her clothes and covered her with them, then turned and walked away. Lu Mayating opened her eyes full of resentment and whispered softly, "You have seen all my virginity." Cheng Bai sighed and said indignantly, "You are trying to trick me again. You are not injured at all. Why are you screaming so loudly?" Lu Mayating grabbed her clothes and blinked, then said awkwardly, "My leg cramped and I stepped on some slippery rocks at the bottom of the stream and fell." "You are a level 22 hunter who can even fight a six-tailed scorpion lion. No one would believe that you would get a leg cramp and fall into water that is only one person high." Cheng Bai changed the subject nonchalantly, "Put on your clothes and go downstream to scrape the turquoise skin clean. I'll finish half of it and leave the rest to you. The material is very good and can be exchanged for a lot of money in the city. Now it's my turn to take a bath." "Well, I'm putting on my clothes, don't peek." Lu Mayating pouted and muttered softly, then turned around and did as she was told. "You've seen everything you should have seen, what are you still peeking at now?" Cheng Bai turned around the rocks on the shore, threw his clothes on the shore, entered the stream, and took a leisurely bath. The water is clear and pure, cool and comfortable. Bathing in this weather is a real pleasure. When I am in it, I don't know why I feel particularly energetic. Cheng Bai gradually walked to the place where Lu Mayating was just now, only to feel that he stepped on something slippery than soap and almost fell into the stream. Then he realized that what Lu Mayating said was not all lies, and hurriedly sank to the bottom of the water to check what was under his feet. There is a large lump of round ore at the bottom of the stream, with faint yellow, green and purple colors, crystal clear, as if filled with hazy mist. It was white and felt extremely smooth to the touch, with amazing fineness. I had no idea what it was, as most of it was buried in the mud at the bottom of the stream. He surfaced and was about to look for mining tools when he heard Lu Mayating's screams coming from downstream. No way, she's playing the wolf game again. Without giving it any time to think, Cheng Bai rushed ashore, put on his pants, grabbed his clothes, wiped off the water stains, and ran downstream. Lu Mayating was clenching her fists, confronting a little flower fairy floating on a pile of turquoise. That flower fairy was very different from the other flower fairies in the forest. She was dressed luxuriously, and her wings were glowing with seven-colored light. She controlled the black iron knife in midair and pointed it at the unarmed Lu Mayating, without losing the upper hand at all. She flapped her wings and floated, and saw Cheng Bai rushing over in disheveled clothes, and taunted him, "You can't win, but you still summon your man to help you, how shameless." Lu Mayating was so angry that she tried to hold back her anger and shouted, "Dubai, she took our turquoise and now she's accusing me of stealing it from her." The visitor was Queen Yu Feifei, the flower fairy of the colorful forest. She loved jewelry very much. When she saw the beautiful turquoise on the shore, she immediately claimed it as her own and started an argument with Lu Mayating, who came over. Cheng Baiming used the secret art of communication to explain patiently, "That was the turquoise we mined and transported to the creek to peel. We used our own knives and were busy for most of the day." Yu Feifei finally believed it, but still reluctant to part with it, so she consoled him, "I like it, so I will exchange it with you for the treasure." She put down the black iron knife, rummaged in her small pocket, and took out 5 small objects of strange shapes. Some looked like hedgehogs, some like feathers, some like water drops, some like clouds, and some like strange stones. Yu Feifei confidently said, "This is the seed of the 5 extremes treasure tree. 5 of them need to be planted together and watered with earth spirit water for 10 months, then a sapling will grow. This is the most precious medicinal root on the Qiongqi continent. 10 months refers to 10 months. This thing needs to be planted, and there is no visible profit in the short term. Moreover, the cost of watering the earth for such a long time is not worth it. No one in the entire continent can do it." Lu Mayating was about to object, but Cheng Bai asked, "How long can the seeds be stored?" Yu Feifei said reluctantly, "The spiritual seeds of the 5 extremes treasure tree are still spiritual even after being placed for thousands of years. They are also treasures in themselves. Drinking them as tea can increase wisdom and prolong life. I don't have much left. Only 5 seeds, enough to make a cup of tea for humans. This queen is too stingy." Lu Mayating winked at Cheng Bai repeatedly, indicating that she didn't want it. Cheng Bai reached out and took the seed of the 5-pole treasure tree. He looked at it with his spiritual eyes and saw a faint glow of light and rich spiritual energy. It was definitely not an ordinary thing. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva secretly, and after thinking about it, he agreed to the deal. Yu Feifei cheered and called a large group of flower fairies to move all the turquoise away. The flower fairies liked cleanliness and seclusion, and never went to the Laohuo plain to mine the metal feces of the iron bulls, which led to a shortage of metal minerals. By the way, they also took away the black iron goose feather knife. Lu Mayating watched the flower fairy queen leave like a victorious general, clenched her fists and said, "If I can break her secret technique of controlling objects, I can definitely beat her." Cheng Bai comforted Lu Mayating and coaxed her, "Be good," shouting, "I'll roast bear paws for you to eat tonight." Lu Mayating pouted her lips so hard that a bottle of oil could be hung on them, but she did not object. Chapter 46 Desert Oasis. The two returned to the shore where they camped, and studied the culprit that caused them to slip, and worked together to dig out the huge tricolor ore weighing more than 10,000 kilograms from the stream. The weight was not a big deal for the two of them, but it was too slippery to carry, and they worked hard for a long time before carrying it to shore. "What is this?" Lu Mayating touched it again and again, but the ore was not slippery even without water. Cheng Bai opened his spiritual eyes and realized that the vitality in the stream had greatly decreased, and turned to focus on the tricolored ore, which must be an incredible treasure. "Not only is it slippery, it's also extremely hard. I'm afraid it's stronger than star gold and burning iron. I'll ask my friends in the weapon sect about it later." Cheng Bai studied it for a while but found no further results, so he put it into his treasure bag. In the evening, the chef showed off his cooking skills by grilling delicious bear paws that were so tasty and fragrant that one's mouths were watering. Lu Mayating completely forgot about her unhappiness and ate with her mouth full of oil. When she heard that she would leave the next day, she still felt reluctant to leave the colorful forest. After eating the greasy food, Cheng Bai enthusiastically boiled tea with the pure water from the upper reaches of Joju River and tasted the sweet tea soaked in the seeds of the Wuji Baoshu. The fragrance diffuses, and the taste is fragrant and intoxicating, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. The artistic conception is ethereal, peaceful and enlightened. The processes of past battles come to mind. When you think about it carefully, your vague thoughts will suddenly become clear. In an instant, Cheng Bai's eyes lit up, and he was secretly delighted. I feel that the road ahead is unfathomable. The sword opening the door to life and death is just the beginning. The great way of the sword is endless, and there must be a sixth sword of a higher level. Although I have seen the direction, my own experience and martial arts skills are still insufficient. I must go further to make great achievements. Out of curiosity, Lu Maieting also tasted a few sips of tea and enjoyed it very much. Unfortunately, the number of seeds of the 5 extremes treasure tree was too small. After making a few cups of tea, the effect was no longer obvious. Cheng Bai simply chewed the seeds slowly, thinking about something, and gained a deeper understanding of the use of multiple knife techniques. Lu Maieting was thinking about something else and said with some concern, if we go further east, we will reach the edge of the Lujian Desert. The environment and monsters there are not something that ordinary hunters dare to face, and I don't have enough experience. Cheng Bai packed up the tea set and asked, what's the most troublesome thing? Sand demons are the most dangerous demons and killers in the desert. They move through the sand as if they were in the air. They are extremely powerful and are more powerful than iron-armed bears and iron-sharp bulls. Early in the morning, the two prepared enough drinking water in the upper reaches of Juhui Creek and entered the Lujian Desert. There seems to be an invisible border between the woodland and the sand, separating the two areas. Just a few steps away, you will step into another world of huge contrast. The heat waves in the Golden Desert are overwhelming. During the day, the ground is like a steamer, which can cook eggs. The heat is unbearable. At a glance, the vast golden sand sea stretches to the horizon, and the border between the sky and the earth is undulating with jagged sand dunes. The monotony and vastness make people tired. The two rode on Qiao Bai for a long time, and saw from afar some unique pale white giant pillars appearing in the desert. They were tall and curved in 2 rows, forming a regular giant chest structure. That's the skeleton of a giant beast, with very big ribs. Cheng Bai recognized the material characteristics at a glance. Lu Maieting's eyelids jumped and she said, it's the skeleton of a camel dragon. It's a chariot in the desert. The transportation in Tianchuan City mainly relies on tamed dragons. With such a large body, it might be a sword camel dragon. Such a huge monster died here. The skeleton looks quite fresh. This is not good. Let's leave here. Cheng Bai urged Qiao Bai to go around. But it was still a little too late. The sand in front of the giant beast's skeleton began to boil, and a giant beast more than 10 meters tall and nearly 20 meters long emerged. It was covered with yellow scales, had 4 arms and 2 feet, 4 curved horns on its head, and a ferocious face. It pounced towards Cheng Bai and others. Even Qiao Bai, who was always vigilant, did not notice the monster hidden under the sand pile. It's a sand monster, and there's more than one. As Lu Maieting exclaimed, another huge sand monster emerged from the ground beside the skeleton and pounced on her madly. A chase broke out across the vast desert, with Qiao Bai far ahead, and 2 clouds of sand and dust chasing closely behind him. It was hard to believe that such a huge creature could run so fast. They hide underground, using leftover bones to attract prey. They are cunning hunters. Cheng Bai let Qiao Bai carry Lu Maieting and continue to run wildly. He pulled out his knife, leapt up, turned around and killed them. Lu Maieting looked back and saw a cross of sword lights flashing in the air. In an instant, 2 huge sand monster heads flew into the sky. The sonic boom that tore through the air came slowly, and the huge body of the sand monster fell to the ground with a bang, splashing thick smoke and dust on the sand. Qiao Bai stopped his rapid steps, turned around and trotted towards his owner happily, reaping today's prey. Cheng Bai took out the crystal core of the sand monster. It was light yellow in color, large, plump and round. Unfortunately, the meat of the sand monster was sour and smelly, not a delicacy, and very different from the delicacies of the past. Lu Maieting did not forget to remind Cheng Bai, sand demon horns are the ingredients for the dragon and lion blood reversing pill. They are expensive. The medicine sect store has them. The two sawed off 8 giant horns of the sand monster that could be used as medicine. Cheng Bai asked, what should we do next? Lu Maieting knew the general direction. The bones of the camel dragon have appeared, which means we are on the right road. The two headed towards the Star Moon Oasis and ran for a long time, gradually seeing people along the way. In the distance, there was a huge monster that was over 30 meters long, with its lizard-like head stretched forward. It strode with 6 pillar-like thick legs. Its steps were heavy and rhythmic, like a moving hillside more than 10 meters high. The skin of the beast is rougher than that of an elephant, and there are 2 rows of huge fleshy pillars like camel humps on its back, extending from the top of the head, with the highest at the spine and gradually spreading to the tail. The humps become a natural protective barrier, and a series of wooden houses with roofs are built between the 2 rows, and many people stand or sit inside, which become carriages. Lu Maiyading cheered, "That's the Tuolong, traveling between Tianchuan City and other stations in the desert. We are almost reaching the Xingyu Oasis." Xiao Bai cheered himself up and quickened his pace. In the distance, there is an oasis full of life, with bright mountain flowers like clouds, green lakes like spring, clear rivers embracing each other, and lush vegetation. A cool breeze blows, dispelling the scorching sun in the desert, making it feel like arriving in heaven. Entering the Star Moon Oasis, you will see crowds of people everywhere, and tens of thousands of cars and stalls of all sizes. Although it is not as busy as a big city, it is also bustling with traffic. The newly arrived camel dragon entered the station loaded with passengers. Groups of travelers came down to unload. The owners let the giant beast eat and rest, and the people who were preparing to leave loaded their goods one after another. Everything was busy and orderly. Seeing Cheng Bai's surprised look, Lu Maiyading smiled and said, "Do you know why the Lujin Desert is called Lujin?" Cheng Bai recalled the guild governor's description and responded, "Because of the gold mines in the desert. The flowing gold desert has the largest gold mine on the continent, as well as rotten silver mines and various minerals. Countless people come here to take risks in the panning for gold and silver. Over time, the largest gold and stone trading market on the continent was established in the Star Moon Oasis, and the guild was named the Gold and Silver Hall." Lu Maiyading told him what she knew truthfully. The market revolved around several larger castle buildings and continued to expand outward, gradually developing into the current town, which is quite city-state sized. The Tianchuan temple dispatched a corps to manage the order of the Xingyu Oasis, which was divided into multiple areas. The vendors who settled in were strictly controlled, and no protection was provided to areas outside the Gold and Silver Hall. The oasis was relatively safe, and sand monsters rarely appeared nearby. The 2 walked towards the center of the Gold and Silver Hall. The locals were very sensitive to the appearance of new faces and soon received several waves of active contacts. The silver shop owner said, "Sir, miss, do you need to exchange gold? It's of high purity." The gold and iron dealer said, "Are you looking for corrupted silver? Or black iron? If you don't want rare resources, we have large quantities of ordinary pig iron in stock." The jade vendor asked, "Are you buying raw stones or ingots? Or loose gemstones? Various gold and stone resources circulate easily here. Cheng Bai can easily find channels to exchange the rubies, jadeites, and mud and fat jade he has accumulated in the past for gold by asking about prices and channels." Lu Maiyading said with some regret, "The turquoise from yesterday could be exchanged for a lot of money." Cheng Bai smiled and said, "I'll give you half of the proceeds from the jewels I just exchanged. I won't let you suffer any loss." Lu Maiyading muttered softly, "That's not what I meant. I'm just worried that you'll suffer." Cheng Bai said confidently, "I know what's going on. Don't worry." The Gold and Silver Hall also has branch altars for the weapon sect and the medicine sect, making transactions quite convenient. Cheng Bai entrusted the burning iron cake to the Qizongmen store for refining. Due to its high purity, it has fewer procedures than ore smelting and can be obtained on the same day. A large number of rare and precious metals appeared on the market, and the news spread quickly, attracting many people to watch with envy. "Young man, is this your cargo? A total of 7,600 kilograms. It's rare to find so much iron in a century." The visitor was dressed in gorgeous clothes, had a handsome face and extraordinary demeanor. He must be rich or noble. He looked around the store for a while and was reluctant to move. He silently assessed the value and proposed, "Little brother, how about I give you 75 taels of gold and give you all this cargo?" Cheng Bai looked the other person up and down, then smiled honestly and said, "My sister said she won't sell it." Lu Maiyading rolled her eyes at him, but she cooperated with him. "Boss, my brother and I went through untold hardships and dangers to get this treasure, so we can't just sell it away." The visitor spoke eloquently, constantly persuading, "After purifying the shit from the iron ox, only 75% will remain at most, and there are still various processing costs. The materials in the Gold and Silver Hall are very cheap. Taels is a reasonable price. You can clear out the inventory and make a fortune every day. Why not do it? Let's refine it first, Cheng Bai said with a silly smile, thinking in his heart that this might be the poop of the Iron Bull King, and the purity would be higher. The masters of the weapon sect were nimble and skillful. They started the refining cauldron expertly, purified the energy and cast it into rectangular ingots of 20 jin each for easy use. There were a total of 6,460 jin. The number of ingots produced from this batch of raw iron materials exceeded expectations, becoming a hot topic in the market and attracting more attention from people in the town, with more and more merchants gathering there. The person who made the bid could no longer sit still and proposed again, "You two are so lucky to have offered so much. I am Shen Rong, can I give up some of my treasures?" Seeing that he was very sincere, Cheng Bai said, "1 ingot is 4,800 taels of gold. How many do you want? I have to leave some for my sister as a dowry." Hearing Lu Mayating rolling her eyes at him again, he was actually overjoyed in his heart. This unit price was almost twice as high as the previous bid. I thought we would need to negotiate further, but Shen Rong was so straightforward. It costs 240 kilograms. Here are 2. Shen Rong was generous. He paid the full amount, took away the 12 iron ingots, quickly left the gold and silver hall, boarded the camel dragon, and set off for the final destination, Tianchuan City. The steward of Qi Zong's store smiled and came over to whisper, "Brother Cheng, can you invite more customers to come and support us? If you are willing, I guarantee that all the goods will be sold out in a few days, and at a good price." Cheng Bai took out 140 taels of gold and handed it over, saying with a smile, "Thank you for your secret help, brother. I'll give you an extra taels as labor fee. The rest of the iron can be used for other purposes, so I won't bother you anymore." Everything was as expected. Cheng Bai had just inquired about the exchange price. How could he let others take advantage of the situation? The amount was correct. He packed up everything and took Lu Mayating to the Yaozong store. He sold the sand demon horn and made another profit. As the sun sets and it gets dark, people who missed the last bus to Tuolong choose to stay at the Xingyu Oasis. There was only the Hunters Guild's Inn in the town of Gold and Silver Hall, so the two stayed there for the night and divided the gold they obtained equally. Cheng Bai stayed in the top floor room as usual, looking at the stars in the night sky, wondering, the oasis has a large population, but there are no city walls. What if the sand monsters attack? Lu Mayating said absent-mindedly, "Sand monsters are afraid of water and will not come to the oasis. Even if they come, the Temple Legion has ways to deal with them." Cheng Bai noticed that there were many turrets around the castle building and asked in surprise, "Are those the weapons?" Lu Mayating nodded and said, "Water cannon is the most effective way to kill sand monsters. The people of Qiongqi continent have a unique understanding of weapons and equipment." Cheng Bai thought for a moment and said, "When we get to the main altar of the weapon sect, I will use the burning iron to refine a new weapon for you and leave a crystal core for embedding. You can pick the best one." Lu Mayating blinked her eyes and said, "I want to inlay too." "Okay, as you say." Cheng Bai turned around, picked up Xiao Bai, and went into the house to rest. Watching Cheng Bai close the door, Lu Mayating felt a little resentful. She looked down at her clothes and wondered, "Am I dressed in a very rustic way? I look very old, like his sister." Early in the morning, the first camel train at the Gold and Silver Hall station welcomed passengers who were on their way one after another, embarking on a new journey and leaving huge footprints in the vast desert. Some hunters who have mounts of their own follow the tracks left by the camel dragon and set out in groups. If such a team encounters scattered sand monsters, they will also be able to fight against them. They are so diligent. They are here even earlier than us, Cheng Bai said with a smile. He and Lu Mayating got on Xiao Bai and followed the main group to prepare to leave. The weather is a bit gray, there might be fog. Lu Mayating was a little worried. The desert is dry and fog is rare. Cheng Bai sat on the giant wolf and stared around. His sharp eyes were also affected by the visibility. His gaze stayed on the dark yellow horizon in the southwest. The lines across the sky like mountains were wriggling and rolling towards him. "It's not fog, it's a sandstorm coming, let's go." Cheng Bai urged Xiao Bai to run forward. Lu Mayating's face turned pale. The most terrifying thing in the desert is the sandstorm. The sand and rocks are flying everywhere and it is dark. It is easy to get lost. The rolled sand will break the water bags and make people despair. The bigger trouble is the sand monsters rushing around in the sandstorm, bringing death and destruction. Severe sandstorms once destroyed the Star Moon Oasis. Although it was miraculously rebuilt many times, each time was separated by dozens or even hundreds of years. Is it facing its end again today? Chapter 47 Sandstorm Battle. Lu Mayating calmed down and said, "We have two choices. One is to stay in Xingyu Oasis and hope that the sandstorm is not serious and the resources of the oasis can make it through. The other is to get away from here and escape to Tianchuan City, where the walls are stronger, there are more resources, and there is the protection of the temple to maintain survival. Otherwise, facing the sandstorm in the desert will only lead to death. Cheng Bai has other options. He can teleport back to the colorful forest or Qiongqi City to avoid the sandstorm." He asked Xiao Bai to catch up with the hunter team in front and shouted loudly, "The sandstorm is coming, those who are slow will return to the oasis, and those who are fast will move forward at full speed." The hunters panicked upon hearing this and quickly made their own choices. Those who only had slower mounts such as the pike, camel, and double-edged saber-toothed elephant hurried back to the Star Moon Oasis to hide. But those who had swift mounts such as the white moonlight deer, yellow blade-toothed cat, and silver-spotted magic leopard chose to fight hard and run towards Tianchuan City with all their strength. Cheng Bai took the lead in front of the large group, catching up with the camel dragon who was running at big strides, and also warned that the sandstorm was approaching. The controller, who was sitting between the small humps on top of the camel dragon's head, turned his head and looked at the approaching dust in the sky. He was horrified and hurriedly urged the camel dragon to speed up. To make matters worse, a sand monster broke out from the sand in front, bearing its fangs and claws at the camel dragon. In the past, groups of hunters could confront it, but a single sand monster might not really dare to fight a large group, but today it was particularly ferocious. Cheng Bai jumped up and swept past with his knife, instantly taking off the head of the sand monster. He also took the blade down and quickly cut out the crystal core, then quickly caught up with Xiao Bai, jumped back on his mount and continued to gallop ahead to clear the way. He killed several sand monsters that blocked the road one after another, and reaped a lot of rewards. The people riding on the camel dragon realized that they were in danger. They went from panicking to trying their best to deal with the situation. They gradually threw away heavy objects of low value to lighten the camel dragon's burden and speed up its journey. A turbid yellow sandstorm was rolling in behind them, but the people standing on the high place of the camel dragon cheered, as they were about to reach a larger oasis. The majestic Tianchuan City stood tall, and hope was right before their eyes. The temple disciples on the city wall had already noticed the approaching sandstorm and warned the people to pack up their belongings and close their doors. The huge city gate was slowly closing. Xiao Bai ran into the city through the gap of the west gate at a brisk pace. Cheng Bai lightly shook his palm and tapped the gate as he passed by, and the gate slowly opened again. The leader of the temple legion stationed on the tower saw it clearly and shouted, "Keep the west gate open to let the camel dragon in and then close it. We can't take care of the rest." Cheng Bai shouted, "There are still dozens of hunters behind the camel dragon." Many hunters' mounts could not catch up with the camel dragon and fell far behind. The leader of the temple legion shook his head and shouted, "If we don't close the city gates in time and let the sand monsters break into the city, disaster will befall the people and their lives will be ruined. Everything has its own importance and we can't take care of both." Cheng Bai jumped off the giant wolf and said loudly, "I am the Thunder Blade King, the heir of the Yuheng Holy Temple. I will stop the sand monster and will not let anyone break through this door." The leader of the temple legion firmly refused. "The number of sand monsters in the sandstorm is incalculable, how can we stop them? If any one of them comes in, many will be killed or injured. We can't take the risk. The hunters who can reach the Golden Desert are not weak. They can just climb up the tower by themselves." As they were talking, the galloping camel dragon finally ran into Tianchuan City. Several hunters on fast mounts followed in, and the heavy city gate slammed shut again. The moment the door closed, Cheng Bai jumped out from the gap. Lu Mayating shouted to the tower, My brother really went out to stop the sand monster, you guys help him." The leader of the temple legion waved his hand and issued an order, "Be on full alert and prepare the water cannon. If there are hunters climbing up the tower, we will help them. If it is a sand monster, the legion needs to fight it with all its strength." Cheng Bai was patrolling outside the city, holding a knife. The speed of the sandstorm is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The strong wind brings with it turbid sand and dust, and the sand hits ordinary people's skin and causes pain. The air is full of the smell of sand, and it is gray like the evening night. The sky is dim and the earth is dark. You can't see your hand in front of you, as if the end of the world will come in the next second. Cheng Bai deployed his spiritual shield to block the erosion of flying sand, and opened his spiritual eyes to improve visibility. He thought to himself, "This is a true natural phenomenon, with great power. Wangfu Sanchuan's flying sand domain has a similar power, but it cannot be compared. Humans are still too insignificant. The hunters who failed to run into the city gate in time struggled forward in the sandstorm, trying to approach Tianshuan City, climb the city wall, and hide in the comfortable houses. Unfortunately, many people and their mounts have lost their sense of direction, and can no longer tell east from west or north, and are even walking further and further away. Even more dangerous are the sand monsters that roam around in the sandstorms. They thrive like fish in water, coming out from the ground of the desert and wandering around, killing and devouring prey that are trapped in the sandstorms. The hunters traveling in the Golden Desert are very powerful, and many of them are even above Lumayating. They are generally around level 20. If a dozen of them form a team and cooperate well, they may not lose to a sand monster. Now they were trapped in a sandstorm and were at an absolute disadvantage as they were scattered and alone. If they were not careful, several hunters would die tragically in the sharp claws and bloody mouth of the sand monster, torn into pieces without a complete body, and their mounts were not spared either. A hunter had his right hand torn off by a sand monster in a sandstorm. He was bleeding profusely and lost his weapon. In panic, he rushed to the foot of the city wall and desperately used his gecko wall climbing skills to climb up to the city wall. The sand monster spots its target and lunges towards the armless hunter. Its 4 sharp claws will tear the prey into pieces and throw it into its bloody mouth. The temple disciples on the city wall were keeping a close eye on the battle situation. When they noticed a huge figure approaching in the sandstorm, they fired water cannons to attack the target. High-pressure water cannon shells are a weapon to restrain the sand monsters. If they are hit, they will be paralyzed for a long time. However, the dim visibility greatly reduced the hit rate of the cannons, and the sand monsters actually avoided it. Seeing that the armless hunter clinging to the wall was in danger, a flash of snow-like knife light came from behind, and the sharp edge flashed, taking away the huge head of the sand monster. The armless hunter was already in despair and had almost lost all hope, but the bloody disaster did not come. He was ecstatic to have survived the disaster. He endured the pain and climbed up the city wall, thus saving his life. After killing the sand monster, Cheng Bai did not forget to cut open the prey, quickly took away the crystal core trophy, and continued to hunt for the next target. Some sand monsters leapt up and rushed towards the dozens of meters high city walls. Their jumping ability was amazing, and they were even able to climb over the city walls. The Temple Legion was slow to react in the sandstorm with low visibility and failed to fire water cannons in time to stop them. The wind was raging wildly, and even though all the experts were standing on the city walls, they were still unable to stop the sand monster. Just as the threat was about to approach the city walls, a bright sword light like a streak of silk appeared in the air, cutting the sand monster in half, and its body fell to the ground. The crisis eased a little, and the crowd on the city wall cheered. Several hunters successfully climbed up the city wall and escaped from danger. The leader of the Temple Legion wore goggles and directed the hunters who temporarily joined the defense to cooperate. He looked towards the city. Whenever the faint flash of sword light burst out, a huge sand monster would fall down. He was surprised and said, "The Thunderblade King of Yuhang Holy Temple. He really has some skills and extraordinary power. We are far behind him and feel ashamed of ourselves." Cheng Bai relied on the spiritual shield to protect himself and the spiritual eyes to identify, and his combat power was almost not reduced. He became the mantis stalking the cicada in the sandstorm hunting ground, with the oriole behind, killing his prey one after another. More hunters took the opportunity to escape death and climbed up to the Tianshuan city wall one after another to strengthen the legion's strength. After being killed several times, many sand monsters were frightened and retreated. The leader, the Sand King, became angry and gathered the nearby sand monsters around to attack the powerful enemy together. This was exactly what Cheng Bai wanted. He was calm and composed, but he turned invisible and entered assassination mode, escalating the battle to a higher level. Cross-shaped sword lights appeared from time to time in the wind and sand, and then disappeared without a trace, killing one huge sand monster after another. The prey gradually decreased. The last one standing in front of Cheng Bai was the Sand King who had appeared at the east gate of Qiongqi City. The giant monster was 24 meters long, with 4 particularly strong upper arms, much stronger than ordinary sand monsters. The Sand King was cunning and knew that his opponent was powerful, so as soon as he spotted the white figure, he immediately used the secret art of sand escape, drilled into the ground of the desert, and launched an attack towards his location. Suddenly, several sharp spikes more than 1 person tall extended from the ground at the same time. If there was someone here, he would have been pierced with several holes, but unfortunately, he pierced nothing. Cheng Bai had already hidden himself and entered assassination mode to dodge away. He turned around and used the pig head killing move, sending out a terrifying sword energy that was over 40 meters long, cutting down the ground where the spikes were, and the sand split to the left and right like a raging sea. There was no trace of the Sand King underground. Cheng Bai was not surprised and hid again looking for an opportunity. Both sides showed their abilities, used different means to hide themselves, and waited for an opportunity to attack the other side from a distance, and the stealth war intensified. The Sand King was born with extraordinary perception. He noticed the slight vibration of the footsteps on the ground and once again used the secret technique of earth spikes on the target's location. He extended more and longer sharp spikes, but still missed. At that moment, Cheng Bai's laxative killing move stabbed down quickly, and the sword energy penetrated deeply into the ground for dozens of meters. It hit me. Cheng Bai felt the touch of the sword energy, and a thick, sour, dark red liquid oozed out of the desert ground. It was corrosive and it was the blood of the sand demon. But it was not over yet. The ground shook slightly. Cheng Bai reacted quickly and hurriedly avoided the opponent's counterattack. The desert ground began to boil, and a large amount of sour and smelly liquid gushed up like magma, turning the surrounding sand area into venomous quicksand. If you were not slow to hide, you would be swept deep into it, slowly sinking and turning into pus and blood. This was the Sand King's unique secret technique, pond of quicksand. Cheng Bai stepped back and watched, thinking to himself, it's really hard to get out once you get stuck in it. This troublesome monster is cunning enough. The Sand King hid in the quicksand of the corruption pond, and no one could do anything to him. Moreover, it was not a passive defense. The strong wind in the sandstorm blew, and the poisonous sand in the quicksand of the corruption pond was blown everywhere. It would soon spread to the surroundings and erode into Tianchuan City. More and more people would fall to the ground due to poisoning if they breathed in the sand or collided with it. Cheng Bai instantly thought of the key point. How could he let him go on like this? The Sand King's continuous use of his secret skills had exposed his exact position and he was facing death. See where you can hide. He used his sword to open the door of life and death, and slashed down with all his might. The sword energy penetrated deep into the quicksand, and although there was not much movement on the surface, the hidden power was so powerful that it shocked the gods and ghosts, and killed the Sand King hiding underground. The secret technique of the quicksand in the rot pool dissipated, and the half-buried body of the Sand King slowly emerged from the sand. With just this little bit of strength, I've done you justice by letting you take my ultimate move. After Cheng Bai finished speaking, he stepped forward and cut out the Sand King's crystal core. The spherical shape was more perfect than before. He put it in his pocket and turned around to continue hunting. Having lost their leader, the remaining sand monsters became timid and retreated one after another. The hunters who escaped saw that fewer and fewer sand monsters were approaching the city walls in the sandstorm. Standing on the city wall, they felt lucky and marveled. We won. Tianchuan City won a great victory. The Thunder Blade King has made the greatest contribution. The defensive pressure on the disciples of the Holy Temple gradually decreased, and the leader calmed the troops, saying, the situation has improved, but to quell the sandstorm, we still have to rely on the Lord of the Holy Temple to call the shots. Deep in the Tianchuan Temple, a large group of men and women gathered around the huge open-air altar. Yunwan and Ningxiang were also here. The hall master Lu Suyan looked like a young and beautiful woman, but she had white hair, an old voice, and a solemn expression. She activated the altar with all her strength, and a beam of light shot straight into the sky, lighting up the dark sky covered with sand and dust. The sky was covered with dark clouds, which were getting lower and lower. There were faint deafening thunder and dazzling lightning. Finally, accompanied by a thunder that resounded through the sky, there was a continuous loud noise, and heavy rain poured down like a torrential rain. The rain washed the dirty sky and earth, mixed with sand and dust, and fell on the ground to form muddy spots. Tianchuan City was covered with dirty mud, but it effectively alleviated the impact of the sandstorm, and the wind and sand in the sky gradually subsided until it calmed down. Everyone bowed to the altar, ending the ritual. If the Star Moon Oasis can hold on until now, the survivors will be safe. Lu Suyan sighed and led everyone to leave the open-air altar and return to the main hall. The voices of praise from many disciples of Tianchuan Holy Temple were endless, and they chanted loudly along the way, the master of the temple has boundless magical power, and he blesses the world and protects the people. Lu Suyan waved her hand, and the disciples quieted down and stood solemnly by. She took Yunwan and a few others into the inner hall. A disciple came in and brought a basin of clean water and a face towel. Lu Suyin washed her hands and face, combed her appearance, and smiled. The one with real magical power is the ancient god sealed in the conferred god altar. He has been used by my gentleman clan for many years to raise clouds and rain, and to ensure peace in all directions of Qiongqi city. Yunwan beside him said with a worried look on her face, the Yaoguang temple has been lost, the seal of the altar has loosened, meteors have fallen, sandstorms have arisen, and the world is in chaos. I'm afraid a catastrophe is about to come. Lu Suyin asked the servant to leave and said calmly, the seal of the altar was set by the great emperor himself. Even the ancient god himself could do nothing about it. It is just struggling to survive. The biggest trouble at the moment is not the ancient god, but the gentleman clan's internal speculations and rumors, which are spreading and gradually falling apart. Yunwan asked, is it because of the Disaster Legion? Lu Suyin frowned and said, the 5 flag masters of the Disaster Legion have gathered various geniuses, and their strength is not inferior to the 7 hall masters. According to rumors, there is also a mysterious commander who is elusive in directing the affairs behind the scenes. He has been causing troubles recently and is indeed a source of trouble. Yunwan pondered for a moment and said, there must be a reason why the Disaster Legion has deviated from the norm. If we can meet with the Legion commander and discuss it in detail, we may be able to find out the reason. Lu Suyin advised, the truth will eventually be revealed. Don't take any risks. The most urgent task is for Palace Master Yun to improve his strength as soon as possible and win the title of Hunter King. Yunwan hesitated and said, there are many talented people in this conference. Shenya, Qi Jifen and others are all geniuses of the time. They are extremely powerful and even close to the masters of the major halls. I am afraid it will be difficult for me to win the championship. All I need is a weapon that suits my needs. I have been preparing it for Palace Master Yun for many years. Please follow me. Lu Suyin dismissed her attendants and walked into the treasury of Qiongqi Temple with Yunwan and Ningxiang. In the palace, which was enclosed with many layers of doors, there were boxes and chests everywhere, all of which were dazzling. Gold bricks were neatly stacked, and jade articles were arranged in an orderly manner. The 3 of them walked up the stairs into the hall and came to the high platform in the center of the treasury. Standing here and looking around, they could take in everything around them, as if they were looking at all the treasures in the world. But the surrounding jewels are only a foil to the real treasure. The best treasure is hidden here, Lu Suyin said solemnly. She stepped on the mechanism on the platform in a specific order, and the center of the platform slowly opened, raising a round table. On the table lay a round, wheel-shaped sword blade composed of 4 blades, which was quite similar to the moonlight blade, except that its material was purple-black. Yunwan's heart was beating wildly, and she murmured, a moonlight blade forged from shadow-transformed black gold. Lu Suyin smiled and said, the moonlight blade is just a test product. The former Kaiyang Palace Master and I collected black gold for many years. We tried every means to obtain the flying shadow stone and smelted it to forge a shadow-transformed black gold sword, which we call the Ghostlight Blade. It is much more powerful than the Moonlight Blade. If we can get a suitable crystal core to embed, it will be comparable to a spiritual weapon. Ningxiang praised, what a treasure. Congratulations, sister, for obtaining a weapon that suits your needs. Yunwan suppressed her excitement, slowly picked up the ghostly blade, gripped the handle tightly and twisted it gently, rotating the weapon into 2 pieces at will, becoming 2 symmetrical double-ended blades, which she wielded in her hand as easily as using her own arms. I want to find 2 top-quality crystal cores to unleash its power. Yunwan's eyes lit up. Lu Suyin bowed and said, with my help, Palace Master Yun can rest assured. We will definitely stand out in the martial arts hunting competition, win the title of Hunter King, leave the Qiongqi continent, and surpass the world's genius. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiobook to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.